It's the kickoff hour as we roll on for another day, and we are proud and honored that you would choose the Rick and Bubba Show to start your day. If you're listening live, here we go. We have a number of things to do. The RBU this week will be very interesting because it's been a continued topic on the show over years, just questions and everything, and it has to do with unclaimed baggage. You know, we always talk about, hey, unclaimed baggage. We have a history with unclaimed baggage, where the show originated from. So anyway, we will dive into that because they will be here today, and we will record RBU this week, the first installment of 2023, and answer a lot of those questions. Hey, what happens to all that baggage? What's some of the craziest stuff that y'all have received and et cetera? So we'll have a good time with them today. Let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hello.
Hello. I bet unclaimed baggage got a bunch of stuff during the holidays with all that flights and bags and
I was seeing reports.
Knives and guns.
Yeah. Made me eat my beer.
Did y'all see did I see this right, where there were people like stuck in the airport for like 2-3 days? During all that. They spent Christmas in there?
What about the people you see, since we're talking about people stuck on that train for like 30 hours?
Yeah.
And they thought they were calling 911 because they thought it was being hijacked.
Yeah. Guys, unbelievable.
There was an accident or something.
You know, what happened yesterday's, the airlines had no control over it. The FAA shutting everything down because of apparently it was a computer glitch. Had to do some data file or whatever. They've gotten at least that much out. But still, it's what a mess.
And we don't know. It's probably some kind of Russian hack job.
Yeah. Didn't they claim
calling?
that somebody was like doing maintenance on the system and messed it up?
I just know, when in
Who
doubt.
believes that?
No.
When in doubt, reboot, and that didn't work. And how about when the reboot doesn't work? You're like, oh boy, that's not good. So anyway, we'll have all that today, and we'll get to the bottom of some of that, and should be some interesting conversation. And the representative that's going to be here today is Jennifer Krickner, I believe. She said that she has been a fan of the show for quite some time, and we'll be lucky enough to have her in and discuss all of that. The old world, it's as crazy as ever, and there's some stories, Helmsy, that Greg and I have been discussing prior to the show.
I heard y'all in here cackling and laughing. I thought, there's no telling what they're into.
There's some stories out there.
There's some stories out there. Some I don't even know if we touch. And then some just leaves you scratches.
We live in a bizarre
world. We
do.
We really do. That this is like considered normal. You know what I mean? Or forced on us.
And the weird, freaky people with this stuff have gone from 0 to 100. I mean, we heard every now and then about a weirdo to now it's just constant.
Yeah.
Absolutely constant.
Well, at some point in this hour, I want to discuss chapstick and cleaning your ears out.
With chapstick?
Yeah.
With chapstick?
No. The
Okay.
two separate subjects.
All right. Well, don't get me on chapstick. My middle one, JC, he's got to have chapstick with him all the time. And a good one on Terry's part. What she got him for Christmas, I don't think he'll ever be without chapstick.
So
I know that. Yeah. And they make things for your key ring where you can put chapstick on them.
How about that?
The key ring, so you always
is he
have
in the
that.
wind a lot? Well,
I don't know. He just doesn't like dry lips, and he wants his chapstick. Hey, you got chapstick? That's what you hear from him all the time. Hey, you got some chapstick, buddy? You can't.
I can't remember the last time I put chapstick on.
And it was funny because over the break
Well, I don't work outdoors
he was
anymore.
cleaning his car out, and underneath the seats and everything else, he came out with about 6 things of chapstick. I'm like, well, there they are, buddy.
What's his favorite kind? The chapstick brand?
He doesn't really. I think he just wants some chapstick. Yeah. Do you have any chapstick? Anybody got chapstick?
So do y'all ever use it?
Yeah.
No.
I have some in the car.
Yeah.
On the windy days, I've been hunting or whatever, I might hit some, but it's not a daily thing. Yeah. No.
I think I'm going to have to start doing this daily. And the reason I've even bringing this up is because I let it get out of hand. I didn't wear it, and then I let it get out of hand. Then I was trying to play catch up. And so I look like a clown. I had so much petroleum jelly on my face, and because it got all. I was
how
just trying.
How about when it cracks right here?
And Amanda even said at one point, I can't take you serious right now. You've got so much stuff on your lips and
Shiny
face.
lip.
Like you're gonna have to do something.
Yeah.
So I just wonder. I'd never seen y'all have chapstick, and I don't want to be the guy that carries chapstick around. I just don't.
No,
Well,
So I'm thinking about keeping something in my car and hitting my lips with it as I go.
Yeah,
I've out, and then worry about it when I get back.
Yeah, but you can have some in your pocket. Nobody ever know.
Yeah, but I don't like things. For some reason, I do not like things in my pocket.
Get
Like
some of
even-
that beeswax.
Like my key.
Yeah.
Like my key is just one key. This is it to my car. And I will even go as far to put this in my bag instead of leaving it in my pocket many times when I'm walking around. Can't stand stuff in my pockets.
I mean, not even that.
No.
Wow.
So
Well, I've got some in the car, and it's in a spot that I go to, and that's just on when I've been out and it's windy, like Greg said, or you just been out in it, and so
our family keeps
it's just
these,
not every day.
Aquaphor. It's like I think it's actually used for like putting it on babies' rear ends when they're chapped.
Oh, wow.
And it's helps
Boudreaux's
with
butt
helps.
paste.
But I think it helps with. Well, I know it helps with lips too.
Okay.
Wow. You normally don't combine that product.
I know. That's why I said
saying.
it. Thought y'all'd get it.
You know what I mean?
Thought
I don't know if I want that product.
I really thought when I said Aquaphor, y'all would know what I was talking
I don't know what
about.
that is.
So
If you said Desitin or Boudreaux's butt paste, I'd have known. Boudreaux's butt paste may be my favorite name of anything.
what is going on with your voice?
I don't know. It just started just now.
That's his new thing.
It was not like that 3 minutes ago.
I know. I don't know what happened.
He that's his own air voice. He tries to be cool with
I
it.
hope no. I don't know.
Hey man, how you doing? Huh? You know, you know what I think about when I hear it.
Boudreaux's butt paste.
It's still there. Interesting.
Yeah,
It's just
he's
jumped
got it.
on you all of a
Well, you
sudden.
remember yesterday I was talking. All of a sudden, I mean, I went from and went. He's like, what in the world?
I thought you were doing an impression.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I
thought
never
you was
know
doing
with
Charles
you
Barkley.
because you're a master impressionist.
Yeah, you never know.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. As you can tell, this hour will be as weird as ever. And we will take your phone calls. Now, they'll be unscreened, but if you want to chime in, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Like, let's say, Chapstick is part of your day, and you have recommendations for Helmsy. You can call, or you can email helmsy@rickandbubba.com. And Greg loves to be copied on all of that,
Yeah,
too.
please do.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Property crimes like burglaries and package theft spike over the winter. That's why now is the best time to secure your home with Simply Safe's award-winning home security. Make it your resolution to start the new year with greater peace of mind and safety for you and your family. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You'd like to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are you of all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. As a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 is going to depend on the team members that you surround yourself with. That's why you got to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently. They make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on job qualifications all on one platform. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door.
Spend less time in the kitchen with new, fast, and fresh recipes packed with flavor and ready in 15 minutes. And at 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the most delicious way to save.
Save up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and a 32-hour battery life. Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Get 15% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Having trouble picking a New Year's resolution? CarShield has you covered. This year, we don't have to worry about how much it's going to cost to fix our cars when they break down. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but we've locked in our price and it will never go up. This year, choose coverage through CarShield, a resolution you can easily keep. With protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before, go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-465-6550 or go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Had no idea that chapstick would be such a big topic for you, the audience, because during the commercial break here that we just took, and if you're just joining us, Helmsy brought up the topic of chapstick and how chapstick has entered his life, and he struggles with his relationship with chapstick.
I knew it'd be a big topic. You know why? Everybody's got lips.
They do, and some are drier than others.
Yeah.
And then I mentioned my middle son. He is now the other
Didn't
two.
know that about him.
The other two, you couldn't find chapstick in their life. The middle one though, he's got to have chapstick. Hey, you got any chapstick? What's up with chapstick? My wife gave him for Christmas the biggest jug of chapstick, and it's this huge thing, almost like a carton of milk, but it's full of chapstick, and so he's going to be all right.
You don't want to borrow anybody's chapstick.
No, you don't want to do that.
Unless it's brand new.
Unless you're JC and hey, Dad, you got any chapstick? And he will.
You're kin to him.
He will.
So
but then y'all have all reached out on different types of chapstick. I'm not really that big into flavor. I don't want my lips dry if I ever do it. And I have some in the car. But did you know they have like chocolate flavored chapstick? How you feel about that?
I'm not big on flavors and chapstick.
The flavors on the ones that's always so weak. It's not really.
We have chocolate hazelnut. Let's see, chocolate mint, chocolate peanut.
That'll burn you chapped lips.
Wow, I had no idea there were so many flavors.
Whenever I had bad chapped lips, I would get the Vaseline lip stuff instead of chapstick.
That's kind of what I've been going with.
Carmex.
Yeah.
The Carmex.
They make one too, but then Vaseline has their version of it.
That's kind of what Aquaphor
lip therapy
is.
they call it.
That's kind of what Aquaphor is. And there's a jelly too that's
shiny.
Yeah. Yes, that's what Amanda was getting on to me about tonight because I like the Joker.
Well, you know, But I'll say this: if you're at home and you're like, "Man, I got to cover it up," you don't really care.
I was trying to get
if
ready
you-
for bed. I was,
right.
that kind of thing.
But if you're out in
Overdid
public,
it.
you don't probably want to walk around.
No,
you just
no.
wanna-
in it.
Well,
you
and that
you
was-
want to put enough on to where
Okay, you reminded me of something. That's what the main reason I wanted to bring this up, because I wanted to tell you two, if I ever come in here and it's out of hand, I need y'all to be a friend. and
The
tell
bottom
me.
one's kind of shining right now.
Well, I just put some on in the break.
You want to know why?
Let me get my glasses.
Here I go. I don't know why I say this. Some things I just should keep to myself. But you want to know why I have Chapstick in the truck? It's because the last time to the dentist office. Now, and let me finish.
What?
All right. The time before, you know how they try to get that mouth so open?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're just. I mean,
and it rips it.
and it ripped the side of my lip because they were dry. And
So that's why you had-
I mean, just
Boy,
you
it
look.
must have been dry.
And so I was like, you know what? I'm going back
Tell me
this
when you had
time.
that crack right here in the corner.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that hurts.
And I was like, you know what? That ain't happening again.
Hey,
So
must be
grabbed a little
really good
chapstick
look
and
inside your mouth.
got me a hit before I went in.
no shiny mouth.
and
While
still-
while they were working your teeth, I think, my God,
My gosh, look at these dry
tools are
lips.
slipping.
Yeah. But I didn't coat it up to where I looked like Helmsy. I just kind of got a little corner in the corner right there. So when they pull that mouth open, it's it sounded terrible.
How about
But that it wouldn't crack.
how about I just got an email from somebody that said that they actually use Aquaphor, or they have, and know
Never
people
heard of
that do.
Aquaphor.
They use it after getting a new tattoo.
Where? On the tattoo? On the tattoo?
Yeah, like just trying to help it heal a
What's that
little bit,
for?
keep it moist.
I don't know a lot
guess.
about tattoos.
And then the other one, it said people use it following radiation treatments.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah, I
okay.
could see that.
So
The skin's burned.
surprised you don't know
Yeah.
about Aquaphor.
You still got that DJ voice going
You
on. What's
do.
up?
I don't
I
know.
don't know, man. How y'all doing?
No.
It's just went away.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So I've gotten a couple of emails. Where we live, there's a chance of some type of weather
here we
system
go.
coming through today, but it's supposed to
Yeah.
be in the middle of the day. So I've gotten some emails. Hey, y'all get something for Jack? Because I got a dog that freaks
Oh,
out.
that's right.
And
Thunder jacket.
Terry claims, and I don't know this to be true, but she's like, hey, before we go out and start taking him to the vet to get something for him or ordering something, let's actually take something out of what we give him. And they get treats it's called what is it, green grass or whatever, to where how sometimes the grass gets all brown
Yeah.
from the pee the when they go out and pee and the little
Yeah.
pee spots and all that. Well, about a year or two ago, I incorporated like one a day, these little treats, and it really does work. I mean, the grass didn't all brown up and all this kind of stuff.
Keep killing my bushes.
Yeah, no, man. And so anyway, Terry said, hey, I've been doing some research, and you got to watch out if she's been doing research.
Yeah.
And she said, one of the side effects to this stuff could be it causes anxiousness, anxiety or something like
Okay.
that. She said, now it's on down there, but it is part of it. She said, so let's take that out of their diet or their routine completely, and let's just see what happens. Now, she can claim, because we've done this for about 5 days now, I can see a difference. Of course, I can't. He's still acting the same.
Well, you'll
So-
find out when that storm rolls through.
I know. So we got that today. I'll be able to tell everybody today. She wanted to give it a minute before we did it. But because where we live, and it'll hit different times, and it's already affecting some in the audience right now, where we live, it should be in the middle of the day. So it's not like he's going to keep us up, and it's
Yeah.
going to be a quick system. It's not going to be
So
one
you
that
want-
lasts all day. And so I'll
Get
be
that
able to
urine
give you a
blast
report.
ready.
But the emails have been trickling in. Hey, buddy, you ready?
Yeah.
You
get
ready?
his jacket on.
Because you got to back time. If you're going to give them anything, if it's Benadryl for dogs or whatever, you got to backtrack 45 minutes to an hour and know what's going on. It can't sneak up on you. Because the first thing of thunder, the first sign of thunder, he starts looking around. So
Don't like it.
no.
All right, I got a question. You just brought up something. You said you were talking about side effects, and you said it was way on down there
Yeah.
on the list.
Uh-huh.
How do they list side effects? Do they list them like
Yeah, it's like,
like the
Importance?
first one is the most important
I
one
don't
you
know.
need to look
I have
out
no
for?
idea.
Is
I
it
just know it
alphabetical?
was-
I've never even really paid attention to that.
Yeah, I haven't either. That's just what she told me.
Because
So.
reason I'm asking is it may be down on the list, way on down
Does that
there.
make it less important?
That's what I'm asking.
Right.
I don't know that.
Right. But you hear
Like
this?
number one, look out.
If you hear this, And all of a sudden he starts looking around. Like,
where's my jacket?
Like, what was that? What was that? What was that?
Pee in the floor, pee in the floor.
Yeah. It freaks out, man. But you don't want to. You got to have a system before you hear this. Because if you hear that, it's on.
That ship's done sailed.
Mm-hmm. I can only turn the TV up so loud, because I swear it's like he knows it. I think there's just a sense about these animals; they have an idea. So anyway, that's your update. Some of you have been asking how you got you a plan, and so we'll see how that plays out. But that's today, and just pay attention to your local affiliates wherever you live, your market. I know they'll be on top of it. I don't really know that there's going to be a whole lot to it besides, a lot of wind and some pretty heavy rain. But it's going to affect some of the audience.
Winds.
Yeah, some of the audience today.
Yeah.
And we'll see. I'll have a report tomorrow. I know that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll be home when it happens, but Terry will be.
If it works, you'll just have to have brown yards.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know what am I going to do about that. That stuff does work.
Would you rather have a brown yard or a dog peeing in the house during a storm?
Ooh, I don't know, man. Because right now everything's brown, so I don't really know. But you know how this came up was a year or two ago. We talked about your bushes being killed by Mr. Buddy peeing on them, right? And my grass being killed. And somebody emailed us, because we have the greatest audience ever, and said, "I tell you what, we give ours and it works." So I'm like, I'm trying it, and it does. It does.
But if this got the side effect,
yeah.
Think about it. Storms every now and then, but they pee every day.
They do.
You got to weigh out what's most important to you.
Yeah. We'll have an update for you tomorrow, though, Lord willing. All right, we'll be right back. 29 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Adler, all join us at the top of next hour for the main show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're making big changes this new year or you're just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment. On this journey, I know that for me, that's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. For premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for that perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me, Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other audio brands, and it's no wonder their everyday earbuds have over 50,000 five-star reviews. Now's the time for you to check them out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today. We'll get you an additional 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 15% off. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there. I've done that. They don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried an American-made Helix sleep mattress yet? Unlike a lot of other mattress companies, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility right here in the States. You order, they ship your mattress directly from their facility right to your front door for free. And if you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll come pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress, which we love, by the way, and the 12,000 five-star reviews what they're saying about Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you and your partner with a perfect mattress just for you. Plus, you've got that 100-day risk-free trial. They also have plus-size mattresses and kids' mattresses ranked best mattress winner by Parents Magazine. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you $350 off all mattress orders. That's the best offer yet. helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so we are discussing a number of different things. We've had them all on the had them all in the air. Chapstick.
You wearing lipstick now?
Helmsy wears lipstick. He thinks that really helps him.
Speaking of that, you seen this story about that teacher?
Yes, yeah. Hey, if you are in the trans world,
that don't give you an excuse to wear a giant fake
prosthetic.
rack.
Right. Oh, wow. So you just went into
to school to teach with.
Right.
You really need to see it.
Yeah. Well, do they?
There's
really?
a lot more going on here than
Right. We have that story that you know what we're going to do? We're just going to let the main show have it.
let's just
let them have it.
There's so many things I'd love to say about it.
We've also been talking about Greg's voice that today, and it's the first time we've been talking today, even though we, shot the bull a little bit before the show started. I'm sorry, buddy. I thought you
usually sing on the way in, though.
Yeah.
You got that long drive. You usually sing.
I didn't sing this
so
morning.
did you not? Okay.
And we've talked to Greg about how it just seems like he's got a weak voice. Like.
Well, it just hit all of a sudden. Your voice was not like that right before we started.
And the audience has weighed in.
Something about
the audience has weighed in.
Well, the audience is crazy.
Greg. Hey, sorry, buddy, but I'm afraid you've got the new strand of COVID.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Expect yellow diarrhea and headache next couple of days.
My gracious.
I just had it, and all started with my voice sounding just like yours.
Okay, here we go.
It's not bad, but very contagious. Wow, so that means we've got it, too.
Nobody's got anything. Guys, I was talking fine when I got here. There's something about this place that does this to me.
Does it really?
It does me, too.
My nose starts running the minute I get here.
Mine does too, and I start sneezing about the second segment.
I don't know what it is.
Wow. Also, we were talking about...
It may be Speedy. We may be allergic to Speedy.
When
Yes, that may be.
Because it's not happening to him.
That's true.
Well, I sometimes have my
Oh, you
sniffles.
jumping in our story now?
No, it's your story.
Ian Sniffer.
So another friend of mine, check Greg for COVID.
Yeah, I'm getting emails too, but I'm with Greg. I think it's ridiculous.
It's all, you know.
And they may be kidding too.
Yeah,
I don't
might
know.
be that. I
When
have
they
no
get
idea.
specific, though, it tells me they're being serious.
Yeah. And speaking of COVID, and we're probably going to see a lot of this, we have a story about ESPN, and is it a former employee suing ESPN over their COVID?
Yeah, when they fired her because she wouldn't take the vaccine.
Yeah.
You're going to see a lot of this.
You are. And was it there was a story the last couple of days we didn't get to kind of surrounding this, but yeah, you will see some of this about some of the firings and stuff and the policies of some of these businesses now that we know.
Two former employees have filed a federal lawsuit against the sports media giant ESPN, alleging that the company's COVID-19 vaccine requirement violated religious freedom rights. So there they go.
Well, now that we know a whole lot more, it does seem like a lot of the media and some businesses are just ignoring the bad decisions. And I'll give you this: at the time, they were probably going off. I think some of it was just hysteria and not sure. And hey, they're doing it, so I guess we need to do it.
Early on,
they were
I'll
jumping
give you
on.
that.
But then it seems like as we started to learn more, they didn't adjust.
Correct.
They didn't
Yes,
adjust
they did.
what they were doing. It's almost like, why?
Well, they got hung out with, okay, if we change policy, the people who were forced under the other policy, now they're going to go, well, we actually did what you say. Now you're saying we don't have to, or we wouldn't.
Yeah.
So I imagine a lot of that was there too.
Right.
We need to just stick to it, so everybody,
Right.
not have an argument against it. But it's going to be a mess.
Yeah. How much does it say what they're seeking, or does it just say that they're suing? Because I'd be interested to know, are they looking for back pay and damages, or how's that playing out? Because you hear some of this sometimes where people are going after former employees for some of their decisions. This one is going to be interesting here, especially with ESPN involved.
I don't see.
You didn't see the damage? Okay.
I don't see
where do y'all feel like? I mean, do y'all feel like? Do you think if they admit they're wrong, then they open themselves up? Is that what the problem is?
I tell you, I don't know. I don't know how you deal with this. I mean, I don't know.
I don't either. But that's one of the stories out today. Also, is this true? I saw this where they found another batch of classified documents of President Biden when he was vice president at another location.
Yeah,
at another
but
location.
it's not going to matter.
At another location. No, it's not.
Zero doesn't matter.
We have some fun audio video of Peter Ducey having fun with Jean-Pierre about the double standard and she'll suckle. No, that's not her. That was Saki. It's I don't really have much. I don't have nothing right now. That was her big thing. But she tries to skirt around it. But it's just the double standard is there, and I know that's frustrating to a lot of people. But President Biden aides have found at least one more batch of classified documents located at a location other than the Penn Biden Center office in Washington, D.C. that he used in the years after he was vice president during the Obama administration. A source told NBC News, which first reported the development, that aides to Biden have been searching for additional documents that contain classified material at other locations that may have been used by the president at that time, vice president. The development comes after a separate batch of classified documents were recovered from Biden's private office located at Penn. So in November.
The laptop and, selling his influence. You got all kinds of stuff like that. Nothing was ever done about any of that. So you're not going to hear anything about this.
Because right now he's like, I didn't even know they were there. I'm surprised to learn that we had some there.
Yeah, he'll just stick to his story.
And I'm not even going to look at them. I don't know. But our lawyers just turned them over to the archives and
Jordan Behar said we all know he's a good person. He doesn't lie.
Yeah, right.
So you must believe him.
Right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So that's one of the stories the main show will talk about, plus a number of other different things that we can look at. But Helmsy, you brought up during the pre-show when we were just kind of hemming around. Did you bring up ears?
Yeah, I want to ask y'all a question about cleaning out our ears.
Cleaning out ears, like the proper way, or?
Well, I've seen something recently, and I feel like I need to get it.
Okay.
I think I do need to rethink my ear care.
No.
I think I'm just jabbing wax down in my ear.
Yeah, you're not supposed to use Q-tips.
But I do.
And I do too.
But they don't give me an alternative.
Right.
Well,
really,
Greg,
you're just pushing the wax further down in there.
That's my thing. I may have an alternative for you.
Well,
we want to talk about it now?
You can, sure.
So I was scrolling through social media the other day, and you know how they'll give you an ad.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
And for some reason, they thought I needed to look at an ad on cleaning your ears out.
You must have mentioned it.
We really are now.
And I do use Q-tips I probably use them too much.
What
honest.
else are they for?
I know. And I don't go deep in there, but I do feel like sometimes I have that thought, am I pushing something even further back? Am I not getting? And I always do it right after I get out of the shower, so it's good and wet and all that, and it feels like it'll come out easier.
Yeah.
And I probably do it every 3 or 4 days. It's probably overkill. I don't know,
right.
but they're sitting there, and it's kind of my habit. It's
You don't
next to
use
my
your car
toothbrush
keys?
and no.
Who doesn't do that?
But
Yeah,
I
who don't use
saw
the
a
car keys?
video. I saw a video yesterday that has this new thing. It's a tool, and it almost looks like it looks like almost like a dental tool, but it's a very thin point with a little scraper on the end that's not very sharp.
Yeah.
And it's got a camera on it.
A camera.
And you sync it with your phone and
wanna
your
see inside
camera,
my ear.
and you stick it down in there, and you can actually look right here. You can go. You can see what you're
Clean it
doing.
out.
You can clean it. It's got a light on it, so it brightens
Oh,
everything
wow.
up in there.
Really?
And the things now, I know that in these ads they're going to the worst of worst people that are as far as grooming goes.
Mm-hmm.
So they're probably going but the things they were pulling out of these people's ears was first sick. It was gross. And second, I kept thinking, is there something like that in my ear that I need to get? Do I need to buy this little
Maybe
tool?
that's why we can't hear.
Do you remember the?
I mean,
that one, I think we talked about it on the show. It's like an auger.
Yeah.
You twist it and it augers in there
Yeah.
and rolls it out.
Yeah.
but this
But then
was
there's one I saw on TV that's got water involved.
I've seen
almost
that.
like the
That's-
one they shove up
I've
your
seen
nose.
those.
Yeah, that's what I was asking Helmsy about. It. I thought that might be where we're going.
In fact, I think the commercial was on a few minutes ago.
But I just thought it was cool that there is something in a store that we could walk in today
Get
and
on
buy, and you can add their app, have a camera that you can sit here and look as you put something in your ear, and you can,
we can all
get,
come look at it and see who's
you
got the
can get-
grossest.
I'm
ear.
gonna find.
Huh?
I'm gonna find the ear video
What if we do
for
that?
y'all to look
No, let's
and
not do
see
that.
during the break, and then you'll say, "Wow, that's a lot."
But
And
now y'all
again,
remember this fake thing they did when at the herb shops? You get that candle and stick it in your ear,
Uh-huh.
and it supposedly drew
Yeah.
all this stuff out, and you
Yeah.
cut it. They found out that ain't even true. The candle in your ear.
Instead of Q-tips, the big thing is Q-grips. And it's like a screwdriver, like an auger kind of, and you just turn it and it pulls it out instead of pushing it back in there. As we're talking about earwax this morning.
a little lower tech.
this is what the tool
Right.
looks like.
By the way, you sound like Clint Eastwood.
Look at this. This is what the tool looks like. And so you stick that in your ear, and this is what it looks like.
So
on your phone.
you're looking at it on your phone. but
correct.
You got that
inside
thing
your ear, and so you move it to the areas. You're sitting
I
there
don't know
doing.
about
It's like
that.
you're doing a procedure on your own self.
Weird.
I'm gonna do a video.
Bubba said he's going to let me work on his ear here in a second.
Yep.
Yeah. You remember when you got that moth in the ear?
Boy, I'll tell you, Bubba had the ultimate ear problem that day. That was bad.
That's where this line came from.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off. Yeah, they're going to have to get in there with some tweezers to get a hold of it.
Oh wow, this
Doggone
is
it.
gross, guys. This is
Yeah,
just
let's
the
not-
things
let's
they
move
pull-
on.
The things they pull out of people's ears.
What if you take
for
that
some
same
reason-
camera and run it up your nose?
Well, you got you something there too, I'm sure. Of course, I'm constantly blowing mine, so
That's true. You'll blow it out.
Good night.
I can't
right.
wait to show y'all this.
Oh, that's good. That's real good. What if you pull it out?
Oh
like
my
there's
gracious!
like a little person in there going,
See, I feel like this is going on in my ear.
Oh,
gosh.
I don't want to see it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work? Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore. Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app? Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas. Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PAID for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PAID. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PAID for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PAID.
If you like burritos, which you do because everyone does, you should try Taco Bell's Chipotle Ranch and Salsa Verde grilled chicken burritos. These masterpieces start with a warm flour tortilla that we stuff with grilled chicken. But the real stars here are the bold sauces, Chipotle Ranch or Salsa Verde. In fact, the chicken is the stage upon which these sauces shine. Like this mic is a stage for me to spotlight my theatrical range. 2 chicken burritos, 2 bold flavors, $2 each. Order on the Taco Bell app. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation, which vary. Tax extra while supplies last.
Today on Hey Culligan, reverse to reduce. Here's Bob.
Hey Culligan, I love fresh water, but I got plastic bottles coming out.
Whoa, Bob, you are not kidding about the bottles. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles from landfills worldwide?
Holy, fresh, environmentally friendly drinking water. Am I right?
Right, Bob. And we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications, all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door. Spend less time in the kitchen with new fast and fresh recipes like falafel power bowls or Southwest pork and bean burritos, each packed with flavor and ready in just 15 minutes.
Over 35 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items, there's always something new to try. And pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step instructions make it easy to whoop up a tasty meal right at home. This year, skip that extra trip to the market, cut back on takeout, and get HelloFresh delivered instead.
At 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the easiest and most delicious way to save. Start the year off right with a great deal on America's #1 meal kit. Sign up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors for a link.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour, which is right after next break. This portion of the show made possible by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. As a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members that you hire and who's part of the team. What's the strategy? With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more effectively by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experience to help you achieve your goals. And I tell you, they go beyond resume data, too, by using insights from your job post company and their 875 million members profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified person. Identify the qualified candidates on LinkedIn Jobs and connect with them fast and for free. That's right. LinkedIn.com/Bubba makes it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications, all on one platform. You're not hopping around. So that's why small businesses have rated them the #1 source in delivering qualified employees and hires. And that's against the leading competitors of LinkedIn.com/Bubba. So join us and post your job for free at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Let's make 2023 a great year. And we're talking about free, folks. Who doesn't like free, especially when it comes to getting you a successful hire in 2023? That's LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And speaking of jobs, we got one here that the Missouri Sheriff's Office is making some headlines about. They are in need of some assistance. A sheriff's office in Missouri has received an overwhelming response.
Key word.
After requesting alcohol drinkers to help update officers' training with field sobriety tests.
So they go
good night. So they need you to come drink and get drunk so they can test you.
They said we need 3 to 4 casual drinkers per day from Tuesday to Thursday to participate in the wet lab program.
That's what it's called, the wet lab. The wet lab.
It's intended to be fun and interesting for participants while allowing officers to become certified in standard field sobriety testing, or SFST.
Right.
So basically, they're training the officers how to recognize if you're, where you're at, and they're actually letting people go get drunk, and then they test them.
Where is this at?
Missouri.
Yeah, Missouri.
Overwhelming response they've had.
I bet.
I'd like to see that. I want to see them.
Yeah. So you need me to do that? That's what you want.
Yeah.
It says they're sent to a room to socialize, and after an hour or two, they enter the training room, and then they complete a series of field sobriety tests that the officers conduct as they're training them how to do it on actual people to judge how drunk they are.
Well, I got to tell you,
I mean,
there's nothing like
hands-on training.
Well, you got to have it. This is important.
I mean, that's game speed, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you can go through different scenarios in class work, and all right, now this is, now Helmsy, we need you. If you say you're one of the officers, hey, you play the person or whatever, but unless maybe you're really intoxicated. I mean, you need to practice on somebody.
They say when
maybe they're tired of getting drunk for each other.
When it was over, participants were taken home by the officers or another sober driver, which that's a good thing.
Yeah,
but that is funny.
What if one of these participants entered the test? Okay, for them, and are taken home, and then like 2 weeks later they get pulled over, and they're really
you remember
drunk.
Me?
Dude, I'm the one that trained you.
Yeah,
give me a break. No, look, driving drunk is a serious thing. We're not making light of that, but we are. I think it is funny that they're asking for people to
let
come.
me say this. If I'm going to volunteer for anything, as opposed to, remember, what people have told us this, that were trained in the medical field, that they have people who volunteer for you to test them, check their prostate and all that. I would much rather do this.
Yes.
Than that.
Let me ask you this.
They've confirmed that's real, isn't it? I mean, these people go around and that's what they do.
Yeah. They blue moon it all the time.
Today at 2 p.m., you got a couple options here.
Oh, really?
Okay. You can go give blood, or you can do this. Which one you choosing?
I think I'm giving blood.
I'm giving blood.
I'm
giving blood. Yeah, I'm giving blood.
It's a smart answer.
But the point is, they don't need any volunteers. They got plenty.
Right.
They said overwhelming response.
Right. All right, so I'm hearing from someone right now says this is absolutely true and a thing that does go on, and I'm going to hold off on the city named here in this, but they say there is a certain police department and others, this isn't the only ones, that pay for the alcohol for off-duty officers to come in and let the kids at the police academy get practice on giving sobriety tests.
Yeah.
So this is a thing. And so I was joking when I said other officers are probably tired of doing this for their fellow officer.
Yeah.
And let's get some other people in here.
I'll tell you what I did one time. We had this safety symposium at work.
Yeah.
And one of the speakers was a state trooper talking about safety and all this. Well, they had these goggles you put on.
Okay.
That skews your vision and everything. And, of course, he being funny, somebody nominated me. So I had to put them on, and then I had to do the sobriety test. But those goggles, though, woo.
Really?
Yeah. But this is much. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to train with the goggles. It's either too extreme, which it was.
Yeah.
But this here gives them a real
some of those
sample
tests,
of what they're going to be dealing with.
Some of those tests are tough sober.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to do that line, heel to toe.
I think some of it's, I'll be honest, a little unfair.
Right.
You may be right.
And this whole thing about say the alphabet backwards and
hey,
stuff,
count
I barely know it forward.
Now, my wife can say it backwards. It's a trick she does.
Yeah.
I mean, she flies right through it. It's amazing. But they can't expect me to do
Well,
that.
even if you're not, if you are sober, you're still nervous because you're around a police officer, or at least I am, because I still respect them.
Mm-hmm.
And so whether you've done anything wrong or not, that's not the point. We all, as humans, get nervous when we see a police officer. That's just part of what did we just do wrong? Did we just run a stop sign? Did we not come to a complete
Am I
stop?
going 70?
Did I go through that red light? Did I, should I have backed off and used caution and stopped or gone on through? We all think those things, and so we do get nervous. So if somebody asked me to count backwards 50, I'm going to struggle with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
In that situation, sitting here with y'all, probably not. But in that situation, when I'm out in my car, people are driving past and looking. All that's nerve-wracking.
But hey, look, they're needing people. They're advertising it.
Greg and I may fly up.
We need them. Come on in.
You want to help the community. That's funny.
Let's make the world a better place. We need y'all to get drunk.
Don't you know some of them have some pretty funny stories to tell?
Oh, sure.
And I know they did it on WKRP in Cincinnati. The show about radio where they were doing awareness and the DJ. I think people have really done that, though, on the air. They drink and they keep testing them and show them what level they get at.
Yeah. I think your voice is getting worse as you go.
I don't know. And I mean,
we're going to check
it's just weird because I feel fine.
Bubba brought in a home test.
We're going to lay you down here in a minute. We're going to need you to drop your drawers and take your shirt off. You can leave your underwear on.
For nothing.
Okay, you can leave your underwear on. But we're just going to check you out in a break and see if you're good enough to come back in the big show.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Well, we may clean yours out while we're at it.
Maybe that's the problem.
Get that thing out.
You're standing up for some reason.
Well, we're done.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're kind of cool, too.
What about you, Greg?
I ain't never seen that.
Nothing? Just a standard?
Bigfoot.
But I hadn't told y'all this. I had a yellow cardinal show up at the house yesterday.
Okay, whatever.
They say it's rare. I hadn't heard.
Yeah, you'd let Bigfoot pass up.
Oh, I'd let him pass. He's too human.
Show us how you'd let him pass.
There we go. You're on your single ladder.
You got to put the gun down.
Yeah, sure. Wait, let me drop it.
It's just like in Red Dawn, the original.
Yes.
He let the brothers pass.
Let them pass.
Right.
It'd been enough, Bubba.
Yep, been enough.
But we wouldn't believe these guys, but they have video of the whale. Back to that story.
Oh, yeah. Phones have changed
legit.
everything. You can prove it now.
Yeah.
It's
But
legit.
still.
Now you just grab video.
Yeah.
How about that?
Do y'all
13
remember
years of working at Seaside made it worth it. That's what he said. I'm not sure what that meant.
Right.
Were they working on the beach? Is that what
I
it was?
guess. And
Some
he's
kinda-
like, I mean, he should have enjoyed it anyway.
Yeah.
I guess he hated it until then.
Did y'all see the footage of that whale that turned that boat over that was watching?
Oh,
it?
yeah.
It was about a year ago, maybe 6 months or something.
And you're right. He was just like Beaumont. He was just playing too rough.
Yeah, he was just showing off for him, but he got up on the boat and knocked that thing over like a toy.
Yeah, just trying to show love. Next thing you know, you're in the water with it.
Well, they're big. You can't
Well, there's a lot of
play
different
with things
species
that
of-
big, you know?
A lot of different species of whales I'm looking at.
Yeah, a bunch.
What you got?
Well, I got the sperm whale.
You would go to that
I
first.
knew you were going to
No,
do
that's
that.
what it's called.
I knew it.
You got
First
the
one
gray
you
whale.
mentioned.
The gray whale's the one on the Pacific Life. You know,
With the big head on it?
Yeah, that's the old gray.
That's an ugly thing.
Let me
too.
tell you something called a narwhal with that big spike out of its head.
Oh.
Narwhal.
And then there's the beluga, got that big old forehead.
I hate to ask this question because I know I'll be chastised.
I didn't make up the name of that whale. That's what it's called.
But the killer whale.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the orca.
Does it I mean, is it known because, I mean, all whales eat other things, I mean, to survive.
Maybe they're a little more aggressive than us.
Is that it? Is that why they're impressive in the shows?
I don't know. You're right. Maybe, when your nickname is Killer Whale.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think, hey, it eats sharks or, whatever.
Well.
But I'll tell you, when we went to SeaWorld and saw the show and that giant whale comes up there and opens its mouth so you can brush its teeth, I mean, there's nothing better than that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you talking about a giant mouth. I mean, you could walk in there. It's big as a living room, It's incredible. I mean, that is a big fish, guys.
See,
that is a big fish.
This is Rick's area. I hate he's not here right now.
Yeah.
He can give us all kind of killer whale facts.
When they have to get a toothbrush and it's so big it takes two guys to pull it out there to brush his teeth with.
Of course, the largest of the toothed whales is the sperm whale. It's the largest, and it eats squid, octopus, fish. It's a meat eater. That thing's pretty aggressive.
Greg, that narwhal you were talking about with a spike I've never seen.
Isn't that crazy?
Sling that thing around.
That is weird. Look at that. It's this one here.
What the heck is that?
I've never seen that on any animal show ever.
You know what it's on? The Island of Misfit Toys. When he's leaving and it comes up and goes, I hope you have a safe trip, and he goes back down, I think he's got a spike. Am I wrong?
How's he doing
Hold
again?
on, I hadn't pictured it.
Give me that line.
Give us the
you
line.
have a safe trip or something.
Hold on, everybody be quiet. What was it again?
I don't remember exactly. It's something like, look, this is my horn.
Right.
Hope you have a safe trip, and then he goes back down in the
Well,
water.
when
Am
I-
I wrong? See, it's audience.
When I was talking about an animal documentary, I really didn't mean Rudolph.
Rick says that I know that feels like because y'all talking about something that I'm an expert in, and y'all are all wrong. First of all, killer
What's he know
whale is
about
not
whales?
a whale. It says not a whale. It's in the dolphin family.
It's listed as a whale species of what I just
Really?
looked, so
I
we
don't
can
know.
eat that one.
Well, he says that's your little brother. And he says that Adler is wrong, and actually, little brother's right. He says it's Norwal. That's how you pronounce it.
That's what I thought. I thought I'd heard that. Now, I did. It's from the movie Elf, and I said it was the Island of Misfit Toys. I was a little off, but it was the movie Elf.
At one point, doesn't he visit the Island Misfit Toys
No,
in that movie?
that's a completely different thing.
Well, it's Elf. It's like an elf claymation looking character.
Yeah,
There's
he's
like
leaving. He's leaving North Pole.
Yeah,
looking for his dad. Yeah.
Hope you find your father.
Yeah. But I don't know why in my mind it was when Rudolph and them were floating off on their ice. It was on broken piece of ice, both of them.
We're intermixing Rudolph and Elf.
Yeah.
Back and forth. Here.
Right.
Over Narwhal.
It's
Narwhal.
Please, if you say Nor one more time, I'm
But
just
you
gonna.
said
I'm just
whale.
gonna,
Don't act like you didn't say
I'm gonna
whale.
soil my pants right now. If you say Nor one more
You said
time,
whale. You said whale.
It is whale. Look it up. It's okay. Oh, look at that killer wall over there. Oh, cool. What a sperm wall. That's
They're
awesome.
spelled different.
It's Nar. Look at you can
Spelled
also
different.
you can also spell it whale. You
Well,
can
then why didn't they?
Adler, I'm
I
gonna tell
think
you,
they should. I
Adler,
think they did.
Adler, I think you're in a bad combative mode, and you don't need to be this with your wife on your trip.
Yeah.
I think you're getting all wound up and torqued, and you don't need to do
Let's
that.
go to the golden ticket.
It's pronounced Narwhal, is what the person just said. It was their mascot.
Oh, a person?
Where their son went to school. So eat it.
It can also be whale. Okay.
Who
It
thinks
can
it's
also
wall?
be
Raise
whale.
your hand if you're back there if you think it's wall.
I just sent you a picture of the Wikipedia article. It can be wall or whale, but whale, we should say
let
whale.
me say this.
Who thinks it's whale?
No.
Considering it's a stinking whale, we should probably say whale.
You just said
Orca.
in your sentence that he was right by saying what you said.
Okay.
If it can be pronounced both ways, then Greg is right.
But he was saying nor also, and also he has
Really
a
hung up
stupid.
on
He has
that
a stupid face.
You're
He
not
also
going to
has
make it to the Grand Canyon.
No.
You're not going to make it.
Well, I'm gonna.
Aaron's not going to speak to you past Jackson, Mississippi.
That's a good point.
That
Bubba.
18% just went to 42.
Yeah.
buddy.
I
You're right.
I love my wife, so I'm gonna have a good time. I actually like being around her, so I'll have a good time. I'll be a different person around her, guys.
You'll be happy.
Yeah.
Do you correct?
But you just explained that the S&P would be a better return than Social Security. So then you're for private. That's a fact. So don't cheat your privatization.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour's begun. This baby starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we start another hour on another day. A lot to do. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've done the job of warming everything up. With the kickoff hour, they're here. Eddie Van Adler joins us. The YouTube experience begins live and archived for you again today. So he is here. The first installment in 2023 of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be recorded today and out this weekend. Going to be kind of a funny, interesting topic we'll get to do to kind of get the year rolling. I've always wondered about this, but... So we'll cover that. The stories of the day within the individual lives of the men who do the program, all the way out to what's happening in our country and even around the world if necessary. And there he sits, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the Kang's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party. We could call it a campfire this time of year.
Could.
Of Rick and Bubba. Start that fire.
Yes, you went down. Swanging.
Yeah.
Bubba, how's life?
Rick, I tell you what, I really don't have any problems I haven't brought on myself by something stupid I did in advance.
You know what? Right there. There it is. There's Rick and Bubba life coaches in about, 10 seconds?
You know, and I've got to the point now that when something just completely absurd jumps up in front of me, I just have to laugh at it.
Yeah.
I go, well, you know what? I really didn't expect anything less.
No.
You know.
Well,
so,
you never start thinking you have something.
Yeah, I mean, it's like President Biden. You know, we found more classified documents now that have been, mishandled.
Another batch.
But he's a good person. He's not a liar.
Well, he's a plagiarist. We know that. He had to drop out running for president one time. So, you know, we're in one of those situations again. We've got to decide as as an electorate, what do we do with presidents that mishandle classified documents, either while they are president or as a post-president? And then we apply it to everybody. I'm good with that.
Then we go.
Aren't you?
Yeah. We've been saying
I mean, if Biden and Trump
years.
both need to go to jail, send them to jail.
Send them, everybody go.
And if it ain't no big deal, don't worry about it.
Yeah, what we can't
we got all these classified documents laying around anyway.
What we can't do is say, you did something, I don't like you, you're going to jail. You did the same thing, but I like you, you're not.
Because you're on my team and I like you.
Right.
We also have some other political news, Rick. it's just mind-boggling to me. And this is one that's heavy and deep and all this. We were talking with Congressman Jerry Carl earlier this week about the Born Alive Act, which said basically no matter how you feel about abortion and all of that, if the baby is born alive, you have to take care of it. Yeah. And we had 210 Democrats vote against that.
Unbelievable. How? I think when there two voted president and everybody else voted no.
Right. 210 voted against it. Wow. So I mean, how do you?
Do you hear what you're voting?
How do you
I
do
know.
that? How do you vote? And again, this has
There should
nothing.
be no party lines in that.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with how you feel about abortion or where life begins. Once the baby is born and is alive,
right?
How can you vote for that? You can't vote for that and say anything about Nazi Germany and what they did, because we're going to be judged the same way. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, somebody would say, why are you voting for that? And you know what I would say, even if I was a Democrat, because I don't want to be seen in the future as an animal.
Yeah.
I'd
As a murderer.
Yeah, right. I don't.
I mean, let's just call it what it is.
The fact that this situation could occur, that we need to make a law about it, tells you what we're doing. Why are we even performing this at that state where this could happen?
We do
You see what I'm
things like
saying?
this, and then we can't figure out why our country's in a mess, why California is just being pounded by weather. Y'all, do y'all not see the connection?
No,
here?
no. Wait a minute. Ellen said it's not that anything.
Well,
to do with that.
I got news for Ellen. Ellen don't see she can't see the trees for the forest either.
Yeah, Babylon Bee having a blast with that, by the way. Celebrity,
But she's
who
an expert on
Greg,
it.
celebrity who travels on private jets, collects luxury sports cars, says you're the reason for climate change.
That's funny.
That's a good one. Also, another one today.
Y'all, wake up, everybody! Wake up! I pray you wake up.
Amen. More Babylon Bee. Doctors finally admit the best treatment for the flu is The Price is Right and saltine crackers.
Which means you're staying at home watching TV.
Does everybody remember?
I got it.
We didn't do the story, by the way. We didn't do the story, but M&M's really stood up for women by creating all-female M&Ms, like that was going to do something. Here's Babylon Bee. Oppressed Iranian women finally feeling there's hope thanks to all-female M&Ms.
Thank you.
Is that
M&M.
stupid all this is?
It's ridiculous.
But back to Bubba's original point, which is much more severe. But this is the thing, Bubba, that I think we have to take away. And Casting Crowns wrote a song one time called Slow Fade. Okay, and I found that with the sin in my own life. It's slow. You start out, and I was trying to warn everybody in yesterday's Bible study, the stuff that looks so blatant, that's just a distraction. Where the adversary gets us is subtly. It's subtle. A slight change. Is that what God really said? That's the fall of all mankind, that phrase right there.
Yeah.
Is that what he really said? So we started out and we said, there's an argument on where life begins. Remember that?
Yep.
And in those days, you couldn't find anybody that would talk about terminating a pregnancy outside of the first trimester.
Right.
Then people said, well, no, wait a minute. Second trimester, I mean, can't we give them a little break in the second trimester? And then before you know it, it was third trimester.
How did we get to that?
Then it was partial birth. Now it is the baby has been birthed. So we went from where does life begin, and let's just discuss the first trimester, all the way to if it's accidentally born, just let it lay there and die. See, we went from now, we don't even agree that life begins outside the womb if somebody didn't want it.
So what age does that actually cut off? I mean,
What
if
are we
you're
talking about?
Let me ask you this: if you're a mom, can you just put that off till they start first grade?
Well,
I mean, you say that's ridiculous.
Bubba,
is it?
Yeah.
Well,
Is
yeah,
it?
this we're talking about now sounded ridiculous years ago.
Well, think about it. Let me tell you where we have gotten. If you have a full-grown child, now you're being told, well, don't declare it's a male or female, you evil person. I mean, think of
this voting party line.
We've lost our ever-loving minds. I mean, it's
both
just
sides
crazy.
do it. This voting on party lines, but in this situation, how? There's no
That was-
way all 200 and something of them feel
That
this
was
is
not a
right.
political vote. That was a moral vote for humankind.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Republican or Democrat.
No, that was not a political vote. 16 minutes
Well,
past.
there's 210 of them that need to be very thankful their mom didn't make that decision.
Yeah. I had one thing I was going to say there, and I'm glad I didn't. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My life would have been so much different.
Yeah.
And better.
Not sure what you'd be doing.
Hey, Big Brother says killer
She's gonna
whale
take
is its
that
own
as that you
species.
would've met
I'm
her,
just
by the
telling
way.
you, Google whale species and killer whale is in it.
I'm just telling you.
So
It's an orca.
Tell the marine biologist Rick to go to Nicaragua and get on the plane.
Let's go to Marty. 866 Weeby Big wants to weigh in on this topic. Marty?
Y'all have seen a Norwal before. It's in the movie Elf.
Yeah, we talked about
Yeah,
that.
you're behind on that and Goob.
Norwal.
Hey, Jack. Hey.
Hey. There we go.
You know I don't like Marty.
I know.
He sounds like a character from The Elf. That voice. Hey, hope you find your father. This is Marty.
He sounds like a misfit toy.
He does.
Y'all leave Marty alone.
Marty's an idiot.
All right. Also, I've got to ask Bubba something.
We're completely out of control.
So unnecessary.
I mean that. I'm not kidding at all.
Before I ask you this, Bubba, let's go to Tyler in Atlanta. Please help us, Tyler. Please.
Hey, Adler's wrong on both points. I just had to call him out. Sorry.
Okay.
In the movie, the Norwal, which Buddy pronounces it Norwal, and it says, "Bye, Buddy. Hope you find your dad, not father." So.
Well, Adler, you just missed this one all the way around.
Maybe time to get on the RV, babe.
By the way, y'all know they consider that spike a tooth.
I know. I saw
That's
that.
weird.
Back to the well.
Yeah. I'm actually giving a fact about the well.
Bubba,
it had to be a tooth or else it had a horn, and that should bother us all.
Tusk.
It looks like a beluga and a unicorn. Like
they call it the unicorn of the sea.
Weird.
It's called the
Had a
unicorn of the
baby.
sea.
Is it really now?
It is. It is. I saw that.
We're out of control.
Thanks,
here.
Greg. Thank you.
It's the battle of who can search Google the quickest.
I know. Who's got the quickest search?
Can we play a best of the next 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Can we start the best ofs early?
Well, we're getting to the bottom of this. I've got to ask Bubba a question. I want you to come clean. I want you to be honest, even though we're celebrating your birthday today.
Thank you.
Did you text McPippet and tell her to come here?
No, I did not.
Former intern?
I did not. Did you?
No, I did not.
Because I thought y'all were just giving me a great birthday gift to have the former intern McPippet come back.
You know,
and
she now
visit.
works for Carnival Cruise Line, and
That's a lot of energy on the seas out there.
Yeah, she is on a break and just showed up. Surprisingly, Rick has left. And is this somebody that you wanted to have on the show today?
It's a pleasant surprise to me. McPippet, it's good to see you.
Hey, McPippet, you can settle this. How do you pronounce it? Here.
Wow. Okay.
She's smart. She can let us know.
I did get a college degree last year. Narwhale.
Okay. Wall. There we go. See, we agree.
She actually proved our point.
So we agree.
Y'all didn't go the way you wanted, did it, buddy?
Dang it.
I know where you were going with that. It blew up right in your face.
That's cool, though. Thank you for your help.
Yeah.
Anytime, Adler.
Yeah.
I really came back to be here for you for that.
Awesome.
He's married.
We'll catch up with her next segment. Can't wait for that, Bubba. You're getting your dreams. Let's go to Jackie, who's a male. It says that because it's gender bender. Jackie, what's up?
Hey, I was just going to warn Adler. I went to the Grand Canyon last year. Got stabbed by a narwhal horn.
Oh, great. Great.
So good.
That's another thing I got to watch out for.
All right, so are we done with this? Are we clear?
I think
so.
What have we settled on? Who wins? Who wins the argument?
I think it's narwhal. So I'm half wrong.
Okay.
I think it'd be.
Wow.
I think
that was a big moment.
I think it. I think it could go either way.
I'll take it.
Adler, I'd take that and just leave right now.
Too.
I have one with Greg. This is a miracle.
Look, I'm rarely wrong, so I'll admit it. Excuse me if I'm not used to it. I mean, uncharted territory here.
Yeah.
You're like the humpback down in
I'm that
South
humpback.
Walton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's everybody at?
Oh, my goodness.
.22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Some updates for you. The archive from yesterday's Bible study now available, both on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel and our podcast channel, whichever you prefer. The second installment of the Revelation. That is available for you today. Also, the Man Church Conference coming up at the end of February. We are inside of 10 tickets now. I think there's like 8 tickets left. So, and if you want to try to get those, you still want to go to that conference, move on that. 8 tickets remain for that before it's sold out. So if you needed to take a group, that window's probably closed. Well, if it's greater than 8, it has closed. But anyway, individual tickets, buying them 2s, all that, 4 of you could still do that. Or if you want all 8. But go to themanchurch.com, click on that, and grab those final tickets, and then we'll declare that sold out, and then we'll move and start looking forward to it actually happening. All right, so we also talked about, yesterday, you remember over the early, when was it? It was early December that Sherry and I, Sherry has been my good luck charm this year. I went and killed a doe when she and I were down there spending the weekend at the farm, and then she and Chapstick went with Brody and me, and I took down Big Six. So this has for me, and it's been a while since this, created a tremendous amount of venison. I mean, venison.
That's awful. That's great.
It really. Here's one of my concerns. Yesterday, let's all talk about yesterday. We've talked about summer sausage for years, and I brought some of that in back before we went on break. But yesterday, one of my new favorites is venison breakfast sausage. And it really is fantastic. And I brought some in yesterday. Who hit that yesterday? Everybody get a little of that?
I did not, because we had the Buffalo Wild Wings come in, and I got sidetracked with that and didn't get back.
There's a little bit of it left
I'm
today,
hit it today,
and I liked adding it to my breakfast yesterday. It was great. Really so Sherry and I, we're doing a brand new nutrition plan this year as well. So, and in it, of course, is a tremendous amount of protein, but the good proteins.
Yeah.
And so we have been really watching Sherry. Now, Sherry's never had a problem with eating wild game. She's not crazy about it,
right?
But if it's prepared correctly, she is not afraid to go all in. We have, I know, like a lot of you do, we do the, venison chili, spaghetti sauce. Now that breakfast sausage, she loves that, and summer sausage, everybody likes that, and it was, and then you get into, she was sending me pictures the other day, because part of one of the things that we've realized, if you want to try to eat well, you really have to plan, which can make it a little bit of a bip. But what we'll do now is there'll just be days where stuff that you'll eat for a week, you'll go and prepare, put up in those things like you were taking out of the trash can to take to your mom and dad. These meals like you take to your parents, same thing. You just do it. You just do it for yourself. Yeah. Stack them in the refrigerator, heat them up, boom.
Right.
And so I started getting pictures the other day, and she would send pictures of her making a pile of the deer morning sausage. Then we would take the venison and make it into hamburger patties, so you could just eat the patties, like you would,
How is that?
Oh.
Is it good?
Oh, very good. Okay. And then she did a tenderloin, overcooked it a little bit. Look.
Okay.
We probably should have. It was good. Don't misunderstand me. Because she was like, well, this is really tough. And I'm like, well, it's a tenderloin, so it really shouldn't be. That was an uncomfortable conversation. But in all fairness to her, she's not accustomed to the color of the meat of venison to trying to, keeping up on.
Right.
And I said,
it's different if you don't cook it all the time.
That probably should have come off a little quicker than it did, but
Right.
it was great. No problem. Finished that last night. It was great. So Big Six is a different deal. I hate to say this. I know some people that don't like hunting, this stuff may bother them, but let's just all be honest. The medium-sized does eat the best. It's the best meat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. That to younger.
But let's just say that. It really is true. So sometimes you get caught up in it, and this is my concern. Sherry's on fire for venison right now, but Big Six is coming now. And he was old. He ran hard.
He's a bruiser. Rick.
He's a bruiser. And I'm just telling you, I just don't think he's going to bring as much joy as far as
a rough life.
Yeah, it's just like, you all. And,
it's tough out there.
You don't want to waste. You don't want to be wasteful. But if you're ever going to donate one, probably an old buck is the one to donate to the community food bank.
That's awful. Rick, you ought to send them the best.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that
I know what you're saying. I got you.
I'm worried that
hear you.
I'm worried that all this excitement about the consumption of venison. It's been a long time since we processed a old buck that was a bruiser. And it's kind of like we always said, if God forbid, but we tell people out there, if something went bad, you don't want to eat any of us because we'd be gamey.
Right.
Yeah.
Tough.
Right.
Gritty.
we gonna be a little bit gamey, and my cast may look good, but they're gonna have a wild taste.
That's right.
So
A lot of scars.
So I'm kind of worried about that
because there's reason to be worried.
But the good news is the doe, like I said, probably weighed anywhere between 110 and 120. Well, this guy, even in the rut, he went in right at 180.
Yeah.
So a lot more meat.
Yeah.
But there'll be plenty. If y'all need me to help you, I mean,
are you seeing the benefits of your prep day? Like, I've
through
always
the roof.
thought that the prep
Through the
day
roof.
was kind of cool to think about, and we've tried it, but we can't keep it up.
No, you can't
know
keep
what I
it
mean?
up. That's impossible. So let's not be
Right.
crazy.
Yeah.
You're asking me if when you do it, it's beneficial.
Yes.
And that is correct.
Yeah,
it
boy,
is.
Takes a lot of worry away.
Well,
yeah.
think about this too. You also have to get the meat out of the freezer,
Mm-hmm.
and don't let's face it. When you rush thawing, the meat's not as good if
Yeah.
you'll just let it thaw out in the refrigerator like it's supposed to.
Rick,
And
what
that takes about 2 days.
Yeah.
What about a 14-day aging process like they do beef?
Yeah.
I think that always helps.
Yeah, it would. I'll never do that.
If you have the place to do it.
I don't have the place, nor would I do that. But you're right; it would be beneficial.
Oh, yeah.
No
Well,
question.
that's one reason beef tastes so good.
It requires a tremendous amount of planning, which is why normally you don't stick to it.
Yeah.
It does. Back to yesterday's show, it is going to require effort.
Yeah.
I know that sometimes, and I'm as guilty as anybody. I'm all about things that I just wish they wouldn't require effort. But they do. And so it's you guys. If I'm overwhelming you, is what I'm saying. You should look for more to be coming to the office.
Okay.
But up next is Big Six.
Okay, look at me.
Because this meat's almost gone. But Big Six.
Here he comes.
By the way, the venison hamburgers, I compared them side by side.
Yeah.
And you can, I mean, it's just as good. And I didn't think it would be, honestly, but it really was.
Yeah.
It really was. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Buenos dias. It is. It's funny. Sherry and I were laughing. Sherry went on the trip this year, her first time to go to Nicaragua, and so we got back, and I was telling her, I said, just know that you're going to be saying "see" to people for about a week.
Gonna hang on.
Yeah, see. And so she got back, and Easter was coming up, and when you get back from a third world country, and all of a sudden you're back, and you look, and it's 5 in the afternoon, and you're pulling into your driveway, and you're like, hey, tomorrow's Easter. And so she was like, I got to go get my nails done. My nails have been in the ground, in the mud, and the dirt, and the grime. And she says, she comes back, she goes, well, the people there just think I'm an idiot. And I said, well, what happened? She goes, do you realize how weird it is for a Vietnamese person to come over to you and you say "see" back to them?
Yeah.
And she goes, I mean, what is it? Did he think I thought he was that he was Latino or something? We ready for you. See, she's like, I felt like I was in some cultural trap.
Oh no,
but,
just gets to be a habit.
See,
Yeah.
and I noticed, with them saying yes, it's kind of like when we gave everybody the lesson on the various ways to say "roll tide." Mm-hmm. They have various C's too. There's C and there's C, and then there's C. And so there's a lot of different emphasis on yes and C. So anyway, we'll look back over that. Bubba, now what did you do? I don't even know where you were. I have no
Rick,
idea.
I unplugged, and so I just, I didn't even use my phone a lot, and I just pulled the plug and, chilled out. We went down to the beautiful Gulf Coast for a few days and swung by the lake for a moment and hung out at the house a little bit, and went to Auburn for Easter to visit with Hunter, who's there in school.
Good.
So.
Yeah, because his spring break would have been the week before.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks before.
2 weeks,
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, so we don't line up anymore. And so we got to have a little Easter brunch with him, went to church with him Easter morning, and then had a little brunch. And so we just, we've kind of been off the radar. And, unfortunately for me, I still wake up early, even though I'd like to sleep.
Right.
So, when you're in a condo or something and you've got family there and Betty, I have to get up when I wake up because all I do is toss and turn after that. So I get up and it's, 4 a.m. So it's, it's tough.
Wow.
You can't go in the other room, cut the TV on because you got other people sleeping around.
Right,
so
yeah.
usually I just get out in the car and start texting with whoever's doing the best of show. So that's
Yeah, I didn't hear any of the show. I saw a few emails, when I could get my phone to work, and saw that that I knew they went on. I know we say a lot of times when we unplug that we don't know what's going on. I honestly, I have no idea. If I had not, I didn't know that the championship basketball game was tonight. I didn't know who was in it.
I haven't seen one shot other than the Notre Dame shot that's been replayed for the girls many times.
Yeah, I was. Well, it was interesting you said that. So last night, one of my boys and I went out to eat, and we were sitting in a restaurant that had a TV on, and we happened to look up, and there were 40 seconds left, and it was Tasmo, and he said, Brody said, "Dad, I think that's the national championship," and I said, "Well, look, Mississippi State made it to the national championship. That's great," and they're up by 2, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's tied. And then God love the big girl from Mississippi State had a chance to win the game on just a put in, and missed it, and
then she fouled out.
Yeah, that was bad. So, but then though the Notre Dame makes a shot that is just a miracle. I mean, it just I don't know how much better you could have played it on defense. She just put it in.
That ball's going in,
which was
she could have shot it from the parking lot.
And I love how they just shown that she got them through the semifinals by doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And did it again. And I saw that just in a very short period of time of actually eating dinner last night in a restaurant. So anyway, I don't know. Is President Trump still in power? What's happened? I mean, is he still around?
How many cabinet changes have we had? Anybody know?
Anybody been let go? Any more women being interviewed? I mean, what's going on? Even on these women interviews, and before we left, all I could think about was, what do y'all want us to do with that? Is that to keep people saying people don't vote for him the next time? I don't know what it's all really about, because if we didn't run Bill Clinton out for what he was doing in the White House, we can't run people out for what they did in their past. Right. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just like I'm
not saying he should have done it.
Right.
But
I don't know what
do you do?
I don't know what the end game on this is, as far as because it's not going to get him removed. But does it mean, hey, look, he's bad, don't vote for him the next time? Is that what it is? I don't.
Yes, I don't know.
I'm not sure what and has anything else happened on all that? Does anybody even know?
I know he tweeted yesterday that the DACA deal is done.
Is it?
It's over. He's taking it back.
Okay, so it's
something to
off
that
tape.
effect.
It's off.
I just saw something, a little blurb.
Well, the good news is today we don't have to know much about what's going on in the world, because if you take Nicaragua and you take Rick and Bubba. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up a little bit later. MyPillow.com and the Rick and Bubba Show teaming up again this year. We created, I guess it was maybe a year ago, the URL, mypillow.com/Bubba, just to kind of save you time. If you'll just go ahead and do that, it'll take you right where you need to go. Some new items from mypillow.com/Bubba, and unlike everywhere else you're going, when you shop mypillow.com/Bubba, they're actually driving prices down. There's a concept. As a matter of fact, they've got a brand new hoodie, male, female. It's unisex for those of you out there that don't want to have to deal with that. But you can wear it. The sizes are available. It is great. You'll love it, and it's 65% off right now, and $28.49 for this great hoodie and a drawstring pair of pants, some loungewear, 30% off, and some of their new socks, 30% off. There's a lot there, so go to mypillow.com/Bubba, mypillow.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, I know you're not allowed to do celebrity deaths.
No, I've been banned from that. It's a self-imposed ban. But
I heard the best of bit when you put the ban on yourself. I heard that bit. One of y'all played it. I was riding around over the break.
Was it the Pete Van Wieren?
No, it was Bob Denver.
Bob Denver.
And I started laughing my head off at Bubba, how because he got to that place that you like, Greg, where he's his own worst critic.
Yes,
and he shut himself down on celebrity deaths, and it was really, really funny. But so a couple of celebrity deaths today. First of all, and has anybody checked on Adler? Anybody checked on Adler today? See how he's doing? Because I will announce today that Jeff Beck, guitar legend, is dead at 78. Adler, you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
He's a musician's
right.
musician.
He's a musician's musician. I never really cared much about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know his impact on music, and I know he's considered legendary status. But you know, it like Greg said,
Yardbirds.
mostly musicians love Jeff Beck more than like the person who says, "I'd like to play some music today and ride my car."
It was. I saw him live, and it was good. He's a good performer.
Can I ask a
overrated?
question?
A little overrated.
I could tell.
He was
You see, I
old.
could tell.
But that's just.
Well, how old was he when you saw him? He had to be on up there.
He was pretty old, but this was a decade ago.
Oh, okay. Well,
Wasn't he in that famous clip that I have alluded to several times here on the show when Prince, they were doing the tribute to
George Harrison.
George Harrison, When My Guitar Gently Weeps.
yeah.
Is he in that group back
and
there?
Tom
I think he
Petty, isn't he one of the guys playing
he
on
is.
that?
I'm not
Because
sure,
they
but
had
I
like
think
the
so.
greatest
Yeah.
guitar players of all time.
I'm
and I think
okay
he
with
was in
that, and I
group.
feel comfortable with that.
Right.
Yeah. So it wouldn't
Before
surprise.
Prince went nuts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's just destroyed the stage.
Yeah. But do
Everybody
you,
was like, "Wow, buddy, thanks for making us look bad. We're a bunch of legends up here."
of course, Adler wasn't very impressed with Prince.
no, he wasn't.
No. I'm a Prince guy.
Okay.
Well, I wish I hadn't said that, but
I do too.
I
Well, that's why
Hope
you like
nobody
Little
pulls
Sweet
that
so
clip.
much.
yeah, no, I really do. I like Prince. I like Prince.
All right, let me say this, Adler.
Leave it alone.
On Jeff Beck, because this is really more your area than Greg on this one, because it'd be just like Greg did not think that Jeff Beck's all that great. Okay, so, and there's the face. I saw it.
Jeff Beck wasn't in that Prince thing, by the way.
Okay,
So
well, he
sorry.
should have
was
been.
good.
I thought he was.
Hey, how about this, Bubba? He should have been.
Who was in that?
Tom Petty, Jeff Lynne, Steve Winwood, what's his name? Harrison. Oh, George Harrison's
That'd be
kid.
Georgia.
Yeah, and Prince.
Okay, so I thought Jeff Lynne was Jeff Beck.
There you go.
There you go.
Eh,
How about
very
this?
close.
If Bubba, I'll allow this because of his status and what happened that night. I'll allow you to put Jeff Beck in there, no matter if he was there or not.
There you go. What do you mean?
He darn well should have been in there.
But your thought process that he
Yeah.
would have been there was right.
I just remember that clip.
You know what I'd say to you if you were a hunting dog? You were on the right trail. But Adler, I every time I'd see Jeff Beck guitar, and I was told he was a guitar legend, and I'd watch him play, I was like, yeah, he's a good guitarist, and I like it. But I think I know a lot of people that, like when somebody told me, "Have you ever seen what Eddie Van Halen can do?" When I saw it, I was like, I don't even know what to say to that.
Right.
Jimi Hendrix, I'm way ahead of my time. Way ahead of my time. You know, and I saw the brilliance of them, and that they on their craft, that they were doing things with the guitar that people had not done yet. Right?
Yes.
I never saw that with Jeff Beck. I was like, yeah, he's a good guitar player. I mean, is he innovative though? Is he changing the landscape of guitar playing?
Yeah.
Have you seen his documentary? I think it was out in 2019. I was reading up on that. It's still on the run, Jeff Beck or something. It was
So
a
I wouldn't be drawn to a Jeff Beck documentary, but you're right. Maybe I should.
In that he pulled out of Woodstock and didn't even tell Rod Stewart that he wasn't going to play or something. They discussed that.
Rod was his singer in the Jeff Beck.
And the
That's
fact
right.
that he and Jimmy Page were both in the Yardbirds, but at different time, but they
Right.
knew each other
Right.
since they were kids.
He belongs. He belongs there. I just don't fully comprehend why.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
And he's a little. I know it sounds crazy. We're a little young to really appreciate.
You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
I'm way.
That's a
yeah.
fair.
You're
statement.
way young.
I'm way out.
And
Yeah.
then Rick, now during our teenager days, you remember he did the song with Rod Stewart.
People get ready. Oh yeah,
that's what I remember.
And I love hearing him playing that lick. But I know a lot of people that can play the lick just as well as he did. You know, I mean, yeah.
I wasn't a big Jeff Beck group guy, and I wasn't a big Yardbirds guy.
No.
so
Don't
you're
like either
asking
one.
the wrong person.
Let me
Don't
ask
like
you
either
this.
one of those.
When you mentioned Jimi Hendrix and you mentioned who was the other?
Eddie Van Halen.
Eddie Van Halen. Was it because they did something no one else had done before? Not that they were just a good guitar player.
Both.
Correct. They were both.
Right. But I mean, is that why they stand out on
changed
your
their-
list?
Correct.
Yeah.
You know,
there's people who play that were influenced by their style.
Right.
That
What I'm
became
saying is
famous.
these people in history, and they're in all categories, those people in history that said there was the way the guitar was played before you,
them,
and then there was the
after.
way it was played
Right.
after. You changed it.
I will say this:
Yeah.
Jimi Hendrix probably
Yeah.
when he
Way ahead
when
of
he
his time.
took
Underappreciated.
distortion was something people tried to get out of it,
Right.
and then he said, "No, let's embrace
Way
it."
ahead
Hey,
of
I'm
his
gonna get a
time.
lot of feedback.
Yeah, let's just go nuts.
He was also the first one that stopped all the standing there playing. He sets his guitar on fire, and all this kind of stuff. So
he was another one that ran with people you didn't think that he would run with.
Right.
I saw, was it a documentary on him or did we talk about that show we saw?
Off the air we did. I'm not sure we
Okay.
did on the air.
Okay.
I would also like to say this about Jimi Hendrix's life. Classic example of get better friends. Hey, how about this? Let's look after Jimmy better than we did.
Sure.
We didn't really look after him like we should have. All right, so Charles White, over to sports, has passed away. USC legend, Heisman Trophy winning tailback, and young. Jeff Beck went in at 78. That still feels younger to me than it once did, but 64 feels real young.
Yeah, for a guy who was in great shape. When I think of the USC tailbacks when we were growing up, you
tailback
had Anthony Davis, and he was just phenomenal.
Ricky
And I thought,
Bell.
well, they'll never be able to match that again. And then here comes Charles White, and he was spectacular.
Ricky Bell,
OJ, all of them. I mean, they had all kind of people.
The one that gets me about Charles White, and I'm looking at the pictures now, and I remember this, that Charles White at running back wore exactly the same helmet that I wore playing defensive line. And I always thought that was odd.
And you didn't see a lot of number 12s at tailback.
No,
why
not
is the
then.
tailback got a cage on?
Yeah.
And that's the exact helmet that I wore in high school, and he's wearing it running the ball.
Yeah.
Look how roughed up that helmet is.
Rick, did they give any
the lack of padding?
Did they give any stats on him? Because he had an incredible career too.
Yeah, well, he won the Heisman. All right, here we go. While finishing his NFL career with 3,075 yards, so you wouldn't. I didn't even know that. I'm looking for his college. So
he didn't have a real decorated pro career. Did he get hurt or something?
6,000. Here it is. Tailback. He holds the Trojan record. Still holds it for career rushing. 6,245 yards.
Y'all, that's incredible.
That's a lot.
And
he died, like y'all said, of cancer. He played 9 years in the NFL, Cleveland Browns and the Rams.
They lined up in that I formation, and they'd run that tall sweep.
Oh, tall sweep.
Just sweep you to death, sweep you right under the rug.
Have you ever seen, speaking of that, them breaking down? Because the legend of the sweep was from Lombardi. And they said Lombardi mastered the sweep, and he would everybody started trying to emulate it because he had that. If everybody will just do their job, we really can't be stopped here. And the way he had the blocking set up, the way he had the whole thing, he loved that sweep. My goodness, he loved it. So anyway, that's two celebrity deaths today. And Bubba, you got involved without having to bring it up.
There you go.
I wanted to see the Charles White thing again, what his average was.
Like
per
in a
carry.
season? Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, these are now think about it, you got to go 10 yards to get a first down. His average per rush, Rick, in 1979, his senior year, was 6.2 yards.
Unbelievable. I'll take that all day long.
The lowest he ever had in his 4 years was his junior year, and it was 5 yards a carry.
Wow.
Disappointing year.
Charles, I guess we're going to run on first down then. I can tell you that.
Hey, first down, and you can get on the intercom and tell everybody if you can do that.
It goes back to that legendary statement. There were a lot of weeks when USC was on the schedule where the defense coordinator went up to the board and he said, "What are we going to do about 12?"
Yeah. And Rick, he averaged over 20 yards a punt return.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Kind of aggravated because I wasn't seeing enough on the Adler Strip. And then toward the end of the week.
The rain falls, even when the floods start rising.
But we still communicate with all kinds of hand signals and
Yeah.
And so what was funny, if I played a song off of my phone that he liked, because the vans we use are pretty modern. Now they're manual transmission, but they're from Toyota, and they're those big white vans, and you have to pack. You got a party of 42, so you pack it in 3 vans, and so he drove, and you can move it, and so you have him driving one of the vans, and he is a friend of the church and one of the teachers at the school, and so it was funny. He would come over to me after, and he would give me the signal that I had to write down what it was, and I'd write down the artist, and then I'd write down the name of the song, and then it
That
never
was a signal.
he would just he'd get out a piece of paper and he'd point like that, and I of course only thing I knew how to tell him about washing the water was I kept saying agua, 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 washed in agua.
Here, Rick, you got to give it a little.
Right, washed in. I am washed in agua. So anyway, so we had a great time. This is the fourth time that I have been on this trip. The fifth time for Brooks Big Love Burgess. Brooks went from 8th grade to senior year and did his last trip. This year as a senior, which when the seniors every year is always kind of an emotional wrap up for them. And so he's been 5 times. Tasmo has been 4 times. And my wife went for the very first time, which was a great experience to have all 4 of us there on the trip together. And, of course, they had all kind of heard the legend of Sherry because I had been talking about her for years. And really how this all started when Sherry was writing the book, Bronner, A Journey to Understand, over that 5-year period. How this started was we had a spring break coming up. Sherry had a deadline. She was trying to get it finished. And she was working on it. She needed to catch up. And my Brody, the older kids, of course, live on their own, and they were already doing something. Brody had something to do, and she went to me and says, "Look, you and Brooks need to find something to do." And so she said, the school goes on these mission trips. You need to look into it. We looked into it. We were able to go, and Brooks, as an 8th grader, somebody had dropped out, and he got to go. They usually don't take 8th graders, but he got to go on the trip, and I went with him. And we fell in love with it and loved it and have been going ever since. So Sherry usually had a conflict every time because she would use that time to get things done. Well, now that the book's out and it's finished and it's been out for over a year, she was like, hey, they've been trying to get her to go. So she went, and so she kind of had children's ministry / evangelism. And then I usually, of course, have the responsibility of all the sports activities. Right. Mm-hmm. But as over the years, I've kind of moved into, and I don't want to second in charge. And that sounds good until you realize how much you have to do as second in charge. Yeah. You look at there's certain titles.
Who's first in charge?
Oh, that's the great Bill Brazil.
Well, I was wondering where he was on this ladder.
Bill Brazil's he's okay.
I didn't know if there was somebody above him.
Hey, Bill Brazil's old Capitan. and Bill Brazil is just a great man.
He is. He really is.
It's
and
funny.
He's a tech guy too, Rick. So
yeah. Well, you think he wouldn't have stirred about my phone going bad? I drove him up the wall. But anyway, so he's perfect. He has the I really believe that you could walk into Bill Brazil and you could say the entire compound is on fire, and he would go, oh well, just let's get everybody move out to the vans and we'll try to find somewhere else to stay.
Yeah,
he's just
he doesn't get excited in a shaken way.
He is steady. Nothing's a big deal. Everything's gonna be fine. And no matter, he gets put in some pretty precarious situations too. So we're kind of 2 ends of the spectrum. I'm loud and everybody, and he's just kind of soft-spoken, steady, in charge. And I told Sherry this year, I said, you talk about having an impact. The last night we're there, the kids do skits, and they are given, it's usually skits based on things that have happened during the week. And I told Sherry, I said, you talk about having an impact. Sherry made the skit her first year. I said, if you're putting the skit your first year, that's huge.
Really?
And what was funny is, because Sherry's so tiny, and you've got all these, these big teenage guys, and you got all this stuff. And I look up in the skit, and one of them is on their knees walking around. I said, I'm afraid that's going to be you right there. and they were talking about, because my wife, I just such a powerful woman of God. I'm so blessed to have her, and she just such a blessing to so many people. And so the pastor, after meeting him for the first time, 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866, we be big as a number. Thank you for being with us. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up shortly. But right now, we got a Biden update. Here we go. Come on. Where'd it go? Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Everybody know.
Basement Joe.
Well, Peter Ducey got to talk to Jean-Pierre, all this, because if there was anybody that enjoyed the inconsistency and hypocrisy of now 2 sets of classified documents. We now have a new one found in the think tank office in Penn, and now the latest. Where were these found?
Rick, the story doesn't say. It just says they were discovered.
So there's more.
Did y'all see where it was?
So the only person that's enjoying this more than us is, of course, Peter Doocy, because now he gets to go to the press gathering, and the press secretary is up there. I mean, she's like she's walked into the green field, okay, and he's sitting there ready, and he can now say to her the exact same things they said about Trump, and see how she can.
Right.
She's going to use their own words about Trump. And he's going to use them about Biden and see if he can get the same response. Now, of course, he's not going to.
Right, but
I mean,
it's fun to do it.
So here comes Peter Doocy, and he wants to know how the current administration feels about these documents that have now been found when the president was vice president. Here we go.
And Secretary Buttigieg.
And then on these documents, how could anyone be that irresponsible?
Look at the look.
Isn't that what this president says about mishandling classified documents?
The president spoke to this personally. He spoke to this personally. He believes that classified documents and information should be taken seriously. He takes them seriously.
Rick, wait a minute, because I don't think. Do it one more time, Adam. Run it again. Watch her face when he says it, Rick. The look.
Because this is President Biden's quote about Trump.
Right.
All right. Here we go.
And Secretary Buttigieg.
And then on these documents, how could anyone be that irresponsible?
Look.
Isn't that what this president says about mishandling classified documents?
I haven't seen that look since I said to Sherry, I think I'll hunt again today. But the sitting president, when the former President Trump was accused and of having classified documents and treating them irresponsibly, his quote was, "How can somebody be this irresponsible with these documents?" And now it's discovered that he was just as irresponsible. And all she said was, well, he takes this very serious. Well, apparently not. I mean, if you take it very serious, you know what you probably do? You step down.
He hasn't had his home raided by the FBI
He has
yet.
not.
I'm sure that's coming soon.
So now Deuce is going to pummel everybody, the White House press secretary into complete silence by asking the question, what we're asking now, if he takes it serious,
Right.
Can the president even be trusted? Yeah. So here we go.
How can President Biden be trusted moving forward with America's secrets?
Because his lawyers, his team did the right thing.
But he had a closet with classified
his lawyers
information in
did
it.
the
lady
right
sitting next to him.
Again.
Can't believe
it. He was surprised that the records were there. He spoke to this personally. He was surprised that the records were there, and when his lawyers found out and his team found out that they were there, they turned it over to their archives, and now it's being reviewed by the Department of Justice.
Do you know when this was actually discovered? Mm-hmm. Do you know when it was discovered? Mm-hmm. It was a few days before the midterm election, and we're just now hearing about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's so weird. Like, anytime something going on during Trump's administration, it would be leaked, like, immediately, and at advantageous times for people on the left. It's so crazy that it just now is coming out.
This is zany. Wow.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
It's all happenstance. No one be judgmental.
Well, Ricky said he was surprised.
He did, Greg. Thank you.
Of course, we're supposed to say, "Oh yeah."
But
y'all found those?
I'm not even.
You know
looking
what?
at it.
Trump may have been surprised too.
Yeah, he might have. I don't know how he got here at Mar-a-Lago.
The timing of this coming out, though, and then the fact how leaky the Trump administration, not Trump's administration, but for people that want to say that the deep state doesn't exist, this doesn't help that situation. It shows the deep state does exist. It is bureaucrats in these positions that are left-leaning, and they are leaking things that go against people on the right. It's just we're seeing it happen.
So now we move to the next topic, and that's the wonderful job that P.D. Buttigieg is doing.
When he shows up.
Yeah, right. So now we're going to be asked if there's confidence in Secretary Buttigieg after the debacle, as Bubba thankfully warned the nation about what had happened with the canceling of flights and this thing with the South.
Thank you, all the emails,
Yeah.
people thanking me
Yeah.
for letting them know.
Southwest Airlines, all these things. It doesn't look like if you're over transportation, this is not looking real good. It seems to be all. And I saw Buttigieg's answer yesterday. It was terrible. Yeah, we things like this. We learning about things.
Computer glitch.
Yeah, this actually helps us now to know what to do in this situation. All that. So now the press secretary will be asked if President Biden still has confidence in Buttigieg. Here we go.
First, does President Biden have confidence in Transportation Secretary Buttigieg?
Yes.
Why?
Because Secretary Buttigieg he respects the secretary and the work that he has been doing. You have seen the secretary on TV. You have probably spoken to him yourself, and they are doing everything that they can to make sure that the experience that Americans have is a good one. That's why they've held the airlines accountable.
So this is the biggest. You know what this is like? I want you to say to me, you're now my coach, okay, Bubba, and I play left offensive tackle. And your quarterback is getting killed. I mean, getting killed over and over again.
Right.
And my response to you is, well, I'm trying to make sure that doesn't happen anymore.
Right.
How much longer are you going to let me stay?
Let me tell you, I think probably Buttigieg's shining moment was when right after COVID had hit and we had all the supply chain issues, which we still have, but it's better than it was. And all of that was just devastating. We had ships that couldn't get into the harbors, all that. And he was on maternity leave. Do you remember that?
Oh, my goodness. Why'd you remind me of that? I'd finally gotten through my life, got that behind me, I thought.
Seriously.
Wow. Wow. What is this world? What in the world is this? Where's our male Secretary of Transportation? He's on maternity leave. Wow. All right,
And then,
so
I'm sorry to
yeah,
pile
go
on
ahead.
here.
Pile on.
I'm sorry to pile
go
on
ahead.
here.
Spear
but
into the pile, Adler. Go ahead.
Here's the picture, and they're both posing in a hospital bed, as if
someone
why-
delivered them.
Like somebody needed a procedure.
You know what
to-
that is?
to
You know what
bring
that is? And I don't mean to be cruel. You know what that is? That's grown men playing pretend. That's what that is. And that's silly. If you want to adopt some kids, that's fine. But please don't act like that you're up there and
don't act like we did it.
No, you didn't do that.
In
You
that
did-
kind of way.
Yeah.
You didn't have a physical act
right.
in this
Yeah.
other than going to pick up somebody somewhere.
Yeah, your spouse did not have to go in a hospital bed.
And that's usually-
and lay in there with babies like their partner birthed them.
And usually that's the physical problems with that is why you have maternity leave.
That is correct.
Rick and Bubba.
So you heard in the kickoff hour today, and you've heard us many times on the program, talking about being pet owners, the various dogs of Rick and Bubba. We all of you know there's piles of children all tied to Rick and Bubba. Well, there's a lot of dogs too, a lot of Rick and Bubba dogs. And Paul-Made, P-A-W, Paul-Made products really have been such a new way to look at the longevity of our pets, because we're talking about, you hear me on the air talking about all the time that our bodies need the right fuel, human beings, to perform at peak level. Well, same thing for dogs. Dogs need nutrition, and frankly, a lot of the foods that we just go out and buy off the shelf, they don't really meet the nutritional needs of our dogs, and that's the reason why many times our dogs are not thriving. So if you would like to find out how to add the supplements to your pet's diet that would give them the nutrition, it's the new longevity formula. We're going to get you a free bottle of Paul-Made's hip and joint formula to go with that as well. So the longevity formula, it contains special toxic fighting nutrients to protect your dog so they can live a long, happy life and you can continue to enjoy them. Include premium quality superfoods like organic mushrooms and kelp and also 2 kinds of probiotics. And this will help your dog to thrive. So we're getting great reviews on this, and we see the results. So you will too. Go to paulmade.com/Bubba, and we'll get you that hip and joint formula too. And as your dog gets older, a lot of breeds really need that. Pawmade.com/Bubba. He comes up to me as we're leaving, and you know how they're trying to get the right English words, but I understood what he was saying. He said, your wife is, and he says, has a brave heart for evangelism. And I said, yes. And that's what the people were doing in the skit. They did the skit that Sherry was trying to lead the monkeys on Monkey Island to Jesus.
Oh.
And it was hilarious. And they were looking back at in the skit, they were going, Mrs. Burgess, I don't know if he knows what sin is. Tell him that in Romans chapter 6, like that, and the monkeys going, like this, and they're saying that Sherry was trying to get them to lead one of the monkeys to Jesus. And it was so good. So I said, Sherry, you make the skit. That's huge. Yeah. So, of course, if we go anywhere, things are going to happen. First of all, there's the accommodations. You're in third world country. And so the accommodations are they're good for that, for third world. But I mean, if you're bothered by bugs and lizards and heat and dirtiness, then you're probably not going to do well. If you can't deal, I told Sherry, I said, when you come in here, just cut the light off. We're exhausted. Let's just go to sleep. Well, we walk in, and
you didn't see the deadly coral snakes.
No, we didn't. They don't have a lot of snakes there.
You know what was
Did
so
you know they don't have a
odd?
lot, wouldn't you think Nicaragua would
You
have a lot
think
of
you'd
snakes?
be eat up with it?
They said they don't hardly ever see a snake.
In a very strange twist, Rick, one of the few TV shows I saw this weekend was Naked and Afraid, and they were in Nicaragua.
Really?
Yes.
Nicaragua.
I thought, what are the coincidences of that?
Did they encounter any snakes?
Yeah, they ate a coral snake.
Well, see, they said that where we were, they never hardly ever saw us. I thought you would too, but anyway.
What, would something eat them there or something?
I don't know. The iguanas, maybe. You think it was the iguana?
Who knows? Are they a lot of iguanas?
By the way, my favorite thing on the trip, I love first.
That's a big lizard.
I love first timers on the trip. I had the first timers convinced that with the meals that they serviced there, that most of the meats were iguana.
Yeah.
And if you've seen the kids, like, hey, Mr. Burgess, Mr. Burgess, what is this? That's iguanas. Dive in. Tastes like chicken. So anyway, we
just a little greener.
By the way, if you don't like rice and beans, not the place to be either.
No.
But anyway, so
and that adds to its own fun.
Yeah, anytime, yes, plenty of that too. Anytime that you're there as a couple, and Sherry and I were the only couple. There were other adults there, but none of them had their esposa or esposo, which is Spanish for your spouse. So and of course, what's the big joke? Well, we're going to put the Burgesses in the honeymoon suite.
Yeah.
Well, the honeymoon suite is bunk beds. Okay. And this time, you can't even hardly turn around in the room, and then your bathroom is outside. You have to. They said, "Oh, you have your own bathroom. Now it's outside, but it's your own." So you have to come outside the room. So you're over here trying to shower and brush teeth, and then come back into your room, and it's quite a little. It was funny trying to get adjusted to it. Well,
is it a bathroom or more latrine-ish?
It's a bathroom, but let me tell you, if you got a problem sitting down to see a man about a dog and your knees against the wall, then it's going to be a tough deal for you. And don't forget too, you can't flush toilet paper. That was one of my biggest things I was looking forward to when I get home. I cannot wait to flush toilet paper. Oh, yeah. So anyway, imagine doing your business and throwing it in the trash can.
Hey.
But anyway, and for 8 days. But anyway, so
and it's hot.
Yeah, and when you go in that bathroom, it's like you have said, I'm gonna take a dump in a sauna. I mean, I'm you are sitting in. I'm talking about 100 degrees. How about it is 100 degrees?
You don't need a bidet for the sweat, right? You got it covered.
100 degrees. And so how you get out of in the shower, the hot water hardly ever works, but you don't care. It's so hot.
Yeah.
You're so glad to take that cold shower. But the only problem is you get out, and by the time you feel refreshed, you start sweating again because you get out and you're standing in the bathroom. It's 100 degrees. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Jeannie was lovely, she was queen of my night, yeah. There in the darkness with the radio playing low end. And the secrets that we shared. Sing it, Bob. Mountains that we move. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler are part of Team Rick and Bubba. And also, you got your old buddies, I be Rick, and there be Bubba.
And old Bubba's over here.
There he sits. So we're gonna move on, but I know many times, and I really appreciate when this opportunity presents itself, is when we have a topic and we can show you that this is another topic that really there shouldn't be Democrat, Republican, moderate, independent. Some things are just right and some things are just wrong. We covered a big one last hour. But this thing with the president and these classified documents, as Bubba has said, and we agree and say with him, if classified documents being treated irresponsibly are bad for Trump, then they're also bad for Biden. If it's not that big a deal, then it's not that big a deal for Trump, and it's not that big a deal for Biden. Well, it's not just Peter Doocy. Ed O'Keefe of CBS News is about to take the press secretary to task over this very same thing, and he, too, will use the president's own words to ask her why we're not abiding by them. So here is Ed O'Keefe, CBS, on the same topic about the documents.
Can tell you is that I'm not going to go beyond what the president laid out. I'm not going to go beyond what my White House counsel colleagues have stated. I would refer you to them for any other specifics or additional information. I want to be prudent here. I want to make sure that we do this in the appropriate way.
We're going to ask them because that's our job.
I understand, and my job is to answer your questions. So here we go. Let's go.
We asked this is because on like day 2 of this administration, when he swore all of you in, the president said, quote, "I'm going to make mistakes. When I make them, I'll acknowledge them, and I'll tell you, and I'll need your help to help me correct them." So you're the one here talking to us about this. That's why we're asking you. So let's just remember that. When he was asked yesterday,
Ed, we don't need to have this. We work very well together. We don't need to have this kind of confrontation. Ask your question, and I will answer them the best that I can.
Part of the reason we're laying that out is because you're laying out your part of the job. We're laying out our part of the job.
I know, but I'm just saying that we don't need to have contention. You don't need to be contentious with me here, Ed.
The president was asked yesterday, but did not answer this part of the question. Why didn't he or someone in the White House inform the American people when these documents were discovered on November 2nd? Did it have anything to do, because people are asking this part of it, did it have anything to do with the fact that the election was just a few days away?
Again, Ed, this is under review by the Department of Justice. It is literally under review right now. As I am talking to you, it is under review. So I'm not going to get beyond the process. I'm not going to get beyond what the president said. Look, the White House counsel, my colleagues in the White House counsel, laid out a very detailed information about what this particular issue on Monday. You all have that. I'm just not going to get beyond that. The Department of Justice is independent, as you know. They're doing a review, and I want to be prudent here. And it would be more appropriate. It would be more appropriate for my colleagues in the White House counsel's office to address this.
Then we walk into the briefing room, and we hope they can come soon to discuss this. But there's another thing. There was nothing stopping the President of the United States from disclosing the discovery of these classified documents in his former office before it was under Justice Department review.
What I can tell you right now is what the president is share with you what the president said to all of you, right? Which is he was surprised by this. He definitely, truly respects the process here. And also, when it comes to classified, he takes classified documents very seriously. And again, I'm going to leave you to the information that the president provided to all of you, and also just yesterday, in front of many of you or your colleagues, and also what my White House counsel colleagues shared on Monday.
The leaders of the Senate Intelligence Committee today, like they did after the raid at Mar-a-Lago, have asked that the Director of National Intelligence conduct a national security assessment of this apparent discovery of classified information. Has the president asked for one, or are you aware of the ODNI?
I would refer you to Department of Justice here. This is again. This is.
Justice doesn't handle national security.
I would refer you to Department of Justice on this particular issue.
Ed O'Keefe's eating her up.
On whether the Office of Director of National Intelligence is conducting a national security.
When it comes to the review that we are currently speaking of right now of these classified documents, I would refer you to Department of Justice.
You know what you just saw? Do you remember that time?
This is a journalist actually doing their job.
I haven't seen it so long, I don't know what to do.
I know.
No wonder we're teaching
When
the
it's
revelation.
not Peter Ducey.
I know.
Right. Let me.
How relieved was he?
I know. Really.
I bet he was like,
Yes.
"Thank you."
Here was her response.
It's just so embarrassing. They can't even put up with it.
And Greg, if you remember this, God rest his soul, and we say his name every time one of our office chairs falls backward. Jeff Burgess.
Yep.
We were laying to rest one of the patriarchs of the Burgess family, one of my grandfather's many brothers, and it was one of his brothers. He had many brothers and sisters, and we started having a little fun at Jeff Burgess's expense.
Yeah.
And he looked at me and Greg, and he said, "What's this Burgess on Burgess crime?" We're supposed to be
illegal.
He said, "We're supposed
That's
to be."
a great quote.
And look, and here's what happened. She looked at O'Keefe and said, "What? Hey, what are you, an empty skimp?
Yeah, right.
I mean, what are you turning on me for? You're supposed to help me."
Yeah.
And she didn't like it, did she?
No.
Ed, I don't know why why is it going like this? Why are you being a journalist, Ed? Well, you're supposed to get in line. You know what? It's so hypocritical. Even CBS's Ed O'Keefe can't let it go.
Right.
It doesn't have to be contentious.
Right.
But if you won't answer the question, and look, I'm all right with her saying, this is way above me. People don't talk to me about this.
Mm-hmm.
I just come in here and read the briefing sheets, and I mean that's the truth.
Bring somebody with you that
That's the
can.
truth.
And this was before the second batch was discovered in another location.
CBS.
I can't wait for today.
Listen, CBS said, not Fox, not what's the other one? Newsmax.
Newsmax.
So not whoever took over Rush's show, not Hannity, not
Clay
Tucker,
and Travis?
yeah, whatever.
Clay Travis and
yeah,
Buck
that's
Sexton.
right. I can never remember the order of that. But anyway, so see, ours flows. Rick and Bubba. But anyway, so and we do the show in the same location altogether. Listen to this. So what CBS said is the president said that we should hold him accountable and help him fix problems when he makes mistakes. He said that. So don't think our questioning is unreasonable. That we're doing what y'all told us to do. I want to know if we're going to raid these places like we did Trump. And then she said, and then he said, well, they're not in charge of that. And then he said, I want to know if he says he's taking these things, why did y'all not tell us on November 2nd? Is it because of the midterms? That was CBS asked those three questions.
Right.
CBS asked those three questions. So that's how saying one thing and doing another this is. It's inconsistent, and even Ed O'Keefe's mad about it.
Right, but Joey Behar says he's a good man, Rick, so he's going to be all right.
Let me give you one thing to kind of ruin our fun right now. Okay? There is one option. Okay? And I think that if I was in the Democratic Party, this would be my strategy. You hate when we tell them what they should do, but don't.
This seems obvious.
Yeah,
and this could be the beginning of it.
I see what you're saying.
They must destroy Biden. If he runs again, the Democratic Party is really in trouble.
Yeah.
As far as he's such a liability right now.
Yeah, that's the key word, liability.
Yeah, that they may decide we can't protect him anymore. Let's get on board with something that he needs to be removed, where he can't run again.
Yeah.
Now, don't miss that. Now, in that glorious time period, we're going to see actual journalism. Okay, but their motivation still may not be as wonderful as we wished it was.
Yeah, I think
it's on the table.
I think if I'm a leader of that group, I try to somehow prevent Biden from running without destroying the party. I somehow prevent Hillary Clinton from running without destroying the party, and I try to get my new face in, and that's the governor of California, and not talk about how he's messed that state up.
Right.
That's my best.
And I may try one more time, even though she's making so much money, we can't get her interested. I might try Michelle Obama one more time.
Yeah.
I think they want the governor of California. Yeah. I think that's going to be their man.
Phone calls are next. Y'all want to talk to the people?
Sure. The people.
The people. Let's bring them in here. All 10 lines are available. You don't have to talk about this. You can talk about whatever you want to. Ask a comment, make a comment, ask a question. I'll put that together in one phrase. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So now we're unpacking the trip back to Nicaragua. last week is we went with Briarwood Christian School. Has been they go out on several mission trips. So this year it was Haiti, Panama, Nicaragua, and then another one going out to Guatemala this summer because of the schedule they're not going to get to go to this summer. But anyway, and it's great to see these students getting involved in that. And we've been part of the trip to Nicaragua over the last 5 years. So Sherry got to go for the first time this year. She was just great, did a tremendous job, and she was definitely an asset. So we were given the honeymoon suite, which was we got in there and I saw the bunk beds, and I said, well, that's not as romantic as I was hoping for. So you know how our wives are too, how they have their little well of course, first of all, we determined, well, we're not putting me on the top bunk because if it breaks, I'll kill my wife.
Yeah,
you know what
you don't
I
want
mean?
that.
So that would be the end of that. And then so she's definitely going to be top bunk. Well, the top bunk's where the air conditioning unit is. We did have an air conditioning unit in our room, which was great because some of the rooms don't. Matter of fact, the teenage boys don't have air conditioning in their room. They have to work with fans. So we tried. The adults usually get an air condition, and the ladies get an air condition, but the teenage boys have to kind of tough it out. So anyway, so then Sherry said, well, she didn't like the air. She felt like the air conditioner was blowing right on top of her because she was up there and during the night.
Yeah,
and then she's convinced there was some sort of mold up there and it was affecting her allergies. So all of a sudden, Sherry declares, "I'm coming down there with you." And I'm like, honey, I'm on a twin bed down here.
Oh no,
honey, I love you with all my heart, and I can tell by the conditions of this room, this is going nowhere.
Yeah.
If you come down here,
Yeah.
you know what I mean. So you know the deck because there too. I mean, there's no privacy. There is zero privacy. I mean, I told the teenagers, I said, just so y'all know, I hear everything y'all are saying.
Yeah.
Okay, we can all hear each other
Every
loud
word.
and clear. And they didn't believe me. They kind of looked at me, and I said, y'all were talking about first loves. And all the girls were like, oh, my gosh, you heard everything we were saying. Didn't hear anything bad, but glad to hear the stories of all of your first loves, first time you ever fell in love. So everything y'all talking about, we can hear.
Yeah.
You know, and so
not even tried.
Yeah, so once that got out too, I knew they just. I mean, so now all you really have is you're crowded on the twin beds. All you got. You know what I mean? And
I don't even see how you got on there at all.
Well, she's tiny
without being stacked like cordwood.
Yeah, she's tiny. Of course, I am not. But anyway, so it was an interesting. There was no sleeping through the night. I mean, there was and then of course, you know, I don't know whoever came up with the urban legend that roosters crow when the sun comes up. No, they don't. They start crowing about 3 in the morning.
When they see light, they start crowing.
Well, there's no light at 3.
Well, it's getting that like just a little glimmer.
No,
out there
roosters just crow. Roosters just make noise.
Well, maybe they get up because it's cooler. See,
Right,
they can't stand to be up in the middle of the day.
So you got all that going on, and then you've got all kinds of birds.
Is that what the rooster said?
Yeah, you got all kinds of birds, and you know, I mean, just because you're it's kind of a jungle type. You know,
yeah, it's very jungle.
Yeah. And so there's really no sleeping.
And you've been in a position where your arm's asleep and your shoulder feels like it's broken.
Now keep in mind, I'm on the side too that Sherry's got me up against the wall, so I keep banging into the wall, boom, boom, throughout the night. Then if you have to get up in the middle of the night to leave the room to go outside to go to the bathroom, you got to come over your wife, come out, get on your feet without cramping, without your leg having a cramp, and then get out the door and get back. And so it was. It's not the most comfortable situation. And so one of the things that's always a big dread is if you're ever the Nicaraguans drive us on all the trips because we got to go some of them a long way. But if you want to take one of the vans, and you want to go to the store, which is not far from there, you have to drive the van. Okay, and it's not
you drive a straight shift.
Oh, sure.
Is it on the column or?
It has nothing to do with the straight shift. I just don't want to drive a big van in Nicaragua.
Right. Is it a straight shift or on the floor?
It's right here. Like I'm here, it's right here.
It's
not on the floor or on the.
Oh, it's on the console.
Yeah, it's on the console.
Oh, okay.
So they were very
like a lawnmower.
They were very smooth transmissions, but it's a big van in little bitty streets in Nicaragua where you don't know what.
How many speed is?
5. But you never gonna get there.
I
Okay.
got you.
Yeah. So anyway, I was. So then it happened. I was on there as a potential driver. I even had the keys to the van, and all of a sudden, I get the word. Because and I thought I was clear because Bill Brazil, who's El Capitan, he won't drive, but he always gets drivers. So Dewey was clearly the driver. Dewey was one of the doctors that was there. And suddenly one night Dewey declared he wasn't going to drive. "21 minutes past the hour. That Bible on the bed ain't a coaster no more." To the phones we go. Jeff gets us started. He's out of the great state, the Magnolia State of Mississippi. So, Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You'll start our phone segment. Others are standing by. Jeff, go ahead.
Hi, guys. Good morning. I want to let everybody know this is a misdirection. Put it in football vernacular. This is a option, and they want people to follow the dive guy while they pitch out. They did this on purpose. They didn't have to tell anybody about those records, and they did. And the mainstream media is talking about it. That's the second thing. What they're trying to do is get people to follow this and not do all of the investigation that the House said they're going to do. That's what's going on here.
That they're what now? Say that again. I didn't get the last part of that.
I think he hit one of the. He's saying it's a misdirection that they want us to look at this, so we don't look at these other investigations that are going on. I guess that's over in the camp of they're trying to. I would say it's more likely they're trying to make Biden not a viable candidate, so he can't run again. Maybe the reason, or I'd like to believe maybe they just see the hypocrisy in this and they feel like idiots if they ignore it. They're tired of being made fun of. I think
at some point you have to.
Don't you get tired of being made fun of? Something so obvious.
I think the media clearly has a favorite.
Yeah,
and they clearly try to support them. But I think there's a point where you go, I'm beginning to feel like an idiot.
Have you ever defended somebody and they kept acting so bad you finally said, I can't defend you anymore?
Right.
Scott in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Scott, go ahead.
How are y'all doing? First-time caller, long-time listener.
Thanks for the call.
Just wanted to ask how Bubba's doing with his treatment.
Bubba is doing well. So far, so good. Don't know what next month or next year holds, but right now we're good. We have another CAT scan toward the end of this month.
Yeah, and they really didn't call for any
blood test.
Any additional treatment. So Bubba hasn't, thankfully, praise God, hasn't had to have any treatments.
Right.
So
we're keeping an eye on it, and we've got one of the most advanced blood tests that they have now, and the CAT scan, and we're doing that every 90 days for a year. So,
to Shane.
Thank you for asking, sir.
In Sweet Home, Alabama. Shane, go ahead.
Hey, man, my question is, what kind of raid is a raid when you know it's on the way?
That's not a raid. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we're gonna raid you in a little while. You better clean everything up. Yeah, then we can come back and say we raided and didn't find anything. You know where that's going.
Yeah.
But a great point. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. First time caller.
Thank you.
Haven't listened to the show for very long. Started listening in 2020. You guys helped me kind of get through COVID, and I enjoy your show.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very kind of you.
But I started listening yesterday about Rick. I believe it was yesterday, talking about he enjoyed documentaries, and I watched one last weekend on 9/11 Turning Points on Netflix. Turning Point, 9/11, and the War on Terror. If anyone's never watched that, it's a great documentary to watch.
Okay.
It opened my eyes to some things that I didn't realize went on during that time. It's a great documentary to watch.
Thank you. All right, I'll take note of that.
Now, what is it?
It's a series called Turning Point on Netflix. They do documentaries on various topics.
Okay.
And he says go find the one on 9/11.
What was the flavor behind this? I mean, what was the underlying thing they were trying to get across?
Good question. Let's see, Netflix. Well, there's really no way. I don't think they would be in the.
I mean,
was this?
And there's several points you could take. One, we were not ready for this. We were not prepared.
Now
we didn't connect the dots.
That's accurate.
One, it was a conspiracy. We did it ourselves. You've heard those. All that stuff. So I didn't know which way they were going on this.
Caden, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Hey, Bubba, I'm a first-time caller, long-time listener. I just wanted to know what you said about Coach Freeze making Auburn the number 3 transfer team in the nation.
Who is that now? I'm sorry.
Coach Freeze making Auburn the number 3 transfer team in the nation.
You mean people coming to Auburn?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what he's saying.
Portal.
I guess so.
Is that what you're saying, sir, that they're doing good in the portal?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I will say this. I think Hugh Freeze knows that he needs to deliver and deliver quick, and I think that's the quickest way you get there.
I will say this, with everything that is now available to coaches to get players, I think the accountability goes through the roof now. Our team's no good, and we'd like to know why. There's every way in the world you can have a good team now. Why aren't we good?
With with the players moving around, it is.
We can pay them.
I feel for the coaches.
We can pay them.
Yeah.
We can steal them. I mean, there's all kinds of things you can do now.
But
really, the accountability is going to get, because you can't say anymore. Well, look, I mean, we're just having a hard time getting players here. Why? Let's write some checks. Let's make it happen.
Hugh Freeze has hit the ground running.
Yeah.
You got to say that. Yeah,
and
he's made a lot of change.
And Auburn was got to the state that you saw Alabama when Saban took over. You see with Colorado with Primetime taking over, those kind of coaches come in, and Hugh Freeze is one of those two, saying, as kind as I can say it, a lot of y'all aren't good enough to play at this level, and you got to go, and we got to go get new people, and that's what he's doing. Let's go to South Carolina. Joe, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, guys. I'd like to wish y'all a happy New Year.
Thank
Great
you.
show as usual. I didn't know. I want to talk about the TCU game in Georgia. I know TCU obviously got caught sitting under the shade tree with their patties and eating fish sandwiches. Were y'all able to hear about, and Rick, could I possibly get Mr. Nadmeyer's opinion on Georgia eating chicken on the sideline? I don't know if y'all caught video of that.
We've seen it, but we have not discussed it yet.
I think Adler might have that. Yeah, I think Adler and I, we always send each other back and forth. They actually looked like they were eating wings
They
or something
were eating
on the
wings.
sideline during the game. They were so bored with it.
Who gave it to them? Did somebody give it to
Somebody
them?
said they ordered them from the concession stand. I did. That's not true, I'm sure, but I did hear someone say that.
Rick, I heard the same thing. Here they are. They're eating wings on the sideline.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's how.
I think they got those from the concession stand.
Now, I know Kirby Smart, who has a lot of Nick Saban in him, will not like that.
And apparently, drill sergeant from Full Metal Jacket, if you heard what I sent y'all yesterday. Boy.
Did y'all see, somebody had sent it to us yesterday, back to Colorado. You mentioned Coach Prime. They open up at TCU this coming season.
How about
The
that?
Buffs?
Saturday, September the 2nd.
You say I've hipped it up. The Buffs?
No, yeah. You
Buffalo?
have to hip it up. Yeah. Did you see that down one of the biggest stories, back to what I just said, is where all the players are going that Prime's running off from Colorado? They all got to find somewhere to go. Because there's new players in town. Yeah, some of them went to Auburn. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not saying that.
Well, I will say this. Auburn has recruited some offensive linemen that they were in dire need of.
You need to. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And
why did he declare it?
Because he was tired of being hot and sweaty and wanted to shower.
All right.
So
That's it.
So I get the word that Dewey's out, Burgess is in. Okay, so Sherry,
Next man up.
Yeah, so Sherry's in front of. I said, ain't no big thing. Now keep in mind, everything there, if you're in a big vehicle, is a big thing.
Yeah, it is.
Everything.
Yeah, it is.
Trying to get out of the compound, because you have to have a gate, and you got to go through a guard and get out, and I got to get out of a parking spot, and I got to park it. Then I got to get over to the grocery store and then park it there, and then they have all kinds of security in the parking lot. And if you don't park the way they want you to park, they start blowing that whistle at you, and they'll come up and make you pull up or get back in line. So there's a lot on me. And then
how do they do it?
They have a whistle. If I wish I had a whistle, I'd blow it.
It's
for
that
you.
real high pitch.
Yeah. And so I was, and they'll blow that whistle a lot. So anyway, sometimes they're blowing it. I don't even know why they're blowing it. But anyway, the streets are very narrow. Some of them are cobblestone. Cobblestone. Where we're
Most
riding.
of it's like a Mexican interstate dirt.
Yeah. But then when you get out on the main road, it's good and paved. But if you're going to these little neighborhood roads, it's usually cobblestone or dirt. So, the great Bill Brazil had come up with a plan that when you come out to turn left to go to the store is very dangerous because it's 4 lanes. And you really, to get out in Nicaragua, to get out into traffic, you just look for a car you don't think will hit you.
And go.
Yeah,
And gas it, driver.
and gas goes. It's never just available to you.
Right.
You know what I mean? Especially, so he said, this is too dangerous. Let's go back through the neighborhood where all we'll have was one right turn, then right turn back into the grocery store, then out one right turn, then back to the compound. He wanted to do a little circle.
Right.
Well,
oh no.
when we come back, this was the most glaring moment of the trip that nearly took the trip and sent it in a whole different direction. And all I'm thinking about is if I drive, no doubt something's going to happen. I mean, it's just, wherever Burgesses go, something's going to happen. I've already told you, and Sherry admitted this too, Sherry will break rules sometimes and get herself in a bind on trips, not meaning to. It's all very innocent. And I kept telling her, when you're in a country like this, to do something you're not supposed to do can really lead to bad things. So I'm being all preachy about that.
Well, you don't know the local rules. I mean, you can
a lot of rules, a lot of things you do and you don't do. So when we come back, I'm driving a van full of teenagers to the store for snacks and reloading on water, bottled water, and all that. And something happened that nearly turned the trip in a real bad direction. It's real
The
bad.
reason I'm picturing you and the way you look driving that van.
Picture me up front.
Yeah.
Loud.
Hadn't had a good night's sleep.
No.
Beard going everywhere.
Beards everywhere.
I mean, everywhere.
Hairs everywhere.
Knees on the wall in the bathroom.
Yeah. Hey, rolling through that manual transmission up here on the console. Wanting so bad to get the third, but you can't. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Take you home. Let me hold your hand in mine. Tonight. Tell me that you want me. Baby, tonight.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba is back with us for 2023. And I know why. So many of you out there have responded. And they're like, this is, we fishing where the fish are. And their product sells itself. I mean, really, when you think about it, in the very beginning, you know about the other premium audio brands, and earbuds now, they're kind of becoming, I mean, it's almost like people think you're weird if you don't have any, because we all consume so much content now and on our own time and things like that. So when you hear that the other premium audio brands that compete with Raycon, that they're double the price, right there you're kind of wondering why. And then, the thing you want to be reassured on is that you're not compromising quality. And you won't with buyraycon.com/Bubba. And we've heard all the stories of how durable they are. They've got the nearly perfect fit with the different gel options that go with it. And, of course, 32 hours of battery life. You've got, the 5-star reviews, 50,000 of them that are out there. So why don't you go ahead and do this for yourself now? Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to save 15%. Now, keep in mind, that's an additional 15%, and they're already about half the price if you compare apples to apples. So you can get a bunch of them. So get yours right now by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look right there under the sponsors button. Then you can get yours, and we look forward to hearing about that as well. All right, so a couple of things that we want to talk about. Did you see, and Greg, you said it in the kickoff hour, and you will be correct, we're going to see a ton of this now. I was laughing at Babylon B. This all goes back to the COVID vaccine mandates. You made me take it, or I lose my job. Babylon B having fun, saying they like that the military finally took that requirement away after all the conservatives have been removed from the military. Yeah. I thought that was funny. But today, Bubba, ESPN, former ESPN employees suing the company over the COVID-19 vaccine requirement. And where all this is coming from is forcing, there it is, and private companies have the right to do this if they can, but here's a problem coming up, forcing them to choose between their employment or, this is the one, violation of their religious beliefs. Some people with their religious beliefs mean, they don't do medicines and they don't do vaccines, and they were ordered to do this if they wanted to retain their livelihoods, and they're saying in their lawsuit that this imposed a substantial burden on them. And also they didn't have the ability to conduct themselves in accordance with their religious beliefs. Now, this is where everybody's going to have a real problem, too, in these vaccine mandates, and we'll see how it works out legally, because that's really all that matters, not our feelings. Right. But one of the problems you're having is, remember, the COVID vaccine, you were ostracized for deciding not to take it, because, and I heard another deal with this yesterday with a guy I didn't expect to have this view. It kind of surprised me, but I guess if you look deeper in his life, I guess it doesn't. But you were told that not to do it. Remember what we were told? We were told not to do it. If you didn't do it, it wasn't your freedom of choice, which we hear a lot about. Right. Because it's not about you. Of course, that you got a problem there, too, on the other issue. It's not about you. You're being mean to other people. Because we were being told that if we would all just get vaccinated, we wouldn't get it and we wouldn't pass it on to other people.
Which was bad info.
Of course, that turned out not to be true. Right. Look, this shot on its best day is going to possibly be deemed a treatment that maybe helped you in severity, maybe not.
And older folks and people with compromised immune system, it probably did more good for them than anybody.
So I won't go into the speculation there. Right. Why don't we just go to the fact? Yes or no, have any of these vaccines, boosters, or anything, have they proven that they'll keep you from contracting it or passing it?
No,
so that's a no.
No, it won't do that.
So now someone's going to say, so you told me I had to compromise my religious beliefs over something that wouldn't even do what you said it would do? So how was I made to do that or leave?
Well, Rick, you know the legal guys are working both sides of the aisle.
Of course.
And making the argument that their side is absolutely correct. But it gets complicated. Them working for ESPN may have a more difficult case than people who work for the government. Right. Because I think that would I think the government's violating of that is at a higher level than a private company telling an employee what they have to do.
Right, that's a different deal.
It is. It's two different categories. So that may be tougher. But you're going to see, this is going to be litigated for decades. Mm-hmm. and it's just only begun. And the drug manufacturers got a pass that they, because they were saying, look, we're speeding this to market. We're having to cut through some of the normal years of testing we do, so we can't be held responsible. And the government and the Congress gave them a pass on that. But what they didn't give them a pass on was to falsify information they were getting. And that's where some of them are being caught and challenged now.
So you've answered my question.
It's like the tobacco company knowing
Bingo.
that nicotine was addictive and knowing that smoking was causing cancer, and then saying publicly, no, it's not. So when they knew and they had documented cases.
That's the key. Go ahead, Greg.
This particular case, they're suing over religious beliefs,
right?
That they're forced.
Yeah, that's right. But on the
which is separate too.
Yeah, but the thing going forward.
Thank you, Greg.
So the thing going forward.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, the thing going.
Lost my voice for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, but the thing going forward is what Bubba said. Let's talk about this. God forbid, Bubba. God forbid. Let's talk about some of the horrible things you and I today. You just read in an email concerning children. We had one of the people who worked on the mRNA technology say loud and clear before he was canceled and removed from all society, I worked on it. It has some benefits. I think if you're immune compromised or elderly, it can do you some good.
Right.
And he said, not these words, I'm paraphrasing, but this was his point, no way I give it to children.
Dr. Robert Malone.
Children do not need it. It would only do them harm versus the good.
He's one of the patent holders
Right.
for that technology.
I would not give it to children. Well,
Right.
what did we get? Then we get the big PR campaign. We played some here on the show.
They're doing it now, man. They're just trying to vaccinate kids as fast as they can go.
You are a terrible parent. You don't even care about your kids. They should be taken from you if you don't give them all the vaccines and all the boosters. Now, to Bubba's point, when some of this, and some people are suggesting it has already started to happen, if some of this goes south and children have bad reactions to these experimental treatments. And we got emails today that this is.
I'm going to share that email in a minute, Rick,
this is happening. And if the line can be drawn to that vaccine, and then Bubba's bigger point, like the tobacco company, and then it can be drawn that they knew these risks exist and they withheld it, all under the let's move some vaccines. If that can be proven, then it's going to be just like the price the tobacco companies had to pay, because it wasn't that tobacco ended up being bad for people. Who would ever thought that? Or that nicotine.
Or how about just taking smoke into your
Right.
lungs from anything, not just tobacco, leaves or anything else.
Or
not good.
Or that nicotine had an addictive property to it. The problem wasn't that, is that the tobacco companies knew both these things and they hid it from everybody. That's where they got in trouble. So who knows what's ahead? But I can tell you, mandates and some of the propaganda and pressure concerning some of these treatments, if some of these side effects, accusations begin to stick and then grow in numbers, there's a mess ahead of us, and there's going to be all kinds of legal wrangling, and sadly, sick people.
And again, while many people have had their children vaccinated, I'm not saying that's not your right to do so. I mean, you have to make that choice. We all make choices as parents, considering the health of our kids all the time.
All the time.
But we can't deny that some of these things are showing up, and I've got several of these kind of things today. I was going to try to kind of roll into a segment.
Well, we can do it next because we just opened that door.
And speaking of just young kids being vaccinated, England, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Denmark, they do not offer. They stopped offering and they stopped recommending these mRNA vaccines to healthy young children. And meanwhile, the United States pushing it.
Yeah, and the commercials keep rolling. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It requires incredible skill. Somebody needs to get a Nicaraguan in NASCAR because I think they can go to the front. And no problem with the manual transmission. I was surprised when he was trying to get people to drive how many adults don't know how to use a manual transmission.
Well, I would think maybe our group is the last one because there just wasn't a lot of it after that.
So anyway, that wasn't a problem. Now you're not going to get to third gear, Burge. So slow down. So
it took me a while to learn a straight shift too.
Oh yeah, well, it was when you first start, you got to get that clutch working for you and all that. So anyway, I go out.
I'm sure we didn't do it exactly right. We got by though.
So I go out into a neighborhood trying to avoid trying to cut across the highway out there because they thought that might be too dangerous. So anyway, first thing I do is I'm not realizing, hey Burge, you can't get in third gear, okay?
Can't do it.
The Nicaraguans will just have a speed bump that just comes out of nowhere. I mean, it just be in the middle of a road. You don't even know why it's there. You're not in a parking lot. You're not near a school. And all of a sudden, so first thing I did was I hit a speed bump in third gear going about 40.
Oh no!
And that threw everybody up in the air and people's heads banged. And so I was like, God, I gotta pull this back. I got to pull this back. So and of course Sherry's up front. And
now, are you sure it was a speed bump, not just a bad spot in the road?
Well, let me tell you what it almost was. So,
oh boy.
So then I'm making turns. Now keep in mind, this is the difference. And I told y'all first that the man who runs the trip and has is the great Bill Brazil, El Capitan, and he is just steady. I mean, he's the most steady. He doesn't have big highs. He doesn't have big lows. He's just steady.
You love him for that.
Yeah, and so and I'll give you the two different reactions. So you have me driving, you have Sherry next to me, and then you have El Capitan Brazil all the way against the door, and then you got about 15 students behind us. Okay. So I'm driving, and I think to myself, because the road is so narrow, that I need to get on over to the right side of the road because I don't know that two vehicles can even come down some of these roads.
Mm-hmm.
And so I make the adjustment to get over, still very much in the road, and I hear this blood-curdling scream from Sherry, "That's a person!" like that. And I'm like, and then Bill Brazil I'm talking about never high, never low, just simply takes my steering wheel and goes, and there's a man, I guess passed out drunk, laying in the middle of the road. And so I'm just like, and I come around and I miss him by inches of running over somebody. And of course, Sherry said, "You not see that man?" I said, "I didn't expect a man to be in the middle of the road." Normally, no. I said, "I didn't see it till y'all saw it."
No wonder Dewey wanted a day off.
Oh gosh, and I thought Dewey. And you
Dewey Monroe, what are you doing?
You nearly ran over a man. And I was like, people were screaming, "Ah, you did hit a man!" And I'm like, I know. I didn't hit him. I don't think. Did I get his feet? Did I crush his feet?
Back there.
Did I run over any? Did I hit him at all? Guys, picture. All right, I'm gonna do it. I got a pen.
Pen right here.
Look, okay, let me show you.
Got a pen.
Right here.
There we go.
So
Throwing it
here,
over.
I want to show you this right here. All right,
Rick's drawing on a piece of paper.
Yeah. So picture this is the road, okay, and then picture this is the middle of it, okay, and it's two ways.
All right.
There's
Road
cars
down the middle.
coming this way, and I'm here. I'm going this way. The man was laying right there.
Oh, good gracious!
I mean, here's the curb.
That's taking up half your lane.
Here's the curb, and I literally come out like this and miss him and come back in.
Ooh!
I mean, I missed him because it's dark. I mean, I don't see him till I'm right on him. Because
Rick,
you know why? I'm not looking for a man laid in the middle of the road.
Rick, are other people not hitting him?
No, luckily I was. Now, if that guy didn't move, he got run over later because we were going through a neighborhood, so some of these roads didn't have a lot of traffic on them. But if anybody else came down that road and just didn't, I mean, they would have run over him. I mean, he was so then that became the whole. Then that's all I could hear.
What was he doing out there in the road?
I think he was drunk. I think he was passed out in the roads. What it looked like to me.
Bad place for a nap.
Real bad. Really? The cobblestone's not that comfortable anyway.
So the Nicaraguans won't get out and pull him out?
Well, this is the part that got me.
Hey, what if Speedy'd been there, he'd have got him.
He sure would have. Well, here's what I look. Speedy, this is what you'll love. I look, there's people sitting on their porches in the houses there, and one person kind of out on the curb. Is nobody going to drag this guy out of the road? Or did they not like him? Were they kind of like, we're so tired of his drunk?
Did they put him there?
Yeah, did they put him there? Were they like going, man, that was close. We almost got him.
Here comes another one.
He's back out in the road again.
And how about this? Was he dead?
Well,
have they told him to quit taking a nap in the road?
Right.
Well,
tonight's the night.
He's on his own.
So I nearly ran over a person. And that'll rattle you a little bit when you're the person up there driving.
Sure.
Especially
after everybody's head's hurting from hitting the speed bump.
Yeah, that's when you'll come back and tell Dewey he's back on tomorrow night.
Dewey, you pitch him the keys. Back Dewey, you're up.
Back to you, Dewey. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you guys for being with us. Much to do, working our way back. So, before we jump into this, Bubba, I want to be as responsible as we can be. What we're about to do, we don't want to. These are emails. These people give us credentials. We assume the credentials are solid. It's a conversation that everybody's having, whether they want to admit it or not. We really don't know. But I just don't. I want to be responsible. We're not trying to be alarmist or anything like that. But we're also not going to act like that we're not getting some of these emails and some of this information, right? I mean,
yeah.
Look, how we
full disclaimer.
Full
disclaimer. It's an email from a person. I'm just sharing it with you. That's all.
Yeah.
This is not proof. It's not a study. It's not this. It's not that. It's just feedback that we get from people, and I think it's interesting to discuss and to know about. It's not dropping the hammer on anything, but a couple of them here, you see some trends running together. This email comes from Donna Tidwell, and she says, in light of discussion of today's show, I thought this article might be interesting to you, and it's we can put a link to it if you would like to. It's about from the American Heart Association, and they publish a study confirming that mRNA vaccines may contribute to myocarditis. Am I saying that right? I can't say that.
Pretty close, by the way.
Close.
Is that it?
Myocarditis.
Myocarditis. Thank you.
I've avoided that word for 2 years now.
It's not my wheelhouse. And she sent a link to this and said, here's an excerpt. The AMA study seems to back research by the Florida Department of Health that found that mRNA vaccines are associated with an 84% increase in cardiac-related adverse effects among males 18 to 39 years old.
Right.
Now, cardiac-related could also be stroke and that kind of
Sure.
It may also lead to answers from a recent disturbing trend of seemingly young, healthy adults suffering, in some cases dying from heart issues. Dr. Robert Malone, who we talked about before, one of the mRNA pioneers mentioned in the article, was recently on a program with Joni Lamb, wife of Marcus Lamb, saying he has learned that the spike protein may very well be unsafe for many people and definitely unsafe for children. He strongly disagrees with everything some of the other articles have said about the vaccine, and said he wished he had not gotten the vaccine because sufficient safety studies were not done before it was pushed on the general population. But remember, we had people dying, Rick. It was the general population was demanding a vaccine. So that's what you have to do. The suppression and cancellation of reputable doctors who disagreed with the safety message being pushed by Fauci and the big pharma in the early stages of the COVID pandemic was a huge red flag that something was wrong. These same doctors tried to tell the public that they were early interventions that had cured thousands of patients with COVID. They were silenced and explained in the article and were basically told a lie that the vaccine was the only way that you could survive this pandemic.
Right.
And we know that.
And we know that did not turn out to be true.
I'm not going to say this lady's name. She may want to come on later and discuss this.
But that what you said, a listener sent us an article, and it was from the American Heart Association?
Well, they're part of it.
Okay.
I'll put it that way.
Okay.
We can put the link up.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba love the show, have for years. I have to tell you this, and she goes in and states her medical credentials. Okay, she does work with organ donation, and I'll leave it at that for right now. She said that during the COVID rush that was going on, organ donation was still going on also.
Sure.
And it was a very busy and hectic time. She said that she decided to keep a notebook of what I thought was COVID vaccine correlated deaths. It got so full that I had to stop keeping track. She said one of these came from a 6-year-old And she describes the case as had a headache ever since getting the COVID vaccine booster, complained about his headache for 3 days. His mother sent him to school anyway, and he had a stroke while playing on the playground.
6-year-old stroke.
She said, in all my years of dealing with organ donation, I have never heard of a 6-year-old dying of a stroke. First time ever. She said the little boy became an organ donor and was taken off a ventilator 3 days later. This is only one of many vaccine-related stories I could tell you. She said, and this is her words, not mine, this COVID vaccine is killing people and especially children.
And again, that's
she could be anybody, but
right.
it based on where her email come from, it looks like this is valid.
Yeah.
And we may try to have her on later to talk about
And
it.
she did offer
let
that.
you hear it firsthand.
And she offered that, so maybe Rick and Bubba University podcast or whatever, or on the show, maybe we could talk to her about that. So I think we have to be cautious on both sides of all this. But what I wish we would all agree on is we really don't need to silence anyone. We need to critically think, and we need to hear information.
Dissenting opinion
from everybody
should be heard,
including
in any of this.
Including those that would counter her and say, I defend giving it to children, and here's why I defend it, and here's why I think that what she's suggesting is flawed. It really, this used to be very common, that we would openly discuss things, and we would go back and forth, and we would come to a conclusion. But now we're living in a time of there can only be one narrative, and anyone who opposes that narrative is attacked, destroyed, and wiped off the face of the earth.
I'll be honest with you.
That's what fascists do.
Yeah, that was the most disturbing to me about this because I'm not a scientist. I can't go in the laboratory and prove.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
Prove or disprove this. Okay, I have to trust people that I believe in and publish stories and people I talk to.
We vet them out, see if they're a credible source.
And again, if you are a parent and your children got these, this is not an indictment of you.
No.
All I'm
We're
saying
not sounding an alarm or anything
all
like
I'm
that.
saying is you need to note that and be careful.
Every time any of us take any member of our family to the hospital or we ourselves go to the hospital, what do they always tell you? Here's the risk.
Mm-hmm.
We think the risks are worth it based on what we think this can do for you. But there are these risks. I don't know why it's bad form to do the same thing with these vaccines. Here's your risk. Here's some things we've studied. Here's some case studies. As your doctor, I still suggest you do it. Or as your doctor, I suggest that probably you don't need it. It's not worth the risk. Isn't that the way we've always done?
And I'll give you.
Why are we not doing that now?
I'll give you a fact going the other way because we're not anti-vax. We are pro discussing all the facts.
I'm for vaccinations being done wisely and safely.
Doctor who I trust very much, I talked to during this, and he said in our hospital right now, 90% of the people who are here for COVID are unvaccinated.
Yeah.
And see, that speaks volumes too.
Right.
But the children, I think, may be a totally different issue.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba.
Then I get over and try to part, and they start blowing the whistle at me that I hadn't pulled up enough in the band. And so I had to pull up, and then got to get everybody in and out. It was a hairy thing. So then also there was another thing on the trip about we're all aging, and we're all
speak for yourself, pal.
We're all I understand that we're delusional. I mean everybody is to some degree. It's just according. Then you got people that are like a 10 delusional. You got 1 delusional, and then somewhere in between. So we get to, I handle sports. So we're out there for the big sports day. And this is one of the few days where we're on a big field. So you can pretty much do anything. You can do basketball. You can do the Nicaraguans did get us back this year. Last year, the students from America beat the Nicaraguan students for the first time ever in soccer. And we probably celebrated more than we should have since you're on a mission trip, screaming USA at people. And this year they got us back and they drilled us really good. 11-4. We were never in it, and so anyway,
I started saying nobody's playing any defense if it's soccer.
No, we were goalies. We were never in it.
How big was the goals? A barn? Did you hit the barn? It was good.
Bub, I'll say again, we were never in it. So I brought baseball this time, which was a huge hit because they love baseball. Football Americano was big. People have asked how the triple option looks. Look, it's made some improvements, but there were too many kids I had to start over with that had never done it before. Yeah. I can't get them to do a true read. They're still guessing. They just it's a give or they keep it. They're not reading the end. And I don't know how many times we got to go over this. Yeah. And but their passing and throwing has come a long way. So then we get down to playing Football Americano, and we're going to mix up this time because it's really not fair to have just the Americans against the Nicaraguans, and we had some small kids and all of that. And so we have one of our football players from the football team is there at the high school, and he's one captain, and then we have another teenager that's the other captain. And I notice that I'm not getting picked, okay? And I'm like, when I was young, I was first pick. You know what I mean? And no one's picking me. And I'm standing there, and I'm starting to get bothered by it. And it gets down to the guy who plays for our football team, who I've known since he was a kid, okay, Joseph. And he looks, and he has a choice of me or a girl, and he picks the girl.
Well, he likes her. Clearly likes her.
So I said, you don't pick, but then it hit me about being delusioned. See, in my mind, which is delusional, I think that he's passing on a world-class athlete to pick a female. In his mind, it's the old man or the young girl, and he picks the young girl, and nobody wants the old man. So I said to him, and he is my witness because he's me. I said, "Let me just tell you this: I will die on this field. They will have to drag me off this field in a stretcher." I said, "You will regret that pick." I said, I'm going to go absolutely bonkers in this game. And I said, I'm going to be a real handful. And how about this?
The trash-talking old man now?
Yes. Hey, let me tell you, Graybeard went crazy. How about this? I went crazy. I mean, it really got bad at one point when they had, because I was so wanting to prove him wrong, because I actually was told by the people, you need to let the Nicaraguans have the ball. You're not
a bearded ball.
How about
ball
this?
Hog.
The quarterback wants to throw to them, and you keep saying, "Give me the ball. I'm hot. You're doing this." You know what I mean?
Feed me.
Keep feeding me. And you look, and they said, the children really would like to play. And
it's one of them crying. They hadn't had the ball yet.
Well, see, if you were playing tackle, Rick, you would have been picked early. But I assume you don't get to play tackle down there.
No, it's two-hand touch, which is hard to communicate in Spanish. But it was, and like there was one point I scored. And of course I was, and I would spin it, and I would
fire on it,
and they said you ran over a small child, and I said, was that a kid? I thought I'd hit a trash bag or something that was over there near to it, and I said I felt something in my feet, and they said, yeah, that's the kid crying there. That's who that is. And
I want to go witness to him.
Right, yeah, right. Your vision, what he just saw Jesus was not something he didn't want a part of that. You know what I mean? So Jesus runs over you to go in for 6. That's kind of the opposite of the Easter story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So anyway, I was like, yeah, I guess that's not really what we're trying to portray here. But by golly, we won. And how about this?
Well, that's what matters.
The rest of the week, I said, hey, you regret that pick? Mr. Burgess, I got it. You're right. I had the wrong pick. How'd your girl do in the game? I said, I shut her down, didn't I? Were you able to throw to her? He said, no, you covered that teenage girl very hard. It was hard to get the ball to her. You know what I mean? I said, that's right. Don't you ever forget that.
You're sweating.
When I scored the second time, I just keep feeding me. And then, boy, that night at the bunk bed, you talk about not being able to move. Well, you had to come get me with a spatula out of that bed the next day. That's when I went to see Dr. Dewey again. Hey, Dewey, come over just a minute. Don't let this kid see me. I'm dying. Do you have, I know, don't give me some kind of shot. I got to have a shot.
My whole body hurts.
Don't give me a pill. I need a shot.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology. Sounds of popcorn in the background on any given moment. From Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world with the big boy statue looking on, reassuring us all is good. The gang is all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Will you help me say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey?
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for letting us do what we do. And, Rick, I have another email. It really didn't fit into that segment of emails.
No.
But that was kind of food for thought as we continue to the evolution of the COVID virus and our treatment thereof. And I remember saying this, and I don't remember the topic, so that's why we need to help.
Now, this is going to happen a lot more going forward.
Yeah, this comes from Erica.
We're all aging together, and our recall and our memories, God love them. I mean, it's...
Erica Saunders wrote, I believe I remember y'all talking about something the other day, and Bubba, you made the comment that we didn't want to know what it's made of. You can Google it. I wanted to Google it, but I can't remember what y'all were talking about. I went back through the podcast, and I can't find it. Do you happen to remember what you were talking about?
So it's something we ate,
I remember making the comment.
Something we eat, right?
But I don't remember what we were talking. I remember making the comment, but I don't remember what we were talking about.
You don't want to know what it's
Do y'all
made of.
remember?
You can Google it.
I said, you don't want to know what it's made of, go Google it.
I remember that
subject
comment.
matter would be really.
I remember that comment. Was it food? Was it a delicious dish? Was it? What was it?
I don't know that it was necessarily something you would eat. It may be something.
Well, why would I? So let me ask you a question. All right, so
or a product, or
was it the sesame seeds? Was that? Was it in that world? Was it in that world?
I don't know.
Not ringing a bell.
I'm sorry. I just
no bell here.
That's a good effort.
Some of you
was a good effort.
Some of you that listen to the show probably remember that segment.
Yeah,
and we don't.
Can y'all just help us?
Yeah, because that comment can be really in any segment,
right?
And so we really need to know a subject matter.
I hate to say, I think this is going to be, as I said, more prominent going forward, and maybe we'll call it "Somebody Help Daddy."
That's good.
All right.
Y'all two, Rick, how about this?
Somebody help Daddy.
How about this? How about Rick? How about this? D and H, Daddy needs a hand.
Yeah. All right, here we go. I'm just going to take these calls unscreened.
There's a lot of people coming in.
Okay. No, I mean it doesn't matter. Hey,
none of us remember it.
Rick and Bubba, because we're just trying to get one thing, and then all the rest of them won't matter. Hey, it's Rick and Bubba. What was it? What was Bubba talking about?
It was hounds, and he was talking about bully sticks for dogs.
Now, I think this was different. I nearly said that to
you
Bubba.
You did say that to Bubba.
But this was something that Bubba did in the main show. What I was discussing was in the kickoff hour.
Yeah, that's not it.
Yeah.
I
thought about that when y'all brought this up, but I thought, no, this is two different things. Thank you for listening to the kickoff hour, though.
Hey, Rick and Bubba show. Somebody help Daddy.
Help Daddy.
I'll have you.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you're on right now.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. This is on me.
Confidence in this.
Y'all were talking about making sausage, and Bubba said you like it, but you just don't know want to see how it's made.
No, we've said that before.
Yeah, that's
surprisingly, I don't think you're right.
That's one of our analogies when we say that. Look, when you come to the golden ticket seats, we'll say, "Look, let me warn you.
Yeah,
we all love sausage, but it's another thing to see how it's made." That was not what this comment was about.
I like the way this is going, though.
I do too. Yeah, I do too. I'm really
Rick, it was something to do with Adam Steve.
And what's the exact quote again, Bubba?
You don't know
the comment Bubba made. Said, "You don't want to know what it's made of. You can go Google it."
Wait a minute.
You don't want to know what it's made
Somebody help Daddy.
Y'all stop guessing.
Somebody help Daddy.
The bully thing was a good guess.
Hey, Rick and
was
Bubba.
a good guess.
Hey, Rick and Bubba show. Somebody help Daddy. All right, what is it? You're on the air.
I think she's right. They just got you and Bubba mixed up.
Say it again.
That
Y'all were talking about this was Shark Boy.
Huh?
What?
Shark Boy.
Shark Boy.
Did he say Shark Boy?
Yeah, that's Shark Boy. Intern Shark Boy.
No.
What is this intern Shark Boy?
It must be.
It must be.
Can I ask
How
a
you doing,
question?
buddy?
No,
Bubba, you made. Okay,
I
so you do remember.
I did
This ain't
say
helping
it.
Daddy.
I remember saying, "You don't want to know what it's made of. Go Google
Okay,
it." I'm not
perfect.
going to
Needed
address
Now
it.
you said that
I did, but
word for word.
But he does remember.
I remember
saying,
that part, but I don't remember what the topic was.
Was it the vaccine? No, I'm kidding.
No.
That was a joke.
How did Shark Boy get brought into it?
I think
Christ, how he was
so.
made. I don't want to say how he was made.
Multiple people are saying bully sticks on
It's
YouTube
not bully
comments.
sticks.
I'm just
That
saying.
is what Ham's
But
at.
I think they
that's-
got him confused. I think they
I
got
think
not
you and
bully
your
sticks.
daddy, they mixed it up.
Somebody help Daddy. It just happened like this week
Yeah.
in the big show.
I think it was
did like
maybe
2 days
last
ago.
week.
I'm
Somebody
going
said
with
hot
bully
dogs.
sticks.
Somebody said hot dogs,
No,
but that's
that's
not
just
right
something
either.
people
No.
say.
Not comments of the past.
Yes.
No,
This just happened.
This is specific.
Maybe my new favorite segment.
Yeah.
I
love
Was
that.
it stem cells? Was it stem cells?
No.
What are you
We ain't
talking
talking
about?
about
Hey,
stem
Ron,
cells.
Ron Burgundy, you're
I'm
just reading things.
comments.
Don't read these YouTube people.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
They've gotten off on things on there. You don't want to follow all that. Hey, Rick and Bubba show. Can you help Daddy?
Just Google it.
Yeah, it was. He was talking about tennis racket strings.
What's
Okay,
so
that's
gross
it.
about
That's it.
that?
That's it.
But that was
Well,
that.
why would you not want to see how it's made?
Oh, you don't know?
Oh, yeah, see?
I don't know.
See there, Speedy?
Talking
not
about guts.
guts.
Well,
Oh, is it cat guts?
It's cow gut.
yeah.
But
Still?
was that is that what?
Wasn't there a
There's
shortage?
a synthetic now they use, but they still have the other.
yeah, you can get
wow,
all
okay.
natural if you want it.
Do you think that's it?
But
I
that
think it was
that
dealing
you
with that.
said that, but that I thought
I
that
don't
was
remember
weeks and weeks
Somebody
ago.
help Daddy.
I thought that was before we went on
What?
vacation.
I don't
Was
even
it? Was
remember.
it? What about Topaz?
no.
There's a little procedure.
I'd like people still help us. See if it.
Wait, that's it.
I don't think that's it.
That may not be it.
I don't
Let's
think
try
that's it.
others.
Was that
I think
current?
Right now,
No.
right now that leads.
That was before the
Hey,
holidays.
I know, but right now it leads. It's not right.
It
but
is.
leads.
It is leading.
When did she say it was
the
her?
leader in the club?
I believe it. What we were talking about, the string you string a tennis racket with, but it may have been outside the tennis world or some. It'd come up, and I said, "Well, you don't want to know."
You
what
did
it's
say
made of.
that, but that was
Right.
before the holidays. That was not a few
think-
days ago.
I think it was before the holidays.
Yeah.
I think it was that far back.
But
Okay.
she's-
really?
Okay. I thought it
What
was.
did she say in the email?
Bubba, you just said it was a few days ago. Now
no,
you got
somebody
it before
else
Somebody help
said
Daddy.
that.
I
Said I
Googled-
went back through the podcast since
to calm
January the 4th, and I can't
Oh.
find it. So it probably did happen before.
They
Boy,
had
crap.
time.
There's no way we're going to
Oh,
remember.
no,
gracious.
okay, that was an
come
unreasonable
on.
ask.
I thought you meant this week.
But I don't know why we would have been talking about string for tennis rackets.
Hey, Rick and Bubba's show. Do you have any idea? Can you help Daddy out?
Somebody help Daddy.
You talking to me?
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, we are.
Slowly regretting it, but yes.
Oh, boy.
You're talking about Rick's special sausage balls.
You see what I'm talking about?
Okay.
You see what I'm talking about?
I like that.
Did you hear me? I said slowly regretting it. Yeah.
That was a good one.
Anytime somebody sounds like somebody would be in a white van trolling playgrounds, you know, you need, that's when you start going, I got to get out of this car. Is it over? Are we going to try one more?
I'd like to try a few more, Rick.
I think the tennis string was it, but I feel
You may
like
be
that's
right.
the best one we've had yet.
It is.
Hey, Rick and Bubba's show, can you help Daddy?
Gets me every time.
Yeah, it was when he was talking about pickleball and pulling his henny.
Well, no.
That didn't even make sense.
No.
Was it marshmallows? When we were talking about s'mores just
What's
recently.
wrong with the marshmallow?
What?
It's just a big
You're
Marshmallow
still
sugar.
reading. You're still reading.
I am.
I know what it was. It was about canceled flights.
How about this? I just shifted to marshmallow.
I needed more
Because I think he was talking about how unhealthy
hammy.
they are.
Yes,
No,
yes,
it ain't
yes,
what it-
yes.
I needed more on the hammy.
because he said it was
I didn't
pure
realize
sugar.
we're going to have a standoff about it. I'm just saying maybe.
Maybe.
I do remember somebody saying, "Yeah, that's pure sugar."
I said that.
Okay, I don't know if you said it like that.
I didn't say it. If I sound like that, I got work to do. Okay.
And I think I was even saying, how can it be bad for you because it's got so much air?
You know,
in
I'm
it.
committed to banging on my craft, so if I need some work, hey, Rick and Bubba, can somebody help Daddy?
Yeah, I think it was that Rocky Mountain casserole we were talking about again.
Okay. No, everybody.
Okay,
I knew
friend.
I love this segment though.
Somebody
Love
help
it,
Daddy.
love it.
Right now, if we had to rule, would he rule it was a tennis racket?
It's either that or
Strings,
marshmallows.
It's that or marshmallows.
That's
I'm
the
okay.
best I can come up with.
Okay.
I didn't know it went back to last year.
I didn't either.
Night.
Well, it was just a month ago.
Unreasonable ask. I forgot we even had a show. We were gone so long. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So Nicaragua, I gave you some of there'll be more that'll come up throughout the week. We certainly can't cover it all today, but I did want to cover, one of the cool things, when you go on mission, there's, and it's just what Christ told us to do. There's a balance, and you absolutely want to meet people's physical needs, but you're also supposed to meet their spiritual needs, because as we said on the show so many times, and Jesus talked about this openly when he talked about him being the living water at the well, and he talked about the bread of life after feeding the 5,000. And the point Jesus is making is certainly you want to meet people's physical needs, but they're just going to be thirsty again, and they're just going to be hungry again. Mm-hmm. You need to do that, no doubt, because he told us to, and we certainly should, and we did some of that. But if you don't meet their spiritual needs, and if you're looking for equality, it doesn't matter if you're from a first world country, a second world country, or a third world country. True equality is found at the foot of the cross. Everyone, no matter where you are or what you may think you have, everyone is in the same equal need of redemption. We're all equal at the foot of the cross. It's the great equalizer. And so what was cool is, I've been on a lot of mission trips, and all of them do the social stuff, feeding people, taking care of people, and we certainly should do that. But to me, a mission trip isn't worth anything if it does not have an evangelical component to it. And that's the reason why we're with the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. If you're not an evangelical ministry, then there's certainly some great charities out there. But we feel our call, with the very little bit of money that we raise through the coffee sales and book sales and things like that, is that we're going to use that to advance the gospel. If it's not an evangelical ministry, then we don't consider that for grants, just because that's just our call. So I watched this. 75 people made a decision for Christ this week in Nicaragua, which was incredible. As always, it's a two-edged sword. Everybody who was on the mission trip, including me, and all of us are affected by that, because the gospel is the greatest news the world has ever known. And to be doing that on Holy Week was really incredible. And we do, an evangelical event, and I'll tell you a little bit about that, one night of the week down in Granada, which is one of the more touristy kind of cities there that we travel to, and we just set up a stage and do music and talk to people and bring them in, and of course do messages from the stage. And I get a chance to preach there, which is great. Got a chance to preach at one of the churches there, and then we did door-to-door evangelism. And we also, when you come through the medical clinic or the optical clinic or the pharmacy or any of those things, the children's ministry always does a gospel presentation. And my wife and a young lady that we met who is fluent in Spanish and teaches Spanish at our school was great. Kayla, first time we ever got to work with her. She's only 25 years old, and she's just an incredible woman of God and so good with the kids. She and Sherry were just this incredible team together with the children. And, so all that's working. But the door-to-door evangelism, watching that and watching students learn how to share their faith, just going to people's door, asking them if you can have a word with them. And most every time we were given the sure you can. And, of course, some people reject what they hear. Some people say, hey, man, I already got that. But then there was those glorious moments where people hear the good news of Jesus and they say, yeah, I want to receive that gift. I do. And to watch those moments, I will tell you, of all the things that I've experienced as a father, to see one of your children lead somebody to Christ, there's nothing better than that. I mean, of all the earthly accolades and trophies and garbage that we think so important, to watch one of your children lead somebody to Jesus, that is it. That is the ultimate. And I was so proud of both Brooks and Brody that participated in that, because it's volunteer. We don't make anybody do the door-to-door. So for them to have a desire to try to learn to do that and present the gospel and to give their testimony and was incredible. And the other students, and they got better at it and they worked at it, and sometimes they stumbled through it, but then they'd get back on the horse. And we had adults standing around to help, whenever we needed to, and we certainly got to participate too. So that was just an incredible thing to see. And if that's not a component of a mission trip, I don't really know what we're trying to do. I mean, you certainly can help people, but if you don't ever, everybody says, hey, you got to make those relationships. Well, that's true, but at some point, if you really love somebody, you got to share the gospel. And some people are just sitting there. One of the most convicting things that I ever heard was there was a guy who went out to one of these tribes in the middle of nowhere, and I forget where it was, who they'd never seen anybody outside of their tribe, never. And they got out there, and he had an interpreter who knew the tribal language. 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. He say we were friends. We both rode the highway on the song. In the memory of him, the king of Alabama has gone home. All right, so as we make our way back, many people trying to help Daddy out, but I'm not sure. There's about 3 that were recent that all could possibly be. I don't know what you're talking about, these sticks that you and Helmsy discussed on the kickoff hour.
Bully sticks. Right?
Bully sticks, okay.
Careful.
And then there's tennis racket strings. And then someone said also there is the talking about how much we love Chex Mix, the party mix, the homemade. And then we also said, well, you don't want to see how they're made because you don't know how much butter and all that's in it too. That's in there. So we don't know which one it is, but it's something in there. So we thank y'all for helping Daddy out.
I went back and listened to the marshmallow segment yesterday during the break, and it wasn't said in that little section. So
Attaboy, Adler.
I don't think it was
How do
marshmallows.
I try to help Daddy out?
I thought it was marshmallows.
That's the way to try to help Daddy out.
I don't know if it is.
Yeah.
I really do think that she confused Bubba and Helms.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think that too.
That
Because she
happens a lot.
used the exact same terminology as I used.
But I love the segment, and it better continue. That's all I got.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Yes.
Well, another segment that Bubba and I were
Probably
discussing.
need a theme song.
That we because we this is
Here's one more explanation.
He is on it, Rick.
Somebody help me.
No, I'm thankful for this right now
Yes.
because it's got him off that.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Good.
So good.
That's so good.
I'm fighting it with everything I've got.
Yeah.
Said we
That's
were
so
talking
honest,
about becoming Speaker of the House, and the mess and the mess that they're going through to resolve that.
Right.
And we were talking about things sometimes to get to the end product. You don't want to, it's messy, and you don't want to know what goes into it. And I use the example of a tennis racket, and you don't want to know what that's made
Okay,
of.
so the tennis racket probably is leading the way.
I think the tennis racket was in there for sure.
Okay. So Bubba and I also, and this is something we did this years ago, but we didn't have near the body of work that we have now. Now Bubba and I have discussed there's going to be some highs and lows with this. Every little new segment we entertain. Number one, it may not be as funny or entertaining as we thought it would be.
Especially something I think's real funny, like at night,
100%.
and the next day you come in and you get crickets on it,
Right.
and that night you just imagined everybody being slayed by it.
Yeah.
We tried that.
That
with
happens a
sports
lot.
hours.
Yeah.
So Bubba and I have been doing this, as you all know, together every single day, Monday through Friday, for 29 years. Okay.
In our 30th year now.
Right. And so we have accumulated lots of business relationships with lots of different people that we've worked with over the years. And we were thinking to ourselves, Bubba and I from time to time would bring up, whatever happened to so-and-so?
Yeah.
Do you know wherever so-and-so landed? And we were thinking about calling it Where in the World? Is that right?
Where in the world is
Fill in the blank.
Right.
And
Carmen Sandiego.
and then we'll tell y'all about why they were legends, what our life was like working with them, and the things that went on. And then people will begin to call in and say, well, I can tell you where in the world they are. This is what they're doing now, whatever.
What, they're in jail or something?
Well,
and that's or the past.
We discussed as we get older, and I told Bubba, now hear me out. There's a high sensitivity anytime people are in mourning, and I think how long it's been since a person passed will have a lot to do with it, and it'll play heavily in our sensitivity. Okay, but there's also, because Bubba brought that point up, and I said, but there's also some comedy in hearing us panic if we realize that most of the people we work with have already died. And that's real. And I will tell you all this: if you run the list right now of the ones we know, it's a pretty long list. Okay, it is. It's a pretty long list. When I look over here to the celebrity drops, there's getting to be in these celebrity drops more people who have passed than are alive.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when I play old best of bits while you guys are gone,
I know.
sometimes the whole bit is people that are in the bit that are not with us anymore.
Right.
Like not just one, but more than one.
Well, it's really hitting me as we age. I can't tell you the number of times that somebody will tell me how old somebody is, and I'll say no, but then I have to remember that I'm 58.
Yeah,
and I think, well, they have to be that old because I remember they were older than me.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rick, right now, anyone who's older than you, I mean, they're in their 60s, best case.
Yeah, bumping 70.
A lot, and some of them in the 70s. So I know. So there will be. We've prepared ourselves that we will have on more occasions than we wished. Well, I'll tell you that they pass. Mm-hmm. That could happen, but where I think the entertainment is and the interest is when we're breaking down our relationship with them, who they were, what they did, and their personality type. These legends of broadcasting that Bubba and I have worked with over the years, and hey, Bubba, we have worked with some very unique individuals.
Yes, we have, Rick. Very. I mean, their story needs to be told.
When I was in the 9th grade, I've mentioned this on the show here and there over the years, but this is a perfect setup to mention it again. When I was in the 9th grade, does everybody remember this? I know different schools may have done it different ways. There was something called an occupational report. Do y'all remember this? And you were assigned to do a report on what you wanted to do for a living.
Yeah.
And you had to go research that, I hate to say this, field. Can I say that today? Field.
No, right.
And then you had to report on what it would be like to work in that field. And I remember, because I wanted to be on the radio for as long as I could remember, so I began to research radio show host, DJ, all that, okay? And I still to this day found it to be so, I can almost see the piece of paper that I was looking at that I tried to use for the report, and I can still see the line, I can see the font, and it said, you must have the ability to work with all sorts of people.
Right. That was true.
You talk about a true statement.
Yeah.
I mean, it is there are some unique individuals that do this for a living. And those, I'm not just talking about the people you hear on the air, off air, salespeople, programmers. We used to have music directors. Those don't really exist anymore. That's usually handed to the program director. He has to do both now. News people. Don't have many of those anymore. But there was a time that one radio station would have a staff of, what do you think, Bubba?
Oh my gosh, you'd have at least 20 people, and that's the core group.
Yeah,
and then some part timers on the side.
Copywriters, you used to have those.
Yeah.
That's all they did.
Production guy.
Yeah, the production. All he did was production.
Just dished it out to the DJs. They had to do it before when their shift was over.
Yeah.
When their shift was over.
So where in the world is fill in the blank? I think, and we've got some characters that we'll get started with. I like the idea of this. I think it will work. I really do. Phones when we come back. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to chat with you. You make comments. You ask some questions. Bring information to the table. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Presented the gospel. He'd never been there before. Don't miss that. And there's certainly nothing wrong with making relationships. Don't misunderstand me.
Right.
But he'd never been there. He presented the gospel to this tribe. And the head guy of the tribe just said something back to the guy, and he said, what did he say? He said, that's good news. And then you know what the next thing he said? Why is it taking so long for somebody to come here and tell us this? You realize there's people just waiting to hear it. Yep. We always think that everybody wants to reject it. There's a lot of people just waiting on it. And we spend all of our time piddling around. Well, we got to make relationships. And that's important. And you certainly have to follow up and find a way for discipleship, which that we always have in play, too, with all the pastors and the churches that are there, too. But this kind of, I think, lie from the adversary that, I think we've lost confidence in the gospel when we're just afraid to just say, here's what God did through Jesus, and it's available to you. And most of the time when people hear that, especially if they didn't know it, you know what they say? That's good news.
Yeah.
All right. If you leave us, have a good day. We got more right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But we got to get to other things because we got to get into the Adlers going out on the RV trip.
Mentioned that earlier, but I really wanted to know more about Adler's trip. And I mean, I wanted to have a dot on my map so I could tell where he was at. I wanted like a live feed because I just felt like that this trip could be adventurous. Let me put it that way.
Well, welcome to the show, Mr. Eddie Van Adler. Welcome back, buddy.
It was an adventure, I'll tell you that. It was an adventure. 12 states in 7 days, over 3,000 miles. Wow.
And a show enough good RV.
So we rented an RV.
Yeah, how did that go, the pickup of that?
It was awesome. It worked out great. Got this RV from this guy, Craig.
On Craigslist.
It was not through Craigslist. It was through like a website / app or whatever. There's several. Craig's app. There's several of them out there. Just Google them, and some are better than others, but I don't want to give a plug because I don't have,
Right.
I don't have any ties to them or anything like that.
And you didn't get a deal. If I don't get a deal, I don't plug.
There you go. Yeah, this was all out of pocket. We just did it. Aaron and I, my wife, really, and I wanted to take a really big road trip. We just went for it. So we picked it up. And it was actually in Huntsville on Friday. So after the show, we went and grabbed the RV, got it from Craig was busy, so his wife actually gave us the runaround of the RV.
Not the runaround.
Not the runaround. No, the rundown.
Run through.
Of the RV.
Not the runaround.
No. More on that later because I don't think Candace is the one that normally does the rundown.
Run through.
Mm-hmm. And we had some problems.
Okay.
So
you didn't know how to work everything.
So yes, I don't think. Okay, we'll come back to that. So pick up the RV, and Aaron and I are then taking the RV from Huntsville back to Birmingham to load it up at our house, which was great because we had some time. It was in our driveway. That was kind of a crazy thing, like our small house in this gigantic van. So this van is I think like 22 feet long. It's like the biggest that a van can possibly be. It's not a box truck. It's not like a moving truck like that. It's an actual van.
Did you do a run through ever and say tonight let's sleep in the RV in our driveway, see what it's like?
I thought about it, but I was like, let's get one good last bed sleep in. But the bed was really comfortable. The back section, this is on a Mercedes Sprinter chassis. That's what you're driving. And it's Bubba, you would have loved it. It's a V6 turbo diesel. Sounds like a bus. You know how buses kind of have that like zzz, that kind of high hum to them.
What's that turbo kicking?
It was awesome. In fact, y'all. Okay, so I get in the thing. We jump on the interstate to go from Huntsville to Birmingham to load it up. And I got up to speed way faster than I thought I would because then there was like some kind of delay because some kind of construction or whatever. And all of a sudden, I'm going 80. And then everybody stops in front of me, and I have to slam on my brakes. And we've been on the interstate for like half a mile, and so many things were racing through my mind. Like I'm not going to stop. We haven't even started this trip, and I've already ruined it, and we're done, and I'm going to wreck. Like it was to the point when you say like a scared word in the car, and you didn't mean to. And
what's a scared word?
I said a scared word, guys.
What does that mean?
I was scared. I truly thought that
something just comes right out.
It was done. It was over.
I'm in touch with that when I nearly ran over a man.
That is right.
What?
That is the closest we got. Like, luckily, that's the most scared I was. That's the closest I got to the whole thing, coming to a huge, terrible
half a
end.
mile in.
Yeah.
So we load up the RV and.
I danced upon the wind at night.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. Here we go. Phone calls coming in, and they're available. We'll chat with you. I say, Eric code 212. I say, hey, mama. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. But now getting in easier than ever. And if you're in line, it won't take very long because we're going to roll through these with the old buzzer. Meaningless shout-outs, plug, there they go, a shameless plug. Those are gone. Baby predictions, we don't do any of that in the phone show. The phone show, here we go. Everybody go rapid fire, high tempo. That's what we're doing here. So join us now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy getting you lined up and ready to go. One of my favorite new products I drink this every single day. Fieldofgreens.com, science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. It is the proper nutrition that our body craves. It reboots metabolism, so you go back to burning calories better, because you're now, if you want your body to run right, you got to give it the right fuel. That's hard to do in your diet. Look, it's great if you can, but most of us can't. So what Field of Greens does, it comes along and says, hey, we'll help you. We're here, and you can use it. And if you need to drop a little weight, maybe one of the things that it's kind of like we talked about the fight of all the different, the flu and the COVID viruses. We've come to the conclusion the best defense against all this is for you to be healthy, for you to concentrate on strengthening your immune system. Same thing with metabolism. I mean, you want your body to be healthy so your metabolism works right. And Field of Greens can be a great tool in overall better health. I take it. I love it. The benefits are great. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code Bubba. That'll get you 15% off your first order. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So let's go to Mike in Sweet Home, Alabama. Mike, you got 30 seconds. Go!
Where are they now?
Yeah, try it again. Yeah, go ahead. Where are they now?
I'd just like to know who is the oldest intern, the very first intern.
Now that's two different questions. If you want to say the first intern we ever had, that's easy, but there could be some that were later in history, but they're older than the ones before
I
them.
think you meant older, like when they started
tenure
first,
here,
not their age.
Correct, Bubba.
Again, back to discomfort. Some of these updates can be troublesome, so just be careful.
Well, we have to talk through them. I don't think any of us know.
That's where I think it's going to be a great segment. I really do. Because I can tell you who our oldest. Do we count Louis? Because Louis was first, but his mama wouldn't let him hang out with us, and she made him stop coming. He was the very first intern we ever had. And then he was followed by Aaron Boy.
Where was Stimpy at in that?
He was deep. We got rid of Stimpy. He couldn't get to work.
Louis was first.
And his mama made him stop coming to the studio.
Aaron Boy.
Yeah.
And then Don won.
Yeah, so what I'm asking you, would that, to answer his question, would that be where is Louis, whose mama told him he couldn't be on with us anymore? That'd be a great segment.
I think so. I think you'd have to
because
look at him
because he is the oldest.
Do we have a picture of Louis?
No, I don't think he ever.
We didn't. I mean, Rick, there wasn't web pages.
No, there was nothing, man. Nobody took a picture of Louis, and if we had, his mother would have tore it up, huh? Let's go to Brian. Brian, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Bubba, have you looked at the ingredient list on M&M's lately?
No, I have not.
Well, unfortunately, they have to keep messing with perfection, and it now says contains bioengineered food ingredients. All M&M's.
Well, that could be peanuts or chocolate, I guess, right?
Bioengineered?
Well,
I guess.
Oh, you mean like the farming?
Like plain.
Yeah, I've never looked at M&M's like as anything other than this is going to provide me joy. I never really think I'm knocking back a healthy product. I've never really thought that. Have you? I know you thought the peanuts were somewhat healthy.
Well, I'm just saying.
But I mean,
candy. If you're going to eat candy, peanut M&Ms is probably better for you than most everything else. I'm not saying it's good.
Well,
for
candy's dandy,
right?
But I mean, but
some other things won't rot your teeth.
But what I'm saying is, I've never thought to myself, man, I'm really disappointed in the ingredients now that I look at it. When it comes to candy, I mean, let's go to Jeff. Jeff, we lost Jeff. Lines are available at 866 We Be Big. Landon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Man, you keep saying Field of Greens. I thought yesterday you said you can't use the word field no more.
That was brought up. Somebody called up and said, Rick, what are you going to do when you have to call the product Field of Greens? Of course, you know what I'm going to do. You just heard it. I'm not going to stop using it. But you make a good point, and that was actually brought up yesterday, but I'll let that company see if they're going to bow to that kind of lunacy.
Rick, don't be so cold-hearted. There's people offended by that.
Yeah. Can you find them?
There's at least 2 in the whole country.
By the way, Greg told me that he did his occupational report on driving a bulldozer.
I did. I
You know
I
what?
don't know why.
I've had several days lately. I wish I could drive one.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Did you? Is that really what you did now? Do you remember?
I think so. It's something like that.
Did you think that was kind of cool?
Yeah, because I didn't have a clue what I wanted to do.
Right.
So.
Yeah. That's interesting. Have you figured it out yet?
No.
Yeah.
No.
You just kind of ended up here somehow. It's really weird that you're here.
Yeah, right.
If you think about it. And you've been here a while.
Long time.
Yeah, I had somebody that was seeing the studio for
Yeah, I've been here a minute.
for the first time Monday, and I said, we've been at it 29 years. Bubba and I actually did the show part-time, even more than that, but together 29 years. And I said, even today, the person that's been here the least amount of time has been here about 14 years.
Yeah,
You know,
that's right.
So it's
It's a gang.
It is. Let's go to Stephen. Stephen, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to talk real quick about Biden. It's either on y'all's show or the other one I was listening to yesterday, but his exact words, he had stated that his attorneys were cleaning out his office. Now, who can afford an attorney to clean out his office?
Yeah.
And why were they there? And then, too, when he says he's surprised, he's not surprised. He's just surprised he got caught.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, we did a whole update on that earlier, and none of those points you made, which is good. Yeah, you heard that, but those are new points. You make a good point. Yeah, and we got another one coming up next segment with him and the border that just gets crazy. How long was it at the border? 3 hours and 15 minutes? Was that
Yeah,
it?
after
They got a lot
it
done.
been cleaned up where he was.
Right. We continue. 866 We Be Big. We go to Andrea in North Carolina. Andrea, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I was going to let you know, it absolutely was the Chex Mix because Bubba said, why do we only have to eat this at Christmas? And Betty was like, if you knew the amount of butter in it, that's why.
You know, that sounds like it is familiar to me. Because we talked about things we like and what goes into it, and I think I made the comment about the tennis racket, but it was because the sausage thing had been used so much. I went over to the tennis racket.
Seldom used.
Lynn, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Dry rotted.
I personally think he was talking about the AT&T deal about stopping landline 411 and operator service.
That'd be no.
I'm going to, with zero hesitation, say no. That's
Because I
not-
don't even know what that much.
Yeah, I don't.
See, the fact I can't remember it kind of worried me, but the fact that
I was
none of
thinking
you
about
and
it.
none of the audience remembers it means
It's actually,
I'm okay.
It's actually helping us out
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
That's a bully stick.
Let's go to Barney out of the free state of Florida. Barney, go ahead.
Hey.
Hey, Barney.
I think there was some lady talking about what they did for New Year's, and she was talking about chitlins.
No, that's not. That's not.
He made that up completely.
He did. That's when you just want to bring up chitlins. I think Gary's covered all the chitlin stuff we ever want to cover. Okay,
yeah.
Hey, I'm telling you, it was awful. We continue. Stan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Stan.
I'd like to know where Roger Lewis is today.
So
I got an email. Are you the same guy that emailed me yesterday asking this?
No.
How about that? So somebody did email me.
Well, if
yesterday
you
about Roger Lewis.
if we do our news segment, where in the world is Roger Lewis could be one of them.
Yeah,
And-
we'd have to
and-
track him down. I have some information on that, but I'm sure it's an old cold trail.
Yeah,
you know.
I want to start ancient. I mean, I want to start back where.
And a lot of them, people that listen to this show won't even know who we're talking about. But you will learn of them,
You'll learn of them.
as we try to find out where they are.
Right, you'll learn of them. Where in the world are they? So,
oh my gosh, thank you for this email.
So Biden was brought up. He's been questioned about why he hasn't gone to the border. He's finally gone to the border. So we've got that interaction. Questions about that when we come back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're supposed to leave really early on Saturday morning to make this trip happen. We didn't leave until noon on Saturday morning. We were 3 hours later than I wanted to.
How that long?
Y'all, and I felt like I was trying to make up those 3 hours the rest of the trip. This was
You were chasing 3.
This was a 2-week-long trip that we squeezed into 1 week.
Oh yeah.
It was.
Why
was
were
a
you so
lot.
late?
Just like loading
trying to
up,
get out.
just loading up, putting stuff in. I had to hard boil some eggs, which are awesome on an RV trip. I highly suggest hard
Makes
boiled
it
eggs.
smell good in there too.
Maybe not. Maybe
Well,
not.
I enjoyed them. Aaron didn't really touch them. Okay, so our first night, we're really just trying to crush miles. The first 2 days.
I'm glad you weren't catching an airplane because you wouldn't have made it.
We would not have made it. We're just trying to crush miles to get to, the good stuff, the Grand
Crush the
Canyon.
miles.
We're trying to get to the Grand Canyon. So really, every night, most nights around like 6 or 7, we would be like, all right, how much longer are we going to drive? We'd kind of look for either a place to park or an RV park or something like that. And our first night, we made it to Sand Springs, Oklahoma. So we made it all the way to Sand Springs, Oklahoma, and we just hung out. We just parked in the parking lot.
Of what?
Of Walmart.
You were camping. You were camping.
Scene. What an adventure!
And
you were camping at Walmart.
So we just boondocked in Walmart that night, and there's like trucks with their
Is
big
that
old
I guess
diesel-
it's legal.
I guess it's okay. Like Walmart allows overnight parking.
They love you right now.
I think they really want you
Well,
to buy
some
stuff.
Some of them you see with trucks in them. Some of them you don't.
There you go. So we were near all these semi trucks, and we just pulled in, pulled the shades, pulled the drapes down, and Erin looks at her phone, just doing some research, about the town that we're in, and it turns out that's the Walmart where the dead lady was in the bathroom for 3 days.
We
talked about that on the show.
Yeah.
And so that's where we stayed the first night.
Oh my goodness. Good.
So that was good. That was nice. Remember, we're just trying to crush miles. We're just trying to get there.
Crushing
and see some scenery, and there's your first stop.
Yeah. And there's our first stop. The first kind of cutesy city we went to was Dodge City, Kansas.
Yeah.
And we gotta get the heck out of Dodge.
Gotta get out of Dodge.
Yeah. If you think I didn't say that a million times, you're wrong. Said it a lot.
And enjoyed it.
Eating a hard-boiled egg.
Wife got sick of it.
Yeah. Sure.
So that was cool. Just kind of rode around that little like old-timey town. And there's this one antique store that my wife really wanted to go to. We thought it closed at 5. It closed at 4.
That hurt.
And so it was 3:57, and I ran across the city of Dodge, like running through this place, and like literally there's a sweet old lady locking up the door. As I get there, I go, my wife just had a meltdown. Can we please walk through your antique shop for 1 second? And we ended up, we made it worth their while. Kind of more so than I wanted to.
Did you have room to carry anything back if you bought it?
Well, it was like a record and some small things. Aaron got some like cactus earrings. You guys
had to
know.
buy something.
Yeah, we did. We really did.
What'd you say, Sonny?
Cactus earrings. Huh?
Yeah. So that was cool. This was the time where we actually got the tandem bicycle, which was on the back, the 2-person bicycle. Got that out and rode that around the city of Dodge. That was cool.
Y'all, what if you looked up and saw them coming
That was
by?
going to be the last time that I was actually the first and last time I was able to ride the bicycle without any problems. So
really?
more on
Okay.
that later.
So that one went pretty good.
So that time went great. So
Please look at the rundown, the list.
we go. We then make it to an RV park in Ute Spring, Colorado, and I had to call this lady up, this poor sweet old lady that runs this RV park, and be like, "Hey, my wife and I are headed to the Grand Canyon. Can we stay in your RV park?" And she's like, "What kind of hookup do you need?" I'm like, "A RV one."
I need one for an RV.
Yeah, it's our first time. I'm explaining way
have
too
no
much of the
idea.
story.
Yeah.
She doesn't want. She's like, you need a 15 amp or a 30 amp. I'm like,
Oh no.
yes, I do.
Yes,
need one of those.
That's right.
Somebody call Craig.
I'm thinking I'm gonna go 30.
All else fails.
So she was
Depends on the
really
plug.
sweet. We got there at like 12:30.
Did you need a 15 or a 30? I need to know.
It was a 30. It was a 30 amp. Yeah. We had a small Class B, but it was still a 30. So.
Is that the plug you turn in and twist?
That's it. Yeah. It's kind of like a dryer. Almost looks like that, but it's not the same as a dryer.
No.
Don't call it a dryer on the phone, because then she'll freak out and think you're wanting to plug a dryer in or whatever. And so the next morning, before we headed out into the boonies a little bit more, I had to empty our tanks.
Okay. Wait a minute. Just wait a minute.
Hold off on that.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
So that was a nightmare.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ten minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. So we have President Biden. Everyone was being critical that he has not been to the border. Well, by golly, he has resolved that issue. Hey! So to the Mexican border, he went. I think he spent 3 hours and 15 minutes there. So we can stop asking him about that.
That's off the list.
But anyway, here's some clips. First of all, you got to start always with Peter Doocy. He is talking to the press secretary, Jean, I can't remember her name. But anyway, she's going to be Pierre something.
Maureen Jean-Pierre.
So anyway,
JP.
Yeah. So she is going to be asked by Deuce, what did the president want to see what was really going on, or was this going to be some just vacation trip? So here we go.
And just one more. Why didn't President Biden want to see what's really going on at the border?
He did see exactly what's going on at the border.
He didn't talk to any migrants, and he didn't go anywhere that people actually cross illegally. Why not?
But he went to the migrant center, which was a critical place to be when you think about the partners who are our partners who are helping support the migrants on the ground there. There happened to be no migrants at the facility at the time that he visited. But let's.
Because El Paso has been crushed. The shelters are full. There are overflow migrants sleeping in the streets, and then it's just a coincidence that suddenly the president shows up and.
Well, let me talk about what's going on in El Paso, right? El Paso did go down significantly prior to the president's visit by about 70%. And that's a good thing, Peter. That's a good thing that we've seen the numbers go down. And that is something that we should be saying, okay, that's a good job there. It has helped ease pressure all across the community, but the president's visit had nothing to do with it. And so, look, again, he went to a migrant center. He went to one of the busiest port of entry, which is in El Paso. And so the president got to see. He went to the border. He got to see for himself. We've always been very clear that he was going to talk to the people on the ground who's working on the border.
Wow. Wow.
Let it go.
Oh well, he had a response about how just down the way or whatever where they crossing in and all that. He didn't see any of that, or I think that's in this.
And that's what you saw. You saw him meet with the CBP. You saw him meet with partners on the ground, as I just stated, who deal with migrants and their families. And the president also is going to continue to call on Congress to take action. Look, the president has been doing the work. And if you think about the record funding, he has done more than any prior president to secure the border and build a safe, orderly, and humane immigration system. And that's what the president has been able to do. We've got 23,000 agents.
Yeah, sorry, it's
working to
not in this
secure
one.
the
I'm
border.
sorry.
Okay.
But he
All right.
does. There's a little bit of back and forth on selecting where he was.
So now the president, Bubba, of Mexico, Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, will now say to Joe Biden the following statement, and I want you to listen.
I don't understand this. I wish someone could help me get my arms around this.
Okay, here we go.
You, President Biden, you are the first president of the United States in a very long time that has not built not even 1 meter of wall. And that, we thank you for that, sir.
Bubba, why would I, as the president of a country that wants to be sovereign, that doesn't want everybody leaving, why would I be celebrating that this president's made it easier for my citizens to leave?
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Is the position of the Mexican government, thank you for letting everybody leave?
Right.
You
don't want us to secure the border?
I'm not following what they're saying. Or maybe they are. Maybe they're saying we don't want these people. These are undesirable in our society, and we want to pawn them off on you. Thank you for taking them.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you for letting all the.
Understand.
Thank you for letting all the fentanyl leave our country and go into yours.
Right.
I don't know.
Wouldn't Mexico look at this as our country is bleeding to death, and we want to stop the bleeding?
You would think. So next,
or is he glad that there's going to be so much Mexican influence in the United States? I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
If like with the transfer portal, when players are leaving in droves, it appears to be negative for the team.
You would think,
right?
Or the person,
and
but
you're,
most of the team, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, or in your business,
it doesn't look good if people
leaving.
don't want to play there. It doesn't look good if people don't want to be in your country.
Or in your company, if everybody's leaving, you go, what are we doing wrong here? Why can't we hold and retain workers?
Biden,
I just don't understand. Maybe there's a logical reason, but I don't understand it. Somebody help me.
Biden now will tell everybody, as usual, as any Democratic president will do, all of this is the Republicans' fault. And it's the Republicans' fault, but listen to why he says it's the Republicans' fault. Again, not understanding.
Our Republican friends and a few Democrats are very critical of what's going on the border, but yet refuse to even look at the detailed document I submitted for the Congress to consider to reform the process completely.
The amnesty bill.
Yeah, it's basically called the amnesty bill,
right?
And that would make everybody here a citizen, no matter how you got here. If you broke the law, congratulations, we're rewarding you with being a citizen. But the day we do that, we have tens of thousands of more coming over. It doesn't fix the problem.
President, the reason why people oppose it, if you say if you can get here, we'll make you a citizen, I just got to let you in on something, C student from Calhoun County here. That means the border will be flooded with people piling in because they think all they have to do is get here.
Yeah, I mean that only every time they think there's about to be an amnesty thing, you just see massive numbers coming from not only Mexico but Guatemala and all the other places. So I don't understand how they think this is good. I don't. Again, and I'm sure there's some. I may disagree with it. Some logical. Look at this, but it appears to me the Mexican president would be insulted if we build the wall.
I mean, if we don't build
right?
it, that's what he's trying
to say.
If
we put it up, that's bad. The fact that Biden hasn't put any up, good, thank you.
Yes. Now watch Biden get distracted by airplanes as the president of Mexico is talking about destroying fentanyl labs. Here we go.
Of those chemical substances.
Please look, Greg.
And we are destroying labs.
Yeah, it's just like Walter the puppet looking up.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Well, hey, look at that airplane.
Look at that.
It was a little close.
Yeah. So, but hey, Mexico wants you to know, look, we're all over this fentanyl thing.
Let me ask you this. If you follow this line of thinking, if everybody in Mexico wants to come to the U.S., wants to be an American citizen, which Biden is offering in this proposal, why don't we just take over the northern part of Mexico and make it a state?
Yeah.
And then that solves both problems.
I thought everybody was mad at us for the last time we did that.
Right. So I'm trying. Somebody help me. Callers, help me out. Why would the president of Mexico like the idea of everybody leaving? Do they go and send money back to your economy? I mean, I'm trying to understand.
I think the wall is probably just an insult. The wall itself symbolizes Mexico's is not as good. People are trying to get into America. So since Biden has not built a wall, that shows Mexico's just as
But
good.
you're bleeding to death. How do you propose to stop it?
Right. Rick and Bubba.
Those kids driving that big van.
So we get to this RV super late at
Must
night.
be one of them wolf boys. He's got a beard.
We get to this RV park super late at night, plug in the electrical. I plug in
30 amp.
the 30 amp electrical straight into the thing. We're good. We got our heat. We got everything.
All right.
We sleep awesome. Much better than in the Walmart parking
Yeah.
lot. Slept good.
I can
Woke
see.
up. And I needed to empty the tanks because we had been using, the shower and the sink and the bathroom. So you've got a great.
No, I'm just asking.
Oh, both.
Yeah.
Both. I thought you were saying you have 2 minutes
thought
left.
you said you were
That's
gonna
a
do
quick
that.
segment, isn't it?
I thought you said
Fastball, curveball is what he's asking.
That plan of not using.
Did you throw the old deuce or not?
Guys, there's a bathroom in the van, and I used it. Okay. In fact, y'all, it was so awesome.
I bet it was 10 a.m.
I'd be driving
You
along.
didn't put paper in it, right?
Y'all, I'd be driving along, and I would just pull off. It didn't matter the exit, just as long as it had an off ramp and an on ramp. I would pull off on the side of the road, use the bathroom, wash my hands, jump right back in the driver's seat, and just go. It was incredible.
But now you got to empty the tank.
Now I got to empty the tank. So I lift up the lid, and I noticed, I thought it was really weird that our black tank really wasn't, like, the gauge wasn't going up really that much. Like, it was staying on empty pretty much, the black tank. But I was using it. And I lift up the side compartment thing, and I hate to throw Candace under the RV again.
Oh, no.
But she showed us the valves.
You've been streaming it.
She didn't push it. She didn't push the
You've been
valves
spraying on people.
Oh,
all
my
the way
goodness.
in, you guys. She didn't push it back in all the way. So,
Oh my gosh! Not only did you throw a grate on the hood of a car,
Yeah, I'd rather have the grate than I had that.
Holy, that rain's dirty. The rain here is.
I mean, all over the country, too. From one end to the other.
I've never seen dark hell before. Anyway, go ahead.
Blue ice.
this was a slow
lot of road
leak.
grime on
This
this
was a
road.
slow leak, but it was a leak, guys.
Nonetheless,
And
Candace is just.
y'all,
Doggone
I
Candace.
think you've broken the law in 28 states.
Yeah, they don't like that.
You're a hazard.
You're a rolling hazard.
at the Walmart parking lot, I thought it was just condensation from the air conditioner. I was like, man, that AC puts it out. But it wasn't.
That AC. It is 7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. I be Rick, and right over there,
I be Bubba.
There he is. There he is. So, Bubba, you had an update for us today. You know, all the different narratives and all the different stories that the audience is following, and they love when we give them updates if we come back and you've got one.
Rick, we had a discussion about getting my daughter's car to D.C. where she works at the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
And that was ongoing. Many of you responded, thank you very much, with a lot of information. It was almost overwhelming to a degree.
Yes.
I actually reached out and contacted a couple of you over the Christmas break inquiring about that. And as we were trying to get that together, the decision was finally made that Caitlin was going to drive it herself.
Yeah.
And with the caveat required by Dad that she carry somebody with her as a co-pilot, and we actually did. She did that, and somebody who actually had experience driving in Virginia and the D.C. area. So it worked out very well. It was kind of put together hurriedly, but she got there, got the car there, and she's using it every day.
So the person that
I think she thinks it's sharp to get to go park at the Capitol.
Oh yeah, it's tough. I mean, I've had kids live in New York City and in Philadelphia, and they don't use their car a lot, but when you need it, it's great to have it there.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I don't think I'd want to drive there, but
Is it with
if you
the
try to
person from
Uber
there,
all
too?
if you try to Uber all the time, it gets
Yeah.
terribly expensive.
Sure it does.
No, they're not from there, but they went to school there.
Okay.
And so they were up in somewhere in Virginia and went to D.C. a lot and very familiar with the area. So they co-piloted up and we flew them back.
Oh.
So it all worked out.
Well, that's good, and that was a good plan. And trying to ship the car and all that just had every kind of.
Well,
I was looking at the calendar. I was ready
it can
to
be
drive
done. It can be done, but here's the problem. She was going back, starting a new job, and a lot of the car haulers cannot get into the area where she stays, where her apartment is, because it's so crowded.
Yeah.
And they would have had to show up, and a lot of times they pick up and drop off in a big parking lot, like at a super center or a mall or something. So here you are working at the Capitol, and you get a call. I need you to come get your car. I'm over in Virginia, 45 minutes away. That's kind of, you may not be able to do that if you're a congressman. You work for us. Got something it needs you to do.
No, you're right. Yeah.
So there was obviously some issues with that. But anyway, all's well that ends well. She got there with a car, and hopefully it'll stay in one piece.
Yes, so that's good news, and it was good to see her when we interviewed the congressman that she worked for the other day.
That was good.
I've got we talk about these things that we deal with involving our kids. You know how you can see something out on the horizon, and mom and dad, they're important in your life, and you're really, really blessed if you have both. Because there's two. You kind of get that's the way it was designed.
Mm-hmm.
Whether no matter what the world may tell you, that is how it was designed. Doesn't mean you can't overcome it if something beyond your control, kind of mess that up. You're certainly not. You still can go and all that. But there's things that you talk to dad about, and then there's things you talk to mom about.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, and sometimes you're just out there waiting for the day, and for me it will be next weekend. So that over the break in the deep South, where things aren't built, things aren't designed, and we don't know how to deal with Arctic type weather. We got some Arctic weather, which happens every blue moon. So a lot of pipes burst, all this kind of stuff.
Lots of pipes.
Yeah, and especially with apartments, because in apartments there's two things that can happen. Number one, you can do all of the things, the precautions people tell you to do, but your neighbor doesn't.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean anything.
Or the person living over you.
Over you, yeah. Or, in this case, the system that was put in for fire safety it burst and then rains water down on everybody's
There you
apartments.
go.
Yeah, it's not
So
There
anyway,
you go.
so
Not good.
So and you talked about it. You just went through it with your daughter when they become adults. So and there's a process of them. There's the I'm a kid, I'm a young adult, and that's a different deal than adult. And then I eventually become an adult. Okay, and that young adult deal, that's where you're trying to transition them from kid to fully functioning adult. Okay, and that requires some strategy. And so, first of all, what I loved is God loved them because we're life's beat us down, we're hardened, we whatever. Is to watch when my son got the word that it was his building where the flooding took place.
Oh, no.
It was to watch him first try to say, but maybe not my apartment. Okay.
Right.
And the more I would get information on what he was getting, his optimism was precious, but it was also I finally you have to say, hey, this is not good. Hey, I'm probably okay because he was visiting, and I said it doesn't look good. And then I said, did you see the last email where it starts telling things like find a place to live? Did you see that one? Yeah, but I mean that's everybody's whose apartment's damaged in the building that yours is in.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Have you talked to them? Well, I mean, I'm getting these emails. Yeah, right. If you talk to somebody there, see what about your stuff? Well, yeah, I'm gonna head back, whatever, and go back my stuff, and then I'll get there, and kind of find out. So he gets there, and then it's this. Well, yeah, my rug's wet. Rug. What about everything else in the room with the rug?
It sits on the rug, maybe.
No, that looks fine. It's fine. Nothing wrong with it. Well, I mean, my TV's not working.
He said that.
That means it got wet. Okay, and I left my laptop. Shouldn't have done that.
Oh no!
He said that.
Yeah, I said, is it ruined? Yes, it's ruined. I said, son, now, just talking to you, certainly not babying you, but as a 58-year-old man, if the rug is wet and the TV is not working and the laptop is not working, all that we're sitting on things, the water came down.
Yeah.
Okay, it came down. Everything is to some degree took on moisture. Okay. And so I said, so where? Here's a good question. Where are you now?
Yeah, where are you standing?
He said,
is it wet where you're standing?
And what's right above you?
How are your shoes?
Yeah.
And
Is it making a squishing sound when you walk to the bathroom?
I will give him props for this because they're basically saying, do whatever you have to do, and we'll reimburse you. Of course, that's not going to be quick.
No.
Okay. And I tried to prepare him for that. Yeah. They're not going to say, I'm going to reimburse you like today was Thursday. You're not getting that Monday. You know what I mean? It's going to be weeks.
And then they'll try to deny some
right.
of it, saying it wasn't that much.
So then he goes, well, I'm in the hotel near here. And he said, I had friends from college coming for the weekend. I said, yeah.
Was key word
I
there.
said, the apartment's out.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, really, honestly, I'm just going to get that rug out of there. No.
Back to the rug?
No. There's more than the rug, son.
Not going to watch TV.
The rug, we don't even care about the rug. Okay? I said this. So anyway, then I said, if they're still coming, because what was happening is two of them had already got hotel rooms, and then one was going to stay with him. You need to get that friend a hotel room if y'all want to continue on with your plans.
Yeah.
Okay. And to his credit, he took care of everybody, got them where they're supposed to be. They still ended up getting to spend some time together over the weekend and all that. So then we get back to the meeting with the landlord.
Oh.
It was a big meeting coming from the next week. Never good. Do we all agree? Young adults, if they physically call, young adults
see that name on the caller ID.
Young adults on their own with a physical call,
there's problems.
I just answer what's wrong.
So when we come back, a text, maybe. Yeah. You don't have to panic over every text. But they don't call for anything. The only phone calls they make that are audible is when you tell them, why haven't you called your mom more? She might get a call that doesn't mean anything. Dad never gets a call, I was just thinking about you.
No.
Okay, all right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
You'd like The weights. Much to do going forward on the program. Bubba, how are you?
I'm great, sir. How are you?
Well, I was. I did not. I know the kickoff hour talked about this. Did not participate in the national championship game last night. Had no idea. I know they said Villanova blew everybody out, so I don't know how that affects all of you that do this. I thought all the brackets were destroyed pretty good throughout the process.
Well, I think it did. I need to pull mine up. I don't. I haven't looked at it in a while. I think I actually had Villanova winning it though, but
Boy, you really
it's
stepped
2
out
out of 3.
That's it. You really stepped out there with the favorite.
Yeah, 2 out of 3.
They only won by like what, 20?
No, well, 79-62. Yeah,
you
close.
know, I'm not really up on Villanova. I didn't even know what state it was in. Speedy and I had to look it up a minute ago. Speedy looked it up for us. Said Pennsylvania. You know the default if you don't know. Well, it's close to Chicago.
Yeah.
You know that's usually what.
Well, this is one of those things everybody likes when one state. You know, the Eagles now have won the Super Bowl now, but I was. Only thing I remember when I used to watch basketball when I was a kid, when I was younger, is I remember that Villanova had that old coach. I can still see him.
Had to wheel him out there.
Yeah, jumping up and down and.
Didn't they wheel a guy out there when they won that one years ago, and they all.
I don't remember. I just remember that it used to have this old coach. Villanova
to
used to be good and had this old coach, and everybody. I can still see him out there. But anyway, but then they'd show up every now and then and all that. But I didn't watch. I haven't watched a basketball game this entire year, so I had no idea about it.
Well, it was such a blowout that at the end it was like, yeah, they won.
Yeah,
you know, you could hear the streamers being shot into the crowd.
Yeah, I heard
because
that.
Everybody's like, yeah.
Well, it started so late
good for them.
for those of us in Central Time Zone.
Yeah.
For the ones that have to get up early. I mean, 8:30 is not astronomically late for a lot of people, but for some of us it is. So I didn't even see a play, but I did see them play, I think, once during the year. They're a good team, good program. So,
well, obviously.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Well, Rick, they're the national champions.
Well,
2 out of the last 3.
That kind of says we got our act together.
We won 2 out of the last 3, as Greg just said. So, yeah, I guess we're pretty good.
Now, what conference are they in? Do you know, Speedy?
No idea. Bubba, we didn't even know what state they were in. You think we know the conference?
Well, I'm moving from state to conference now.
But I mean, but I'm talking if we couldn't get state right, we could get
conference. We have no chance.
Well, you know, it's kind of a shame there in Pennsylvania. If you're Amish, you don't know how successful you are in sports right now. Yeah. You know,
it's funny.
They could even be happier than they are.
They'll find out about it tomorrow.
That was interesting because we had an Amish conversation last night at the dinner table.
Really?
We honestly did. Well, you know, there was a very, very kind couple here yesterday, and they gave us one of them was a bee keeper, so he gave us some honey.
Yeah, that was great.
And then the woman that was here gave us all different gift bags, and mine had Amish type stuff in it, which I love Amish food and snacks and all this. So that broke out an Amish conversation. I didn't know we had Amish in Silicaga. But I mean, this is
really?
Well, it came from a place in Silicaga, but it had the store had an Amish theme.
Well,
that doesn't mean there's
Rick,
Amish.
the town of Silicaga is full of mysteries.
Yeah, but anyway, and we were discussing that, and it really was a very interesting conversation. But I didn't expect to discuss the Amish at dinner, but we did.
Well, you never know. Amish talk breaks out every now and then.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, there's always good movies about the Amish.
Oh,
you know,
they're always good.
I referred to that one the other day, you know, where Tim Allen was in, went and hid, which I thought was a good movie because you start out thinking, well, this is ridiculous. Then you kind of get into what they're doing and,
What
you
was
know,
the
enjoy the simplicity of it.
Yeah. When the girl witnessed the murder and they had to protect her, she was Amish. What was that one?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
The Amish movies are usually good.
Yeah. And apparently,
I'm
if
really
you want to
stepping out.
hide, you go to the Amish area.
Is this the one, Greg? And look, here comes a huge step out. Was there not an Amish movie that had Kelly McGinnis in it?
Yeah, that may be the one I'm talking about.
That's it, Rick. That's what he's talking
about. Right after Top Gun.
Yeah, because that's when she still had a little screen before she got
extremely bizarre.
Right. So that's the one she was hit out in.
That's right. You're right.
Back to Villanova.
Kelly McGillis.
Yeah, McGillis. They're in the Big East Conference. Big East. Back to Villanova.
Okay.
Back to Villanova.
Yep.
Are they Amish?
No.
They had a couple Amish players.
16 minutes past. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. So Bubba updated us on his daughter getting her car to D.C. This is those of us that are in that young adult world. They're coming from college into the real world. And so now we're dealing with this deal in Atlanta with Brooks, Big Love Burgess. So first of all, when I see the phone ringing when he met with the landlords after the flooding, I knew it was not going to be good because I'm getting an audible call. But secondly, I found myself, like you were talking about some stuff your daughter was saying, Bubba, about thank you for your guidance. It was good to see when they apply it. And I thought to myself, he is doing what he's been taught. Work from dad back to mom. Do not work from mom back to dad. Mom should not be the first call with something like this, because then the drama goes. Start with dad, let dad find out exactly everything involved, and then he'll work his way back to mom. And he did that. And I was very proud of that.
Yeah.
You called dad with this kind of stuff, and then we worked through it.
Right.
So he says, which I knew he was going to say, I have to find a place to live. So I said,
There it is.
I said, so the apartment, it's over. He goes, yeah, it's not. They will not let me live there. It's damaged so much, it can't.
It's over.
It's not.
You don't want to
livable.
hear they're gutting it.
Yeah, they're gutting it.
You don't want that.
By the way, there's that side of me, because I have a small business. There's that, and even though this is a big business, there's that side of me that thought, wow, can you imagine? I've got an entire building full of apartments that I've got to find people places to live and fix all these apartments. I know they have insurance, but wow, what a nightmare.
Yeah,
Okay?
a lot of moving parts.
So anyway, don't know how I went there in this moment, but I did.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I said, all right, so let's talk about our options. He said, option one, I have to move to another part of Atlanta in a brand new apartment complex. That's all right. So that could happen. I said, what was the other option they told you, buddy? They think they have some apartments here that I can just move into them. I said, ding, 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 ding. I said, so let's try to get that one. Talk to me about that. He said, well, it won't be an apartment like this one. You mean the ones everybody wants? And he said, right. Talk to me about this apartment. Where is it? Cross the parking lot. Ding, 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 ding,
okay.
ding, 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 ding.
yeah, that's nice.
Okay. Talk to me about the apartment. It's a studio.
All right.
Okay. So then, and I'm like,
yeah, that's in the bad column.
And let me be clear. Let me be clear. This has nothing to do with my son. I'm just going to be totally clear about this. He's a young male. As long as he's in a safe place and has a roof over his head and has clothes and can eat, I'm not that concerned about it. All I'm hearing is how my wife's going to respond to this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
So you don't want
If it's just me, let's say that Sherry had gone on into glory without me, and it's just me and him, this ain't no big deal. Let's do that.
Right.
But all I'm thinking about is I've got to go back, everything we're talking about, and tell her about it. Okay?
Yeah, how am I going to break
Right.
this?
And so then I'm like, talk to me on this studio. Are we in? He said, well, they will let me know.
Oh, that hurt.
I said, okay. I said, now let's talk about studio's rent. And he said, Dad, it's going to be a lot less. My rent will be a lot less than where I am now. Ding, 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 ding. All right, so
back in the
we
plus.
like that. That
Back
way,
in the
not
plus.
as much stress on you. You were in a nice apartment, but let's be honest, for your first job, you were in a little bit over your head. So now financially, a lot taken off of you there. I like that. And I said, let's talk about the furniture. Just get real here, son. Where's it all going? Dad, brilliant. He says, I think I can get my dresser in one of the closets. Okay. So then I just open the closet and still use the drawers. But it's
there you go.
Yeah, I've done that before. It's a good plan.
Not a bad plan.
The clothes will hang down on the dresser more than you want it to, but it's
and had another closet.
Okay.
For the hanging clothes. So with some in there, some in there.
Then that's perfect.
Ding, 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 ding.
That's perfect.
Is leading, isn't it? I think.
For some reason, it didn't hit me because it's like I couldn't accept it. I said, so what? This is just one bedroom? He said, Dad, do you know what studio is? Yeah. I said, no, I don't, I guess. What are you talking about?
It means smaller.
I thought we were going, no. He goes, no bedroom. No bedroom.
Yeah, it's all in one.
It's like your bed's
one
right
area.
there.
He goes, that means I have a bed.
Yeah.
I have my kitchen behind me, and I have my TV in here and my thing with my TV on it. And, I got and my couch is over here. We're all in, it's like a hotel room.
Some days I wish I lived in one.
Yeah.
By myself.
And I thought, and then I said, well, you've lived in a hotel for the last week. How's that been? He goes, fine.
Yeah.
Because he's a dude.
Right.
Okay. And like that.
Yeah.
And
Single dude.
you're
That's perfect.
I said, and then I think on the mama side though,
Yeah.
that's back over here. That's
Yep.
bad. So
There's the one. That's a good one. Adam.
yeah. So that's basically he set up. So I said, get yourself moved.
Yeah.
Update me on how it's going. I have some guys that we just met. I said, I'm gonna put you with them. I think they can get it done. There was a piece of furniture we gave him for Christmas. They'll bring that to you.
Okay.
If you think it'll fit, we came to the conclusion we thought it would. Send back anything that is not savable. Okay. And then keep what is. And so then came the moment, and this is the thing, and this is a difficult thing. I'm going to say this. So we sit down and talk to Sherry. Sherry says, and I understand the instinct, she's the mom. That's why you got to have a mom.
Yeah.
Okay? She says, we must go. I said, tap the brakes. I said, tap the brakes. Hear me out. They will never be functioning adults if they don't learn how to problem solve. If we come in and save the day every time there's difficulty, they're never going to be any good to their future family. They're never going to stand on their own. We won't let them get in danger.
Right.
Okay? But let's let him work this out. This is how they learn to problem solve.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, we'll be here. He can call if he runs up on something. And a couple of times he called and said, hey, I noticed that this thing isn't really bad, but back here I see a little bit of mold. And I would say that's
He didn't say that on speakerphone.
no,
did he?
and I said that Clorox wipes. Clorox wipes. And if it's all over it, send me back.
Dry,
if it's just back out there on the back on the one little back part, just get that Clorox wipe it off, and let's move on. And so then everything's fine. He gets it settled, and then I notice he won't send a picture. Mom's like, well, send us a picture of your new place, and he won't do it.
Oh, no.
And so then Dad calls him. I said, let's talk about the no picture. He said, Dad, we're not ready for a picture yet. For Mom? He said, yeah. All of a sudden, it happened. Oh, by the way, I've talked to Brooks. We're going to go to Atlanta next weekend.
Oh, no.
And I thought, well, that's the day.
Oh, no.
I tried so hard to push this trip to Atlanta when hunting season was over.
Yeah. Now we're getting to the bottom of it.
So now Mama's she's gonna see it. Now my plan is we got to get this thing ready.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
I was wondering about this, and I can't remember, and we'll see how the audience is on this too. But tonight Roseanne returns. Does that return tonight, or did it come in last week? I know they're pairing it up. They're pairing it up with the middle now. They're saying that they're gonna have Roseanne. Did anybody see it? Like I said, I was in Nicaragua.
It was last week.
I saw it.
So this would be week 2 of it.
Yeah, they showed 2 episodes back to back.
How did we bring John Goodman back to life?
He just woke up at the beginning. He's got his CPAP on. And she said, "Wake up, Dan! I dreamed you was dead." He said, "Why does everybody think I'm dead?" And that's it.
Oh wow.
They tried to pull a Bob Newhart.
Well, they just picked it up like he just never died. Why not?
Well, that was kind of what they did on Dallas too with Bobby, wasn't it?
Well, yeah. What I never did figure out how he was back alive. I didn't watch that
Well,
show,
they,
so I didn't
they
understand.
started the next season with his wife waking up and he's in the shower and she's like, "What's wrong?" I just had a bad dream.
Oh, so it was the same concept.
Yeah.
I never did watch that show, but I watched Roseanne, I guess, on and off. I mean,
I love Dallas.
It can be funny.
So was it any good?
It was pretty good. They got a few elements in it that are weird. They got one kid that likes to dress like women.
Oh, they tried to throw that in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
it's no middle. I'll tell you
what
that.
it does. No. It presents all sides. You got she's conservative, her sister's liberal, and that's pretty funny jokes between them too. The writers are good. I mean, like I say,
where's John Goodman land on all this?
He's funny.
Is he conservative?
I think so. Yeah. Like he's making fun of talking about how that kid's gonna get beat up and all this stuff when he goes to school. It basically took all the subjects everybody's dealing with today and this kind of mix them.
And they give you all sides of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So,
did you laugh?
It was funny. I thought it was funny.
Okay. So
I mean,
I'm
did you
not
like
gonna-
the original show?
Yeah.
See, I did. I never cared for the original.
I watched it a good bit.
Yeah,
I didn't really watch it. I watched it on and off, and and there were times. I tell you the thing. This is. I think I'm going to probably speak for most everybody. Not everybody. I shouldn't say that, but definitely for you, Bubba. I think that I liked Roseanne, the show, but I would have liked it more if Roseanne wasn't in it.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
it's like her character was my least favorite in it. You know, I thought John Goodman was funny, and some of the other characters
kids
in it
were
were funny. Huh?
The kids
were funny. Yeah, and because I didn't think she was a great actor, the way she talked and the way
Her deliveries, yeah.
Yeah,
but
I
she
didn't-
can. It's funny. I mean, it's pretty. I mean, I'm not gonna set the clock. I mean, if it's on, I got nothing else.
You're not gonna
It's
set the
there,
clock.
you know.
But now the middle is excellent.
Yeah, it is a funny
No,
show.
that's funny.
I love that. It's but I still always had a problem that we had a show called Malcolm in the Middle, then we had another show called The Middle, and they're very similar.
Now,
It's
Bubba, they
confusing.
did say that that they think it is better than the Goldbergs.
Yeah, no way better than Goldberg.
You
Goldberg
didn't
is
go in on
walking
that.
balls, man.
Right. Roseanne said the Goldbergs can eat this.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
But now,
So she's full of it on this show.
but Greg, to go into more of Roseanne's the character, her stance about Trump and all this kind of stuff. So she's kind of a liberal, but yet but feels like he might be best for this country. Is that kind of what her stance was of why she voted in the series?
Which one?
How did they break
the
that
pretend
down?
Roseanne or the real Roseanne?
Right.
Which one are we talking about?
I'm getting confused.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
But I think she really did.
She did. In real life, not on the show.
Right, but on the show, she also plays that part,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, and her sister's the complete opposite. She came in with one of them hats on and a "I'm a nasty woman" shirt on, and they guitar. I mean, it's pretty funny. she told her something about that they were mad they wasn't even speaking because of it, and she said something about that she forgave her for being bad at math. You know, not being able to figure out. You know, it was pretty funny.
Well, okay, so that's but they're not doing the one point of view. They're doing multiple.
Correct.
Yes, multiple.
And
Like
the
one of
son's dressing up like a woman.
the grandkid, one of the grandkids.
Oh,
And of course, Dan, he gets in trouble at school. Dan gave him a knife because he told me he's probably going to need it. Yeah. I mean, it's
All right, so we brought Dan back just with
yeah. We just let him wake up with his CPAP on. And we're off and running.
Yeah, because I saw the line in the previews. Why does everybody keep thinking I'm dead?
Are y'all big fans of John Goodman?
Yeah,
He's usually pretty funny and stuff. He's in.
Yeah, I don't
Most
know.
of his movies I like.
I don't know about him as a human being.
Well,
but,
no,
but
I mean
as far
just
as
movie-wise.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
much.
I like him in movies.
No, he's one of those guys. I know this is what you're fishing for.
I know.
He's one of those guys, and we have that list of of guys. If I look up and he's in something,
That's
I'll
exactly
go.
what it
Well,
is.
I'll give it a shot.
Now he is a
exactly-
bip.
and-
The only thing he's
And
a
I'll
bip.
tell you another one is the guy that's Roseanne's was her
Tom Arnold.
Yeah, Tom, real life husband. I think he's funny and everything.
Yeah, he's funny.
He better have a sense of humor.
Who'd you say John Goodman was a bit when
he dresses up like the Blues Brothers and tries to sing, he don't need to do that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Look, Blues Brothers were Dan Aykroyd.
No, you're right.
And Belushi. And they're not now. Now Aykroyd will come out and have John Goodman and I guess
can't
it's
watch
Belushi's
it.
brother. I think. I
I'll-
can't-
5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Fired up and ready as we return and let you know a few things that are going on. So, our very own Calvin Speedy Wilbur. If you are listening to this program or you're watching this program in beautiful Birmingham, Alabama, and you listen to us on 104.7 WZZK or you get us some other way, you could go hang out with Calvin Speedy Wilburn coming up on January the 14th. Is that Friday or Saturday?
Saturday.
That is Saturday. So make plans to see him. He'll be at Publix Greenwise Market. Oh, Bubba, he's going to be with the Brookies in Mountain Brook. You heard what happened over there, right?
All right. You mean the crime spree?
Did you hear about the crime spree?
A little something about
Somebody was a victim of a drive-by snubbing.
I got a last minute add on.
Oh, Greg.
Hey.
It wasn't official till yesterday.
Okay.
Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall.
Hey,
11-1 tomorrow.
Hendrick Hoover
Let me
Auto
finish.
Mall.
I'm sorry, Speedy, that you can't have your moment.
That's all right.
Well, it got added.
It's all right. So Greg will be in Birmingham too, lunchtime at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall.
Friday.
So catch that on Friday.
Thank you, Greg.
And also update on other things coming up in the future. Man Church Conference. When we started the show today, there were 10 tickets left before it sold out. So if you're still wanting to go, I don't know if they're there now or not, but if you can check by clicking on the logo there at upcoming events at rickandbubba.com for February 24th, 25th, or go to themanchurch.com as of start of show today. 11 tickets remained. Or 10 tickets, I'm sorry. So, Bubba, what is this thing you were telling us about the Iranians?
Rick, this is kind of interesting and first of its kind. The Iranian Navy said that it will have a presence in the Panama Canal by the end of 2023. The move is the latest that Iran has done to establish itself in America's backyard. Iran has been building strong ties with anti-American, Latin American leaders like the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, and many who have called him, of course, a dictator. Experts say Iran's activity in Latin America is intended to defy the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to have warships in the Panama Canal area where a lot of the trading goes through. And I would tell Iran if they want to keep those warships, they better keep them out of the U.S. ships' way.
What do you?
Or we can give them. They can become reef builders.
Well, have you forgotten who the president is? Yeah.
By the way, they have disclosed where the second batch of classified documents were found. That was in his Wilmington garage at home. In his garage at home.
How'd they find them there?
Good question.
Goes back to
I want to know what they knew and when they knew it.
Well, there's a couple of things here, too. First of all, we talked about the security on where they're finding these versus where they found what Trump had.
Mm-hmm.
Trump, and y'all have mentioned this, was president, so he could declassify those or declassify documents. These were when Biden was VP, and he cannot.
Right.
So there's a lot there. But
and
when
I will
will they
say
hop
this,
around and start looking for more?
You know, Trump's place has security around it.
That's what I was talking about,
I
yeah.
don't know how much security is around Biden's garage.
Yeah, or an office at Penn.
Hopefully it is. But
He was
I don't
surprised,
know.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's surprised he's got classified documents laying around everywhere.
Yeah, he didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's really unbelievable.
The fact that this is out and they're in such a pinch on this compared to how they treated Trump, they're either in on it because they want Biden to go too, which is possible, or something has gone awry. A couple of celebrity things today, Bubba. You know, we're hearing this a lot as artists get older. Dr. Dre has a new $200 million deal. He is set to sell rights to part of his catalog and royalties 2 years after he was forced to pay his ex-wife $100 million in a divorce settlement. Hello. He's 57 years old, so he's right in here with us, and he's now closing a deal. I tell you what will make you sell your catalog is if a court makes you give your ex-wife $100 million.
Yeah.
Suddenly the catalog is up for sale.
Well, didn't you have to have a couple of $100 million for her to get half to begin with?
He had a lot of money.
Yeah, he had a lot of money.
He's doing all right.
Said his net worth was estimated to be around $820 million in 2021.
Wow.
They were married in '96. They split in 2020 because due to the pandemic they had to spend time together. I'm just kidding. I do that.
Well, that's true.
They may be something to do that. So anyway, it looks like that his catalog is going to be 200 or 250 million. And there's a lot of artists. You know, you get to the point in your life where you go clinging to these publishing rights and getting my checks periodically in the mail. I needed that when I was younger because I was going to live longer. You look at what life you got left, and how much do you really care if you have the publishing rights, and it's quick money, real quick, for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
So there you go. So there's another artist that now has done that. And Shaq, Bubba, gets pulled to you. He gets to laughing so hard that he gets in tears because apparently he tried to debut a new haircut, and he said he now wants to kill his barber. And I
didn't think he had enough hair to do
I didn't
a new
either.
haircut.
It had something to do. He said it was inspired by Stephen A. Smith, and he tried to go get it done, and it must have been done so bad. And you know, think about it. We've seen this NBA group he runs with. He does Barkley and all them. And you show up. He's like us showing up at work with a bad haircut.
Yeah, they got on him.
I mean, and they look.
To the point.
That's not real, is it? I mean,
was he trying to make fun of Stephen A. Smith? Was he on the inside or the outside?
I think he was on the inside of it. I'm not sure, but then the reaction, I don't know. I don't know.
It's
I've got a little. Let me see here if I can find this. I'm DMing you some stuff, Adler. I don't know what we can play because I know the NBA is kind of weird on some of this, but it might help explain some of it. But you're right. He gets to laughing so hard that he can't hardly talk.
Yeah, I heard. I have not seen the clip, but I heard it was very funny.
Well, look, we know how it goes because, as I said, that's
Yeah,
exactly how we
it's
go
just
here.
like here. And back to that Dr. Dre story for just a minute. I think it's key, and we've said this before, that that the Rick and Bubba show will entertain any offers for the Rick and Bubba
100%.
catalog. I mean, we'll never
That's a great
say
point.
no dead on arrival. We will listen to any
No,
offer.
I had a guy other night. He offered us $250 for it. And it's
I know that for $5.
So you think this is it, Adler?
Yeah, this is what Speedy sent me.
Yeah, and this is on a fly here. So.
Is this going to cost you today?
I don't. We'll find out.
It's NBA TV.
Said, what, Stephen A. Shack is on the line? Oh, there he is.
Stephen A. Shack. Okay.
Look at his
laughing at my
hair.
haircut.
Zoom in. I didn't see it over there. Okay, hang on. Get a
laugh
close
at the
up.
haircut.
Get a close up.
Zoom in. Come in. This camera.
Immediately.
Zoom in. That boy looking good. That boy looking good, ain't he? Let's do this.
I don't know if they're saying he looks like
there to
Stephen
see.
A. or what. I don't know.
I don't know what.
But that's just 5 o'clock stubble. I mean, you can hardly see it.
Right.
I
What-
couldn't see it on this giant monitor. I had to keep looking.
So is that showing us that he is bald in front, or did he saying the guy his barber shaved it and made that? What are we talking about? You know, because it's do you
was he trying to be funny? I can't tell.
I don't know.
It's a crooked hairline that got him.
Okay.
It didn't go. So basically, he was
we had
debuting.
plans, but when that hairline walks in, it's something we got to discuss.
Forehead, though.
Shout out to my main man, Stephen A.
Hey, is that crooked? Hold on.
Keep it light.
Is
Is
the
it
left
crooked?
a little crooked?
It looks good.
Yeah, it is.
Hold your head to the left. It's straight. There you go.
It's crooked.
Oh, wow. Oh, it is yeah, it's crooked. a little bit up to the right. Bill,
up to the
right. Bill, I'm gonna kill you when I get home, Bill.
So maybe he was trying to debut a new haircut.
Okay.
Yeah. It didn't,
He's acting like he thought this was going to look good. Didn't he do yours like
He
that?
really is.
Please, Speedy.
Yeah.
How far back would you be bald if you grew your hair up?
It would horseshoe. So
how far back?
Hold on. Let me feel
All
it.
right, so-
I got to feel my head. Sorry.
This is
Hold
fine.
on.
We've got to know.
Right around here.
Okay. That is what he's got right now.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
You should do it.
You
Well,
should
I've
give it
always
a
said
shot.
I will do that if Greg shakes his head.
No way.
And Greg won't do it.
Tell him what's under there.
There's no telling what I look like.
Oh, I got ridges. I got moles. I mean, it would be.
Look, my
ugly.
hair's bad
That
enough.
wouldn't be pretty.
Are you
at
still
all.
putting your haircut off?
I'm getting it today.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't
All right,
need
so
one.
reading this, it does look like
It looks like your hair's running you now.
Yeah,
now.
it's
It's
overdue.
pushing him around
It's
a little bit.
overdue.
Mine was that way too.
I'm gonna look like hams tomorrow. We cut down.
Oh, please.
Better go on down, buddy.
Bring it way down.
What guard you use?
I
What is
go 4 on the top and sides and 1
it? Oh,
on the
one.
back.
I like it when it feels like that chia pet.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, you'll
Well,
get
I
that.
think
you
you were
get
pro-
one involved, it'll feel like that.
You're probably a lot like me. I just didn't. I had a hat on or just walked around how my hair was when I woke up for like 18 days.
Yeah.
So you really don't know how your hair looks
Yeah.
till you start trying to fix it.
all right. It was a haircut that went bad, and the Stephen A. shout out is because his hairline is in the middle of his head up here. So
Okay.
he said, "Now I look like him." It's Stephen A. Shack.
Phone calls next. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines available. Any stories you may have missed, we'll do it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll agree with you 100%.
And he's a bit doing that up or down there. You don't do that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Greg, that's a good call.
Of course, he's lost a little weight. He's not.
Has he?
You know, at one point, he was huge.
At one point.
I mean, he ain't skinny, but he's too enormous.
He's done better.
Yeah. Remember his old face was swollen up?
He's kind of like Argo. He's trying to be less fat.
Yeah. You remember his old face was red and swollen up?
Oh, yeah. I only expected to hear about his death any day. You know, when you look at somebody and say, he ain't got much longer. If he didn't make an adjustment.
Balt time.
He's got that red face that doesn't ever go away. That's blood pressure just trying to explode. You know, that old heart's just working so hard.
But and again, I know it. And they may be on to something here. It may, but I mean, it may slant one way or the other. But right now, they're basically going, "This is what America looks like right now." You got different opinions, and even amongst families, and let's make it funny.
Do you think she'll survive, unlike a Tim Allen show? Because Tim Allen just tried to come from more of a conservative point of view, and she's trying to give both. Maybe there'll be enough of the liberal in there for her to survive.
Probably.
Yeah, because is it one of the
kids
characters
wearing a
came
dress
out last week and kind of had the Hillary Clinton point of view of any woman that voted for Trump didn't think for herself. What was her name? She played. I think she was one of the. Was it a neighbor that would always? I forget. Maybe one of the kids or
Gladys Kravitz.
something like that. I can't remember what character she played, but she was out last week talking about it.
Yeah. Well.
So you definitely have that liberal side.
Are you sure is she in the show again this time, or did they bring everybody back but her? Now she's mad.
No, she's.
Is that the neighbor and she's behind a wall all the time?
No, that's a different show. I'll get her name. I just
You
saw a
just
little
barely
blurb.
see her picking over the-
That was
see her
during
hair
our
down.
spring break, so where you really weren't paying
Yeah.
attention to news, and I just saw something come through.
Sure, I mean, come on. Who she said would not get up to go to church on Easter Sunday. The only reason why this story did not come out when we were growing up is because our parents didn't have access to a taser. Mother has been arrested after using a taser to wake up her teenage son. She said she's been charged with felony child abuse on Easter Sunday. She's accused of using a taser on the 16-year-old son's leg. They're in their Phoenix home. She told police that she only activated the stun gun to force her children out of bed for Easter church service.
I said, get up.
Look, don't make me go get the taser.
She took He Is Risen off to a whole different level.
I'm telling you.
Goodness gracious.
She maintains that she never actually used the stun gun on her son. She said that.
Well, then what's the charge?
She's saying that
she just fired it off there next to him.
Yeah, she said her
Made it pop a
16-year-old
little bit.
said her son didn't complain of any pain, but did have two small bumps on his leg from where she said the stun gun shocked him. Well, then
she did.
Well, then you
Well,
used
did it on him then.
Yeah.
Then you did.
That qualifies as using.
What are you saying? So she said that he wouldn't get up, and she wanted him to go to church on Easter Sunday, and she came in there with a taser and got him up. It did work though; he did get up.
I'm like, well, what's the problem?
Yeah.
Bubba, she also went on to tell the judge, she has two sons. I think one's 16 and one's 17 or 18, and she says both sons are on probation. And that her son was being electronically monitored. He has an ankle bracelet. He's under my custody and everything. She's going to have to go back to court on the 16th of the month. So it sounds like this woman has got some sons that don't know how to act. And she's saying, by golly, one way we're going to get you guys rehabbed. Y'all going to get back into church. Your mama's going to church. He is risen. And y'all going to rise up out of that bed. And one of them, I guess, did not. All we can assume is the other one did get up because he didn't get you. You know,
have you ever had water thrown on you to get up? Or I did have a cold drink put on my leg one time. I got you moving.
No,
just the covers ripped off of it.
Yeah, light on covers.
The way it would work
ripped off.
At our house on not getting up as teenagers was Mom would start out with the very just basic get up. And then she would come back and angrily say, if y'all don't get up, this is going to be real bad. You know, talks of belts and things like that. Then you would hear everything in the room moving as my dad's heavy walk would come down the hall. And then you start trying to get out before he could get in there. You know what I mean? You try to get yourself, see if you couldn't sometimes you just roll yourself off into the floor so if he came in, you weren't in the bed. And then he'd start grabbing cover and start throwing it everywhere and say things that
they get you up.
That they got you up. You know, I mean,
do y'all have anybody that's really hard to get out of bed? Is one a heavier sleeper and tougher to get up?
A lot of this has evolved, you know. To the phones we will go to wrap up this hour, and all 10 lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll record another edition, first one of 2023, of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Get it wherever you get podcasts. It'll come out again this weekend, first one in 2023. Ever wondered what happens to luggage that goes missing and no one ever claims it? Some of the stuff people never claim. We'll talk to someone who knows, and we'll update you on that on this weekend's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So look for that. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We do have lines available for you. If you want to try to get in right now, you can. Helmsy is lining those up, and we'll start with Jim in Andalusia. Listen to us on 107.7. Jim, go right ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're
I'm
good.
a former deputy sheriff out of Southern California, so dealing with illegal immigrants at the border was a constant thing for us. But what was more interesting is my dad worked for the Department of Motor Vehicles, and they would have a guy that would sell birth certificates across the parking lot to the illegals coming in, who could then come in and get an ID and go get welfare checks. And he has documents of them with the same, control number on the birth certificate, getting 5 and 6 different licenses. And if you're going out and getting 5 or 6 different checks, a lot of that money goes back to Mexico. So why not let them come across?
Yeah, makes sense. It does. And it's why you have to have a secure border. You just do if you want to be a sovereign nation.
And it also makes a pretty good argument for having a consumption tax instead of an income tax.
Yeah, it does. King, wow, that's a tough name to live up to. Out of Birmingham, listening to ZZK. King, go ahead.
Morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're good, King.
Good. Hey, Bubba, I know this is going to hurt a little bit. I texted you this yesterday, but
yeah,
did y'all happen to catch New Edition on the New Year's Eve program?
I did not.
I did not either.
Y'all need to pull that up. Wow, Bobby Brown.
What is it? What's happened with Bobby?
It appears Bobby has gone back to his previous lifestyle. He's a bit out of sync with the other guys.
Okay.
Oh no.
Anyway, y'all just pull it up and watch it.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. I didn't
King,
see.
good to hear from
I
you.
didn't see any of the New Year's Eve shows this year.
I saw a little bit, but not much because I was watching the football games.
Yeah, me too. But these were.
I saw a couple of people sing, and I didn't know who they were, and really didn't care for their style.
Yeah,
and so I just kept moving.
Steve in Albertville, listening to Z93. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Just wanted to make a suggestion, maybe for Father's Day. I don't know how long it takes you guys to get your merchandise, but for Father's Day package, a T-shirt, coffee mug, can somebody help Daddy?
That's good. Yeah. Not a bad idea at all, my friend. Let's go to Tyler in Alabama. Tyler, go ahead.
Hey, I tried to call earlier so maybe we could unpack this a little bit more, but I'm a political science nerd, love politics, love researching politics, and here lately, especially for the latest administration, talking to Christians about their roles in politics, and I get a lot of, well, no matter what happens, I'm going to trust the Lord and His will be done. I get all that, but shouldn't as Christians we want to be in politics and want to see those elected that represent us?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you look at common sense in our situation, it's tough because, as we've said on the show many times, in Scripture you just don't find a constitutional republic. The early church, when they were being persecuted by the Roman Empire, all they're dealing with is tyranny. So we don't really see how they would have operated if they were allowed to vote. so all we can do is use kind of biblical logic and think, well, the Lord has allowed me to live in a country that I have a say in it. Now, when you get to politics, as you know, Tyler, as much as you've studied it, you're really never going to find a place that is going to completely line up with everything that Scripture says this is how this should be. But you certainly can try to go into the world and have a voice on let's get the government as close to that as we can be, because we do know what God said about marriage. He's never changed on that. We do know what God said about where life began and all that. Now, when it gets to the things that are not moral issues, now you're just kind of down to, we're supposed to pay all of our taxes, but in a constitutional republic, we're allowed to have some say on how much we're taxed.
Yeah,
so,
I really think the biblical example of that would be to be involved as much as you feel like you have been gifted to do so, and to try to make a positive difference and do it in an above board and transparent way.
Yeah,
and I think your hard work, your good work seen by other men glorifies the Lord.
Now,
not for your own glory, but do it like you're working for the Lord, and do it. I think in our setup, I think it's designed to go there, take the skills and blessings you have, apply it, give back, and then get out of there. Don't make it a lifelong career. See, I'm still against that part of it.
Yeah, I am too. And it's a rough deal. I would not let my involvement in politics take up all my time on being disciples and making disciples. Hey, I haven't had time for that, but good news, I've been up there at Capitol Hill. I don't think I would do that. There's got to be a balance in it. I think, again, it's like a lot of things. I believe when it comes to politics, to have no involvement in it at all when you're allowed that voice probably isn't the way to go. But also it can be just as bad to be so involved in it that you make it into an idol.
Yeah, it becomes a little god.
Or you start treating patriotism and your government, putting it in a place where only God belongs. So it's a balancing act. But I also can see people saying that place is just so nasty. Like, for instance, I'm not going to get involved with politicians anymore as far as platforms. I'm going to stand here and endorse people because in the call on my life, I know I'm going to get burned because of politics being a compromise. At some point, that person is going to do something that biblically is going to be inconsistent. And then I'm going to be trying to explain why I was chumming around with them in pictures with them and out stumping for them. So in my personal life, and I did that for a while, and I regret doing it. And so I won't do that anymore. But as far as being a citizen and participating and being on this show and talking about the direction of the country politically and all that, sure, because I've been given by God the opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
So that's common sense to me.
And again, I think like even in the church or whatever, not everybody has the gifts and the skill set required to do that. And if you do and you felt led to do that, then you need to follow up with it. And if you don't, you need to serve in another way.
Yeah, I did it for a while. I remember where I was. I was at some political fundraiser or something. And I was there, and Sherry was next to me, and Mom and Dad were with me too. And I started getting all these business cards and stuff from all these politicians. Hey, we need y'all on this. We need y'all on that. And my spirit got so troubled, I looked at Sherry and I said, we got to get out of here. I said, this is not where we belong. This is not our call. Back to what you said. And so that we kind of changed our whole implementation of the political side of our life at that point and continue to. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. If you leave us, have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba. And stick around. More what may be coming.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.